Chapter 1943. It seems like there's one more monstrous genius in our Dragon Hall. I think Junior Brother Jiang isn't enjoying the fight to his heart's content. Why don't I have some fun with Junior Brother Jiang? 09 Smalt Said Net. A green-clothed man said. He looked much stronger than Duan Ren. He was a powerful half-step sovereign. He was Yu Feng, the one who attacked Jiang Chen just now. Sco. Senior Brother Yu Feng, don't cause trouble. Hong Ying darted a glance at Yu Feng and stopped him. The others, however, burst into laughter. They seemed to have already guessed this. If Duan Ren wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, Yu Feng would certainly attack him. In terms of battle fanaticism, everyone in the Dragon Hall loved to fight, but Yu Feng was undoubtedly the most battle-crazed one. Now that Duan Ren had been defeated, Yu Feng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep well if he didn't challenge Jiang Chen. That's exactly what Junior Brother wants. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen agreed. He had already sensed the qi radiating from Yu Feng's body. This mighty half-step sovereign was the one who attacked him just now. Only such a powerful figure could make Jiang Chen exert all his strength to fight. Now that Jiang Chen had advanced to the intermediate immortal venerable realm, he needed an expert like Yu Feng to practice his skills. Therefore he couldn't ask for more. Junior Brother Jiang, are you sure you want to fight this lunatic? Hong Ying reminded Jiang Chen out of kindness, deliberately using the word lunatic to describe Yu Feng. The name lunatic was very famous not only in the Dragon Hall, but also in the entire Immortal Court. The fact that Jiang Chen dared to accept Yu Feng's challenge made everyone admire Jiang Chen's courage. 09 Smalt Say Net. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Sister Hong Ying. I'm just going to exchange pointers with Senior Brother Yu. I won't hurt him. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What a joke, he couldn't wait to fight Yu Feng. If he took the initiative to challenge Yu Feng, it would make him look too unreserved. It would also make him look too arrogant as a newcomer. It wouldn't be good for his reputation. Now that Yu Feng had taken the initiative to send himself to his doorstep, Jiang Chen had no reason to refuse. That's right. Junior Brother Jiang and I are only exchanging pointers. I will definitely show mercy. Hong Ying, why are you so concerned about Junior Brother Jiang? Yu Feng smiled. Hong Ying scolded Yu Feng in annoyance. Shua. Yu Feng's figure flickered and he arrived at the battlefield. As the most battle-hungry person in the Dragon Hall, he was determined to see just how powerful the genius that Feng Jingyang had personally brought back was. How many moves do you think Junior Brother Jiang can take from Senior Brother Yu? If you can withstand 3 moves, I'll have a whole new level of respect for Junior Brother Jiang. That's right. Everyone knows about Senior Brother Yu's strength. He once fought a first-grade Great Sovereign Realm Elder of the Tiger Hall and defeated him. Everyone admired Yu Feng's strength very much. After all, they knew each other too well. They knew Yu Feng's strength very well. I don't think so. Just wait and see. Junior Brother Jiang isn't that easy to deal with. Duan Ren shook his head and said. He knew Yu Feng's strength, but after the clash with Jiang Chen just now, he had a better understanding of Jiang Chen's combat strength. He secretly compared their strengths and felt that even if Jiang Chen was to face someone like Yu Feng, he would still have the strength to fight him. After listening to Duan Ren's words, the others were looking forward to this battle. They knew that Duan Ren wouldn't boast. Since Duan Ren had said so, it was enough to prove Jiang Chen's strength. In the sky, Yu Feng stood opposite of Jiang Chen. His green robe fluttered in the wind and his powerful aura shook the surrounding void. Senior Brother, sorry for offending you. Jiang Chen did not say anything unnecessary. He immediately attacked. The true dragon palm was shot out and shrouded Yu Feng. Good. As the saying goes, experts will know when they attack. As soon as Jiang Chen attacked, Yu Feng's eyes shone with admiration. Yu Feng did not hesitate. He waved his hand and a golden fist appeared. He attacked with all his strength and collided with Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. Rumble. The sky was dark and the ground was dark. The battlefield had been completely destroyed. A single collision had almost turned the entire battlefield into chaos. Below, everyone's eyes fell on the sky, wanting to see what was going on. Very quickly, the airwaves on the battlefield disappeared, and the 2 figures appeared once again. Looking at both of them, they did not move at all, and even their auras did not change in the slightest. However, from this point of view, the battle between the 2 of them was actually a draw. Heavens! Just where did this guy come from? How can he be so heaven-defying? After colliding with senior brother Yu, not to mention being injured, even his aura isn't chaotic at all. He isn't affected at all. It seems that Duanren is right. Junior brother Zhang's strength is far beyond our imagination. It's too scary. Look, it's just the beginning. Senior brother Yu's fighting spirit has already been aroused. If this lunatic goes crazy, it's also very scary. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Qin used the fact that he was strong to make everyone's jaws drop. Everyone's opinion of Jiang Qin changed again. The corner of Duanren's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. After witnessing Jiang Chen's true strength, the last trace of unwillingness in his heart had vanished. He had completely understood that his defeat was absolutely not a coincidence. He was no match for Jiang Qin. Roar! In the sky, Jiang Qin struck once again. This time he struck out the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. For a moment, the entire battlefield in the sky was filled with colorful dragons, almost forming a dragon domain. They intertwined and circled around each other, sealing the entire battlefield in an instant. Good junior brother Jiang, you really made me look at you in a new light. Yu Feng's eyes lit up. His whole body was full of fighting spirit. His fighting spirit had been completely aroused. He was completely ignited by Jiang Chen's strength. Yu Feng raised his hands. In between his palms, there was a terrifying energy fluctuation. It quickly condensed into a huge energy mountain. The energy mountain had runes on it. It was incomparably mystical. Following Yu Feng's shout, the huge energy mountain was thrown out by him. It intertwined and collided with the dragons. Rumble! The sky and earth collapsed. If it wasn't for the fact that the battlefield was completely isolated from the outside world, the entire mountain where Dragon Hall was located would have been directly destroyed. Chapter 1944. Huh. Again. Jiang Qin laughed wildly. Shadows of dragons floated around his body. Once again he launched a frenzied attack at Yu Feng. His mind was completely immersed in the battle. His current combat strength was enough to fight a first-grade great sovereign. Therefore, fighting against a mighty half-step sovereign like Yu Feng was the most suitable way to test his combat strength. Hence, fighting against Yu Feng was the perfect way to test his combat strength. Another madman. AI. There are more and more madmen in our Dragon Hall. I take back what I have said just now. Looking at Jiang Chen's condition, everyone suddenly felt that this Jiang Chen was even more insane than Yu Feng. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. But now that the truth was right in front of them, there was no room for them to doubt it. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. Previously, Jiang Chen couldn't withstand more than 3 strikes from Yu Feng. Now he had no choice but to take back what he had said, because it was very likely that the two of them would be equally matched in just 3 strikes. Long. In the following period of time, Jiang Chen and Yu Feng exerted all of their skills. After fighting for more than 10 minutes and hundreds of rounds, the final result was still a draw. Neither of them could do anything to the other. In the dark, a pair of eyes was watching everything clearly. It was afraid that there was no one else except Feng Jingyang who was paying close attention to what was happening here. The corner of Feng Jingyang's mouth curved into a smile and nodded secretly. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Jiang Chen's performance. Seems like we have dug out a treasure this time, Feng Jingyang said with a smile. But this Jiang Chen is, after all, a talent recruited by Heaven Sovereign. As far as I know, Jiang Chen was summoned to Heaven Sovereign Palace by Heaven Sovereign the moment he arrived at the Immortal Court yesterday. An elder beside Feng Jingyang said worriedly. He was an elder of the Dragon Hall, a 4th-grade great sovereign with a very high status. So what? I, Feng Jingyang, only cherished talents and didn't want to be involved in the battle between Heavenly Sovereign and Star Sovereign. Moreover, even if Heavenly Sovereign met Jiang Chen might not necessarily stand on Heavenly Sovereign's side once he learned about the situation in the Immortal Court. Isn't he already in our Dragon Hall? Jiang Chen will definitely become a great person if we nurture him well. Feng Jingyang said. He wasn't a fool. Naturally, he knew that Jiang Chen went to meet Heaven Sovereign. However, in Feng Jingyang's opinion, no matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen was, he was merely an immortal venerable. He wouldn't be able to play a crucial role in the battle between Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign. Feng Jingyang only cherished talents and recruited Jiang Chen into the Dragon Hall. Jiang Qin and Yu Feng fought fiercely for a few more minutes before deciding to stop at the same time. At this point, both of them had a better understanding of each other's strength. They knew that even if they continued to fight, there wouldn't be any result. During the whole battle, neither of them used their trump cards, because even if they did, they still wouldn't be able to determine the winner. In the end, both of them would only suffer heavy injuries. This wasn't the result that either of them wanted to see. After all, they were all disciples of Dragon Heaven, and they shouldn't fight each other to the death. Ah, senior brother Jiang is truly heaven-defying. Yu Feng admire you. Yu Feng laughed heartily. His admiration was sincere. The others naturally understood what Yu Feng meant. Although both of them seemed to be evenly matched on the surface, Yu Feng had actually lost. The reason was very simple. It was because Jiang Chen's cultivation base was 2 levels lower than Yu Feng's. If both of them were at the same level, there was no doubt that Yu Feng wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen. Senior brother Yu is smiling. Jiang Chen retracted his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. Looking at his handsome face, no one would have thought that he was a battle maniac and a heaven-defying one at that. It seems like the second Yu Huafan is going to appear in the Dragon Hall. I think he's going to defeat eldest senior brother. Even eldest senior brother wouldn't be able to do what he did. That's right. Master's eyes are as sharp as ever. Everyone sighed. The eldest senior brother of the Dragon Hall, Yu Huafan, had reached the terrifying second-grade Great Sovereign Realm at such a young age. He was the representative of the entire Dragon Hall, but he had yet to return. The arrival of Jiang Chen had instilled new blood into the Dragon Hall, and it was very likely that he would surpass Yu Huafan in the future. Jiang Chen's residence was an independent courtyard, and the environment was very good. That night in Jiang Chen's courtyard, Hong Ying, Yu Feng and the other geniuses held a welcoming dinner for Jiang Chen. It was a joyous and harmonious scene. The welcoming dinner didn't end until the second half of the night. Then everyone returned to their respective places. This Dragon Hall is not bad. If we can make use of it, it will definitely affect the situation of the Immortal Court in the future. De Huang Dog spoke. Despite his arrogance, he couldn't help but praise the Dragon Hall. As for Jiang Chen, he was quite satisfied with the fact that he could join the Dragon Hall this time. He had made the right decision. In the dead of night, a figure appeared like a ghost. Who's there? Jiang Chen, who was meditating on the big green rock, suddenly opened his eyes and looked to the side. Your perception is pretty good. You can even sense me. Feng Jingyang nodded and praised. Hall Master. Jiang Chen smiled. Now that you've become a disciple of the Dragon Hall, call me Master. Feng Jingyang said. In the Immortal Court, there weren't many people who could call Feng Jingyang Master. Yes, Master. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed like he had to acknowledge a master every time he went to a sect. It was Tianjizi in the past and now it was Feng Jingyang as well. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about the title. He only cared about the person. Feng Jingyang was a person he could definitely befriend. Jiang Chen, Heaven Sovereign summoned you to Heaven Sovereign Palace yesterday. You should be very clear about the situation of the Immortal Court, right? Asked Feng Jingyang. Yes, it's very clear. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't want to hide it because Feng Jingyang wasn't a fool. It was meaningless to hide it in front of him. Moreover, the disciple recruitment was arranged by Heaven Sovereign. He wouldn't be able to hide it from the higher-ups of Heaven Sovereign Palace. Then what do you plan to do? Asked Feng Jingyang. Where do you stand, Master? Asked Jiang Chen. Me? To be honest, I don't want to get involved in the battle between Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign. Both of them are capable of becoming sovereign lords, but Heaven Sovereign isn't the same as before. The current Immortal Court is no longer the Immortal Court of the past. If Heaven Sovereign were to fight with Star Sovereign, he would definitely lose. Of course, Heaven Sovereign was once the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court. Chapter 1945. Jiang Chen understood that Feng Jingyang had once followed Heaven Sovereign. After the fall of Heaven Sovereign, he started following Star Sovereign. In Feng Jingyang's heart, Heaven Sovereign and Star Sovereign were equally important. Feng Jingyang was clear that Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign were bound to fight. Therefore he who was in the middle could not help either of them. After listening to Feng Jingyang's words, Jiang Chen nodded secretly. As long as Feng Jingyang was not completely loyal to Star Sovereign, there was still a chance. A person like Feng Jingyang had his own way of doing things. He would not be influenced by others, not even Heaven Sovereign and Star Sovereign. He did not like others interfering with what he wanted to do. When Heaven Sovereign returned, Feng Jingyang felt pity for Heaven Sovereign's situation. However, Star Sovereign was not trying to usurp the throne. Back then, Heaven Sovereign had indeed fallen, and Star Sovereign ascended to the throne and became the new Sovereign Lord. Now that Star Sovereign wanted to defend his position, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Since there was nothing wrong with it, Feng Jingyang would not help either of them. Master, I understand. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, I don't care what you want to do in the future. From today onwards you are a member of the Dragon Hall. Cultivate well, I'm afraid your future is immeasurable. Feng Jingyang patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and disappeared. He came late at night to probe Jiang Chen's choice towards Heaven Sovereign and Star Sovereign. However, after chatting with him, he realized that Jiang Chen was a very opinionated person. If Jiang Chen had decided on something, no one would be able to change it. Feng Jingyang did not think of changing Jiang Chen because he did not like to be changed by others. He only cherished a genius. This person is worth roping in. After Feng Jingyang left, De Huang Dog said, That's right. It will be great if we can rope in the Dragon Hall to help Heaven Sovereign. Dragon Hall's stance will directly affect the stance of the others in the Immortal Court. However, it is difficult to change Feng Jingyang's mindset. We can only take it slow. My current strength is still too weak. Our priority now is to increase my cultivation base. Jiang Chen nodded. It was not an easy task to change Feng Jingyang's mind. However, some things must be done diligently. Feng Jingyang and Dragon Hall's influence in the Immortal Court was too great. There was no doubt that Feng Jingyang and Dragon Hall would have a great impact on the future of the Immortal Court. In the following time, both Jiang Chen and Big Yellow entered the 33rd level and began their secluded cultivation. Ever since Big Yellow had merged with the true body of Demon Sovereign Dragon Sun, his chi had undergone a tremendous change. He also had a very strong foundation. In other words, Big Yellow didn't need to cultivate at all and his cultivation base would gradually increase. To De Huang Dog, all he needed was time. Speaking of time, the 33 levels of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda had the time law that was 30 times faster than normal. It was the best place to cultivate. Jiang Chen had just taken the Longyang pill yesterday and advanced to the intermediate Immortal Venerable realm. Now he needed time to digest and consolidate his foundation. The 33rd level was still the best choice for him. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days the Dragon Hall was very peaceful. There was almost no trouble. As a matter of fact, the Dragon Hall had always been so peaceful. It was impossible for anyone to cause trouble in the Dragon Hall, because it was already lucky that the people of the Dragon Hall didn't cause trouble. Whoever dared to cause trouble here was no different from courting death. 3 days had passed in the outside world, but 3 months had passed in the Zulong Tower. After 3 months of cultivation, Jiang Chen felt refreshed. Due to the consolidation of his foundation, the remaining medicinal energy of the Longyang grass had been completely digested. Another 10,000 dragon marks had been added to Jiang Chen's Qi Si, increasing the number of dragon marks to 1,070,000. Pai Pa Law, a new great sovereign law, emerged above Big Yellow's head. He already had 20 great sovereign laws. Now he had 10 more great sovereign laws, making a total of 30 great sovereign laws. However, he still hadn't advanced to the second grade great sovereign realm, still at the peak of the first grade great sovereign realm. However, given De Huang Dog's current strength, he was afraid that he would be able to kill an ordinary third grade great sovereign. Seeing that De Huang Dog was getting stronger and stronger, Jiang Chen was delighted. The stronger De Huang Dog was, the more help he would get. There was no doubt about it. Besides, Jiang Chen didn't doubt De Huang Dog's strength at all. After all, De Huang Dog was the famous Demon Sovereign Dragon Sun in his previous life. Jiang Chen wouldn't be surprised if there were any miracles that happened to him. It should have been 3 days outside. Let's go out for a walk. Jiang Chen spoke. Immediately, a man and a dog walked out of the Zulong Tower with a sway. Compared to 3 days ago, both of them were much stronger, but it still wasn't enough. After all, this was the Immortal Court, not the Immortal Domain. Their current cultivation base wasn't enough to cause any big waves here. However, Jiang Chen also understood that the advancement of one's cultivation base couldn't be done overnight. It needed to be done step by step. Jiang Qin was very satisfied that his cultivation base had reached the intermediate immortal venerable realm in such a short period of time. The next advancement of his cultivation base would depend on his luck and fortune. Not long after Jiang Qin and a Huang dog walked out of the Zulong Tower, they saw two silhouettes walking towards them. One of them was Duan Ren, and the other was standing beside him with a flustered look. Jiang Qin's eyes fell upon the person. It was Lu Yishan. "Yishan, what's the matter?" asked Jiang Qin. His intuition told him that something bad must have happened. Otherwise, Lu Yishan wouldn't have come to the Dragon Hall in such a hurry. The Dragon Hall wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Lu Yishan must have told Duan Ren his name, which was why Duan Ren brought him here. "Senior brother Jiang, not long ago Lu Jian of Leopard Hall went to find trouble with us and injured us. Yang Ming and Wei Yun have been seriously injured and are now in a coma." Lu Yishan spoke, the anger in his eyes was hardly concealed. "What?" Jiang Chen's eyes glinted coldly. When he left, he was confident that no one would find trouble with Lu Yishan and the others, but now it seemed that he was wrong. Entering the Dragon Hall was a great deterrent. Ordinary disciples like Li Song naturally wouldn't dare to find trouble with Lu Yishan and the others, but the Leopard Hall was different. 3 days ago, Elder Yuan Qing of the Leopard Hall had lost his face. It was only normal for the disciples to find trouble with him. Let's go and have a look. Chapter 1946. I'll go with you. Duan Ren could tell that Jiang Qin was infuriated. Ever since he was defeated by Jiang Qin 3 days ago, he had always admired Jiang Qin. Now that he saw that Jiang Qin was going to stand up for his senior and junior brothers, he felt that Jiang Qin was a loyal and fearless person. Naturally, Duan Ren had to help him. The Dragon Hall wasn't close to the residence of Lu Yishan and the others, but it was nothing to Jiang Qin and the others. They could fly there with just a thought. In the courtyard, the others were all crying. There were 2 people lying on the ground. They were Yang Ming and Wei Yun. At this moment, the 2 of them were in a very bad state. They were completely unconscious. The injuries on their bodies were very obvious. There were wounds all over their bodies and blood kept flowing out. The injuries were so severe that it was almost fatal. It had almost harmed their origin. If they couldn't be treated as soon as possible, they were afraid that death would be waiting for them even with their immortal venerable cultivation base. Jiang Qin and the others rushed back and saw such a scene. "Senior brother Jiang is back. Senior brother Jiang, you must seek justice for us. That Lu Jian came looking for trouble and injured us without saying a word." Yang Ming and Wei Yun refused to accept it and were almost beaten to death. "That's right, senior brother Jiang. We have mentioned your name, but that Lu Jian didn't care at all. Hurry up and see if they can still be saved." When they saw Jiang Qin, they felt as though they had seen their savior. They saw real hope. "Don't worry. They won't die." Jiang Qin came to the front of Yang Ming and Wei Yun. With a wave of his hand, he struck out a large amount of wood's spiritual qi. Under the strong healing effect of the wood's spiritual qi, the injuries on their bodies healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Good technique." Duan Ren was astonished. Jiang Chen's healing technique could only be described as earth-shattering. Even miraculous pills wouldn't be able to catch up with such a terrifying recovery speed. Jiang Chen's wood spirit qi kept scouring their bodies for 10 minutes before he stopped. At this time, Wei Yun and Yang Ming's aura were much more stable than before. Yes, but their injuries are quite serious. If they want to completely recover, they will need at least a month. "Let's take it easy," Jiang Qin said. Although the 2 of them had suffered damage to their essence, it was not too serious. Additionally, he had appeared in time. Thus, the 3 of them were not in any danger to their lives. However, they would have to spend a month to recover. "All right, since senior brother Jiang has said so, we can rest assured. I'll send them to their rooms to rest first." A disciple carried the 2 of them and walked into one of the rooms. "Senior brother Jiang, you have to give us justice. This is just the beginning." "Yeah, that Lu Jian is from the Leopard Hall. We can't afford to offend him. Plus he's strong. Even if we join forces, we're no match for him." Sigh. I didn't expect the battle in the Immortal Court to be so intense. Everyone had a look of worry on their faces. Some of them even started to regret coming to the Immortal Court. In their original sex in the Immortal Realms, they were all elites, peak-level existences. All along they were the ones bullying others. No one had ever dared to bully them. Who would have thought that after coming to the Immortal Court, everything changed? They became existences at the bottom, existences that could be bullied by anyone. How could they not feel depressed? Don't worry. Such a thing will never happen again in the future. Jiang Qin patted the shoulder of one of them, then turned and walked towards the exit. De Huang Duanren, follow me to the leopard hall. Kaka. De Huang dog laughed excitedly. His mood was very high. The thing that this guy feared the most was to stay idle. Awesome. Duanren gave a thumbs up to Jiang Qin, then followed closely behind. He could see that Jiang Qin was going to break into the leopard hall alone. This was the first time that such a big incident had happened. Moreover, the people of the Dragon Hall were never afraid of trouble. Duanren took the lead and flew towards the leopard hall. What's the cultivation base of that Zhou Xian? Jiang Qin asked curiously. Late Immortal Venerable. About the same as me, but he's no match for me in a real fight. Although the leopard hall has a lot of geniuses, their overall quality is incomparable to our Dragon Hall. Duanren spoke proudly. Although his words were boastful, they weren't boasting. Jiang Qin had witnessed Duanren's strength. Very few geniuses of the same level could suppress Duanren. Very quickly, under Duanren's lead, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog arrived at the mountain peak of the leopard hall. The size of the leopard hall was similar to the dragon hall, occupying a huge mountain peak. Zhou Xian, get your ass out here. Get your ass out here. Get your ass out here. Come here. Jiang Qin circulated his qi and transformed into his dragon form. His voice was transmitted through sound waves reverberating in the sky. Not only the leopard hall but more than half of the immortal court could hear it clearly. Jiang Qin never cared about making a big fuss. The more he stirred up the stagnant water in the immortal court, the better. Initially he didn't know how to stir it up, but Zhou Xian had given him a justifiable reason. In that case, Jiang Qin naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Now that he had the support of the Dragon Hall, he didn't have to worry about anything. According to Duanren, the way the Dragon Hall handled things was fearless. It had always been the people of the Dragon Hall who bullied others. If the people of the Dragon Hall were bullied, they would definitely seek revenge. Zhou Xian had hurt Yang Ming and Wei Yun, which was equivalent to bullying Jiang Qin. As a new disciple of the Dragon Hall, Jiang Qin had to seek justice. Otherwise, it would damage the dignity of the Dragon Hall. If the other disciples of the Dragon Hall knew about this, they would certainly look down on him. So. As soon as Jiang Qin's voice faded, silhouettes flew out from the leopard hall one after another. Who dares to make a fuss in our leopard hall? Are you tired of living? A disciple berated. He was clad in black armor and looked mighty and domineering, but his cultivation base was only at the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. He hadn't even reached the late immortal venerable realm. Jiang Qin finally understood why the Dragon Hall was the first hall. It was true that the number of disciples in the Dragon Hall was much lesser than the Leopard and Tiger Halls, but the quality was incomparable. In the Dragon Hall, there was almost no one below the late immortal venerable realm. I'm Jiang Qin. Ask Zhou Xian to come out and face his death. Chapter 1947. Courting Death. The disciple who shouted earlier was infuriated. A dazzling combat weapon appeared in his hand and he slashed at Jiang Qin. He didn't care who the other party was. The Leopard Hall had given him great confidence and superiority. In his mind, anyone who dared to cause trouble in Leopard Hall deserved to die. Fuck you. Jiang Qin kicked the disciple's chest impatiently. The disciple let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. It was unknown how far the kick had sent the disciple flying, but he was already nowhere to be seen. What a joke. An intermediate immortal venerable dared to show off in front of Jiang Qin? Wasn't he courting death? Jiang Qin had already shown mercy when he kicked the disciple just now. Otherwise, the disciple would have been dead by now. Even so, the kick was enough for him to lie in bed for 3 months. It was almost impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Since Zhou Xian isn't coming out, I'll just kill my way in. Jiang Qin strode towards the mountain peak of Leopard Hall. Those who tried to stop Jiang Qin were all sent flying by Jiang Qin's slap. Domineering. Duanren, who was standing behind Jiang Qin, began to admire Jiang Qin from the bottom of his heart. He really liked Jiang Qin's way of doing things. Jiang Qin was truly fearless. When his temper flared up, he wouldn't care who the person was. Anyone who stood in his way would be beaten up. Dong, after slapping away 5 to 6 disciples of Leopard Hall, Jiang Chen's footsteps landed heavily on the mountain peak where Leopard Hall was located. For a moment the entire mountain peak was shaking. Large cracks appeared on the ground, and the palace at the front collapsed with a loud bang. Violent and domineering, Jiang Chen had displayed his strength to the fullest. He was going to alarm the entire Leopard Hall. So. One after another tyrannical figures flew out of the Leopard Hall. All of them were genius disciples and there were many half-step sovereigns among them. All of them were furious. The Leopard Hall had existed for a long time. Except for Yu Huafan, no one had ever dared to cause trouble in the Leopard Hall. This kid who came out of nowhere actually destroyed their building. This was equivalent to publicly slapping Leopard Hall in the face. This time how could the people of Leopard Hall bear it? Who are you? A half-step great emperor berated loudly. Dragon Hall Jiang Chen, hand over Lu Jian. Jiang Chen went straight to the point and did not beat around the bush. Jiang Chen Duanren, don't go too far. Don't think that your Dragon Hall can be lawless in the Immortal Court. The half-step great emperor's face was full of anger. It seemed like he was going to attack at any moment. If we're talking about lawless, it should be your Leopard Hall. Lu Jian has hurt the new disciple, which means that he's not giving me, Jiang Chen, and the Dragon Hall any face at all. Today I, Jiang Chen, am going to seek justice for my junior brothers and sisters. Hand over Lu Jian. Otherwise I'm going to create havoc in the Leopard Hall. Jiang Chen was incomparably domineering. Motherfucker. It's this Jiang Chen again. This bastard is too ferocious. He has already done something big 3 days ago. How dare he create havoc in the Leopard Hall today? Yeah. He's too arrogant. He's too audacious, but I admire him very much. Lu Jian is to be blamed for this. He provoked those newcomers just because he's a disciple of the Leopard Hall. I heard that he injured 2 of them. It's no wonder that Jiang Chen is angry. Plus, the current Jiang Chen is no longer the same Jiang Chen 3 days ago. Not only does he possess terrifying strength, but he's also a disciple of the Dragon Hall. Naturally, he isn't afraid of the Leopard Hall. Many people had already gathered in the surroundings. Such a huge commotion would naturally attract a lot of attention. Jiang Chen had become the focus of countless eyes since the first day he appeared in the Immortal Court. Today's havoc in the Leopard Hall had pushed his fame to the peak. Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. Don't you know what kind of place this is? At this time a man shouted and pointed at Jiang Chen. Who are you? Asked Jiang Chen coldly. I'm Lu Jian. Those 2 trash have disrespected me. Naturally they have to accept my punishment. They can only blame themselves for being weak. Offending me is a dead end. If they weren't the disciples of the Immortal Court, they would have been dead by now. Lu Jian spoke arrogantly. This was the territory of the Leopard Hall. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen at all. Moreover, he was very confident in his cultivation base. He felt that he had the strength to fight Jiang Chen. Even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Is that so? Said Jiang Chen. Then he turned into a whirlwind of nothingness and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment he appeared beside Lu Jian. Not good. Lu Jian sighed inwardly. He could feel an extremely violent energy enshrouding him. Under the shroud of this energy, it was incomparably difficult for him to move, let alone resist or escape. At this moment, Lu Jian realized that he had truly underestimated Jiang Chen. The gap between him and Jiang Chen wasn't just a little bit. Now that he was shrouded by Jiang Chen's energy, he suddenly felt isolated. Even though there were so many experts around him, he still felt like he was alone. Swoosh. Jiang Chen grabbed Lu Jian's neck, and with a sway of his body he came to the place where he attacked, standing opposite to the disciples of Leopard Hall. What? The people of Leopard Hall exclaimed. They couldn't even see how Jiang Chen attacked from such a close distance. That speed had already reached the level of earth-shattering. More importantly, Lu Jian, a late immortal venerable, didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. Damn it. How did he do it? What kind of heaven-defying identity is that? It's too fast. Where did this brat come from? Another monstrous genius has appeared in the Dragon Hall. Each of the disciples of the Leopard Hall had an unpleasant look on their faces. Until now they still couldn't accept this fact. Many of them were still thinking about how Jiang Chen attacked and how his speed could be so fast. Even Duan Ren, who was standing at the back, couldn't help but grin. He finally understood that Jiang Chen had gone easy on him during the battle with Jiang Chen. This newcomer who was chosen by Feng Jingyang was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Jiang Chen, let him go. This is the Leopard Hall, not a place for you to behave atrociously. The half-step sovereign shouted once more, using a commanding tone to ask Jiang Chen to let them go. Chapter 1948. Release him. You are thinking too much. Jiang Chen didn't put the half-step sovereign in his eyes at all. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see through the half-step sovereign at first glance. Although they were both half-step sovereigns, this person was a level lower than Yu Feng. Even if they were to fight, Jiang Chen wouldn't care. As for Lu Jian, he had to pay a heavy price for doing something wrong. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? This is Leopard Hall. Sensing the pressure and killing intent from Jiang Chen, Lu Jian's facial expression changed completely. His eyes were filled with fear. Under Jiang Chen's control, he couldn't even move an inch. Even though he had heard that Jiang Chen had sent a half-step sovereign flying with a punch, he still couldn't believe it without seeing it with his own eyes. Therefore, he didn't put too much attention on Jiang Chen. But now Jiang Chen had made him understand how foolish and ignorant his previous thoughts and actions were. Lu Jian was extremely shocked. He was a late immortal venerable expert after all. Now that he had fallen into the hands of an opponent whose cultivation base was weaker than him, he couldn't even move a little. This was a kind of irony, but it was already too late for him to realize this. Now he could only pray that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to attack him because of the pressure from Leopard Hall. However, perhaps Lu Jian also understood that this extravagant hope of his was probably just an extravagant hope. Since Jiang Chen dared to break into Leopard Hall alone, he might not be afraid of Leopard Hall. Besides, Jiang Chen had already sent numerous disciples flying and destroyed a building of Leopard Hall. What else could Lu Jian hope for when he was faced with such a courageous person? Don't use Leopard Hall to pressure me, Lu Jian. You have to pay the price for doing something wrong. It's better not to stir up trouble without absolute strength. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent. Then he struck Lu Jian's chi-si with lightning speed. Bang! Poog! With a loud bang, Lu Jian spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if he had suffered a great deal of pain, and his face was distorted. Everyone could feel that the immortal qi in Lu Jian's chi-si was rapidly draining away, like a punctured balloon. In the blink of an eye, it was completely drained away. Jiang Chen, you crippled me. After realizing his own situation, Lu Jian fell into complete despair. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be so ruthless and cripple him. To a mighty cultivator, being crippled was far more painful than being killed. It was a kind of unbearable pain that made him wish he was dead. In particular, a figure like Lu Jian, who had reached the late immortal venerable realm at such a young age and was a disciple of Leopard Hall, had an extraordinary status and identity. He was admired and envied by countless of ordinary disciples. No matter where he went, he would be treated with respect. To put it bluntly, he was already at the top of the pyramid. Now that he had been thrown down from the top of the pyramid, the despair he felt was incomprehensible to ordinary people. Lu Jian was a disciple of Leopard Hall. Once again, Lu Jian spurted out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This was all because of his anger. At this moment, Lu Jian was in complete despair. Jiang Chen's palm strike had made him understand the true meaning of despair. Jiang Chen, you're courting death. On the other side, the half-step sovereign expert was furious. Since the establishment of the Leopard Hall, no one had ever dared to act so wildly here. He even crippled a genius of the Leopard Hall in front of so many disciples. This was a slap to the Leopard Hall's face. Pong! The half-step sovereign's chi billowed. He transformed into a ferocious wild beast and lunged at Jiang Chen. Humph! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly and threw Lu Jian down. Then a golden dragon whizzed out and rushed towards the savage beast. Although this disciple of Leopard Hall was also a half-step sovereign, he had just advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. His cultivation base wasn't stable yet. He wasn't even on the same level as Yu Feng. Jiang Chen didn't care about him at all. Hong Long. The golden dragon collided with the wild beast. Violent energy rolled out, destroying the entire void. Under the impact of the golden dragon, the incomparably powerful wild beast was instantly destroyed. The half-step sovereign was greatly shaken. He couldn't help but take a few steps back to stabilize his body. What? The man exclaimed and stared at Jiang Chen with eyes full of disbelief. In his eyes, Jiang Qin was merely an intermediate immortal venerable while he was a mighty half-step sovereign who was 2 levels higher than Jiang Qin. How could he accept that he was defeated under such circumstances? You're right. You're right. You're right. So this is what a genius of Leopard Hall is capable of. If you go looking for trouble in the future, I won't show any mercy. Lu Jian is your example. Jiang Qin spoke loudly, then turned to leave. He had already achieved his goal by crippling Lu Jian. He had avenged Yang Ming and Wei Yun's resentment. Furthermore, he wasn't arrogant enough to fight the entire Leopard Hall alone. Jiang Qin, do you think you can leave so easily after injuring my men? Another yell was heard. Another half-step sovereign genius walked out of the Leopard Hall. He was much stronger than the previous one. As soon as he appeared, he launched a decisive attack at Jiang Qin. A huge palm as large as the sky enveloped Jiang Qin like a cage. Since you won't let me go, I won't leave. Jiang Qin's battle intent was unparalleled. He was infuriated. He had always been fearless, especially when it came to battles. Once his blood was stimulated, he would go crazy and disregard everything. Just like now, he was about to leave, but the Leopard Hall didn't give him a chance to leave. In that case, Jiang Qin might as well not leave. Since they wanted to fight, he might as well fight to his heart's content. After all, he was now a disciple of the Dragon Hall with a powerful backer, so he wasn't afraid of the Leopard Hall. Clang! The Heavenly Saint sword turned into a dazzling dragon, rippling in Jiang Qin's hand. Then, under Jiang Qin's control, it slashed at the half-step sovereign's attack. Hong Long. It was an earth-shattering slash that contained almost all of Jiang Qin's energy. It was enough to tear the opponent's attack apart. Fusion of Dragon and Sword. Chapter 1949. So powerful. Duan Ren was shocked when he saw Jiang Qin's move. When he fought with Yu Feng, both of them had held back. Therefore, Duan Ren had always doubted Jiang Qin's true strength. Now that he saw Jiang Qin's Dragon Sword unification, he finally had a better understanding of Jiang Qin's strength. He even believed that Yu Feng might not be a match for Jiang Qin in a life-and-death battle. Rumble. All the attacks of the half-step Emperor expert were completely destroyed by Jiang Qin's sword. After destroying his opponent's attack, Jiang Qin's sword attack did not decrease. At the same time, he displayed the Great Void technique and appeared behind the half-step Emperor expert like a ghost. Not good. The half-step Emperor expert of the Leopard Hall shouted inwardly. An ice-cold killing intent and chill came from his back. Jiang Qin's speed was too fast, so fast that he didn't even have the chance to react. Tila. The combat sword slashed at the half-step sovereign's body with unerring accuracy. Even so, Jiang Qin's sword had left a bone-deep wound on his back. The sword chi had also entered his body, causing great damage to him. Jiang Qin's sword had slashed at the half-step sovereign's body with unerring accuracy. It could be imagined that if the half-step emperor had reacted a little slower, his intestines would have been cut open. You want to stop me with such little ability? The geniuses of your Leopard Hall are really disappointing. Jiang Qin instantly returned to his half-human half-dragon form. The sword in his hand emitted a fiery light, giving off a domineering feeling. It was a powerful deterrent. One sword was enough to stun everyone present. Just like now, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. No one dared to believe such a scene. How can this monstrous genius be so terrifying? That's a half-step Emperor expert of the Leopard Hall, but he couldn't even take one move from him. Damn, the Dragon Hall has picked up a treasure again. Moreover, the more domineering and heaven-defying he is, the more Feng Jingyang will like him. Even if he comes to the Leopard Hall to act arrogantly and injure people, Feng Jingyang will protect him. That's right. The Leopard Hall has always been domineering. Feng Jingyang is famous for being protective of his disciples. Moreover, this incident started because Lu Jianqiu injured a new disciple. Jiang Qin is in the right. The Dragon Hall's domineering nature is not worthy of a reward. Moreover, Jiang Qin is in the right now. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Qin's powerful performance. Many of them had witnessed Jiang Qin's ability 3 days ago, but now, it seemed like that wasn't Jiang Qin's full strength. Voila! All the disciples of the Leopard Hall moved. More than a dozen of them surrounded Jiang Qin and Duan Ren. De Huang Dog stood outside the circle and watched the show leisurely. It was a conflict between the disciples of the Dragon Hall and the Leopard Hall. There was no need for him to intervene. He believed that Jiang Qin would be able to handle it. If the Leopard Hall sent an elder-level great sovereign, De Huang Dog wouldn't be polite. The current De Huang Dog was completely different from how he was 3 days ago. His great sovereign law had increased by 10. An ordinary third-grade great sovereign was no match for him. Jiangchen Duanren, you two are too arrogant. You came to our Leopard Hall to cause trouble and injure people. Do you really think that there's no one in our Leopard Hall? A mighty half-step sovereign shouted at Jiangchen and Duanren with a soaring chi. Among the group of people that surrounded Jiangchen and Duanren, there were 4 half-step sovereigns and the rest were late immortal venerables. Such a lineup could no longer be described as domineering. In the entire immortal court, these people were the true geniuses. If they were ordinary disciples, they would have wet their pants in fear. In the entire immortal court, it was afraid that only the disciples of the Dragon Hall would have the guts to injure people in the Leopard Hall. Don't put labels on us. We're just here to seek justice. If you want to fight, we'll gladly oblige. Jiangchen spoke, his face showing no sign of fear in the face of the dozen of people. That's right. The Dragon Hall has never been afraid of causing trouble. The chi waves on Duanren's body began to roll. His battle intent soared. As a disciple of the Dragon Hall, he never knew what cowardice was. Let's attack together and let them know the power of the Leopard Hall. A disciple of the Leopard Hall said, gritting his teeth. So many people bullying the two of them. Your Leopard Hall is really powerful. Just at this time, a voice was heard from afar. Then everyone saw a dozen powerful silhouettes flying over from afar. The leader was clad in red. She was Hong Ying of the Dragon Hall. The people of the Dragon Hall are here. There's going to be a great battle between the two halls. Each and every one of the people of the Dragon Hall is arrogant. They won't be easy to deal with. Although the number of people in the Dragon Hall is small, each and every one of them is a freak. Even the Tiger Hall and Leopard Hall wouldn't dare to provoke them. At this critical moment, the people of the Dragon Hall had appeared. The situation seemed to be more serious than they had imagined. Given the temper of these geniuses, a single word of disagreement would cause a war between the two halls. In the blink of an eye, Hong Ying and Yu Feng brought the people from Dragon Hall to the front. They emitted a powerful aura that forced the disciples from Leopard Hall to retreat. As the saying went, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Dragon Hall had always been arrogant and overbearing. Even though they were in Leopard Hall's territory, the people from Leopard Hall seemed to be lacking in confidence. Does the Leopard Hall have any shame? So many people bullying two people is simply bullshit. Zhang Yao, aren't you very arrogant? If you have the guts, come and fight with me. Yu Feng started scolding. Even though he was standing in front of the gate of the Leopard Hall, he still dared to scold. The person he pointed out was the one who was about to attack Jiangchen. The Dragon Hall is getting more and more arrogant. Do you really think that the Leopard Hall is afraid of you? Today Jiangchen came here to hurt people. He has already tarnished the reputation of the Leopard Hall. We can't let this matter go. Zhang Yao also acted tough. He was now the representative of the Leopard Hall. If he didn't act tough, the Leopard Hall would really have no place to put its face. If we can't let this matter go, then let's fight. Hong Ying was also a heroic person. If there was a disagreement, she would start a fight. Let's fight. Why would we be afraid of them? Today, let's completely shatter the arrogance of the Dragon Hall. That's right. Don't you know what kind of place this is? Come on, let's fight. Chapter 1950. Hong Long. Innumerable waves of chi began to roll, forming a battlefield in the sky above the Leopard Hall. The Dragon Hall and the Leopard Hall were standing opposite each other with unparalleled battle intent. By God! They are really going to fight. Seems like they are going to fight. The Dragon Hall has always been overbearing. In order to protect Jiangchen and Duanren, they will definitely take action. Although the Leopard Hall isn't as powerful as the Dragon Hall, it's still one of the 3 great halls of the Immortal Court. If they remain indifferent to Jiangchen's attack, they will be laughed at and looked down upon by the outsiders. If they don't vent their anger, they will never be able to raise their heads in front of the Dragon Hall. The Leopard Hall is defending their dignity. They have to fight. These guys are all heaven-defying existences. I wonder how big the commotion will be if they really fight. Both the Dragon Hall and the Leopard Hall have great sovereign-level disciples, but they haven't shown up yet. Those who have reached that level won't show up easily. For an existence like Yu Huafan, he won't be interested in the battle between disciples. If he shows up, it will only lower his status. Everyone was excited. One should know that although the three great halls of the Immortal Court didn't get along well with each other, there had never been a large-scale battle. It was the first time that 20 to 30 disciples were going to fight each other. No matter what the outcome was, it was still exciting. It had only been 3 days since Zhou Xian arrived in the Immortal Court, but he had already been known by all the disciples. On his first day, he had attracted Feng Jingyang's attention and accepted him as a disciple of the Dragon Hall. Today he had barged into the Leopard Hall alone, injuring people and crippling Lu Jian. His behavior was extremely arrogant and despotic. He didn't put the Leopard Hall in his eyes at all. Although the Dragon Hall was arrogant, it was the first one to be so arrogant. In the past, Yu Huafan had barged into the Leopard Hall, but he was a powerful second-grade great sovereign, an outstanding figure among the young generation of the Immortal Court. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 genius. What was Zhou Xian? He was merely an intermediate immortal venerable disciple and a newcomer. His strength was simply explosive. Yunyang, your Leopard Hall is getting bolder. You actually dare to duel with us? Yu Feng said with a sneer. The leader of the Leopard Hall was called Yunyang. His cultivation base was on par with Yu Feng. His reputation in the Immortal Court was also on par with Yu Feng. The two of them had always been rivals. Now he was the representative figure of the Dragon Hall and Leopard Hall. Humph! Your Dragon Hall has gone too far. How dare you fight in front of our Leopard Hall? Do you really think our Leopard Hall is easy to bully? Today, unless Zhou Xian leaves behind an arm, we will not let this matter rest. Yunyang snorted coldly. His performance was incomparably domineering. It seemed like he was going to fight it out with Long Tang today. However, Yunyang had no other choice. He naturally knew that the people of Dragon Hall weren't easy to deal with. Putting aside Yu Feng, Hong Ying was also a very tricky figure to deal with. However, he had no choice but to step forward now because today's incident had already attracted a lot of spectators. If he flinched after being attacked, he wouldn't only be losing face but the entire Leopard Hall. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Once he lost his arm, Dragon Hall would become more and more arrogant in the future. They would look down on Leopard Hall more and more. Today's incident would even leave a shadow in the hearts of the disciples of Leopard Hall, making them feel inferior when they saw the people of Dragon Hall in the future. In that case, there's nothing else to say. Let's see who's stronger. Yu Feng was known as a madman. He was a man who loved to fight. It was impossible for his opponent to take away one of Zhou Qian's arms. Since that was the case, there was nothing else to say. Long Tang had never been afraid of anyone before. Yu Feng was a madman who loved to fight. Hong Long. Yu Feng was the first to make a move. He carried a frightening wave of qi that covered the sky as he rushed towards Yunyang. On the opposite side, Yunyang wasn't to be outdone either. In the blink of an eye, he and Yu Feng were engaged in a fierce battle. The two old rivals were locked in a stalemate. Fight! Duan Ren's imposing manner was like a rainbow. He casually chose an opponent and struck out with the heavens-breaking cliff. It's been a long time since I fought. Seems like I can have a painful battle today. Hong Ying giggled. A red silk appeared in her hand. With a casual flick, it flew towards a half-step sovereign expert of Leopard Hall like a fiery red dragon. On the other side, a half-step sovereign was charging at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian wasn't afraid at all. He slashed out with the Heavenly Saint Sword. Given his current combat strength, half-step sovereigns were nothing in his eyes. These half-step sovereigns were geniuses of the Immortal Court. If they were ordinary half-step sovereigns, he would have killed them in a single move. If Zhou Xian were to fight against someone like Li Wangye wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from Zhou Xian. The battle between Zhou Xian and Yu Feng when they first entered the Dragon Hall ended in a draw. Therefore, unless a great sovereign genius appeared in Leopard Hall, no one could do anything to Zhou Xian. Hong Long. The entire sky was tainted by the terrifying combat strength. The heaven and earth shook. The void of the entire Immortal Court was ravaged. The geniuses of the two halls were locked in a fierce battle. It was the first time such a large-scale battle had occurred in the Immortal Court. On the other side, De Huang Dog was wagging his sturdy tail as if he was watching a show. He had no intention of joining the battle. After all, this was a battle between the young disciples of the two halls. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to join the battle. Furthermore, if De Huang Dog chose to join the battle, It would be the doomsday for the disciples of Leopard Hall. There was no need for them to continue the battle. De Huang Dog had 30 great sovereign laws now. Even an ordinary third-grade great sovereign might not be a match for him. However, his presence here was enough to deter others. The current situation of the battle was obvious. Although Leopard Hall had more disciples, their overall strength wasn't as monstrous as Dragon Hall. So if the battle continued, Leopard Hall would be the one to suffer. As for Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog wasn't worried at all. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, it would be hard for him to be injured. De Huang Dog had made up his mind. If there was a great sovereign elder in Leopard Hall, he would join the battle. If there wasn't, he would just sit back and watch the show. In any case, Jiang Chen wouldn't suffer any losses. Hong Long. The battle was incomparably fierce. Everyone in Leopard Hall must have been alerted, but there was neither a great sovereign genius disciple nor a powerful elder. It seemed like the internal department of Leopard Hall had acquiesced to the battle between the young disciples. After all, it was a matter of face. A genius disciple like Yu Huafan wouldn't join the battle, so it wasn't appropriate for an elder to join the battle. Along with a blood-curdling scream, a disciple of Leopard Hall's arm was broken by a broken blade, and he was sent flying away. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1951. Haha, Leopard Hall is just so. Do you think you can fight our Dragon Hall with just this? Duan Ren laughed heartily. After sending one of them flying, he charged towards the other groups. On the other side, Hong Ying's opponent was also being suppressed by Hong Ying. He didn't have much strength to fight back. Yun Yang was also having a hard time fighting against Yu Feng. As for Jiang Chen's side, it was needless to say that he was beating the half-step sovereign genius with a single sword. Even the half-step sovereign expert of Leopard Hall was in such a state, let alone the others. Not long after the battle began, the morale of Leopard Hall began to wane. The strength of the Dragon Hall was well known. The people of the Leopard Hall were originally timid, and now they had lost the fighting spirit they had at the beginning. It's obvious that Leopard Hall is no match for them. That's right. Although they have more people, they are no match for the ferocity of the Dragon Hall. Let's not talk about Yu Feng and Hong Ying. Look at that Jiang Chen. He is even more monstrous than Yu Huafan. His current cultivation base is merely at the intermediate immortal venerable realm, but his combat strength is scarier than a half-step sovereign. One should know that none of those half-step sovereigns are easy to deal with. All of them are existences that can fight first-grade great sovereigns. Doesn't that mean that Jiang Chen has the combat strength of a first-grade great sovereign even though he is only at the intermediate immortal venerable realm? What kind of monstrous genius is he? That's right. He's too heaven-defying. No wonder Feng Jingyang thinks so highly of him. As long as he is given time to grow, he will surpass Yu Huafan sooner or later and become the #1 genius of the Immortal Court. Look, the momentum of Leopard Hall is getting weaker and weaker. Each and every one of the Dragon Hall is a battle maniac. Leopard Hall won't be able to hold on any longer. Dragon Hall's position in the Immortal Court is unshakable. Even the Sovereign Lord has to give Feng Jingyang some face. Of course. Who doesn't know Feng Jingyang's temper? He will do anything if he is provoked. Plus, his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the 5th-grade Great Sovereign Realm. He is the last hope of the Immortal Court to advance to the 6th-grade Great Sovereign Realm. Once he becomes a 6th-grade Great Sovereign, he will become a first-class figure in the Immortal Court. The number of onlookers increased and the voices of discussion increased. The strength of the Dragon Hall made everyone feel helpless. The importance of the Dragon Hall in the Immortal Court was getting more and more important. Moreover, the people that were trained by Feng Jingyang had the same temperament as Feng Jingyang. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the interior of the Leopard Hall. Then an old man with an incomparably powerful aura flew out. He was a powerful 3rd-grade Great Sovereign. Ho. Unfortunately, the deterrence of a 3rd-grade Great Sovereign didn't seem to be much. Just as the elder shouted, Jiang Chen sent his opponent flying with a kick, and then charged towards the other person with his sword. He didn't put the 3rd-grade Great Sovereign in his eyes at all, as if the opponent didn't exist. Seeing that Jiang Chen had no intention of stopping, Yu Feng and the others also continued to attack. Once again they clashed with the people of Leopard Hall. Very well. Your Dragon Hall's little brats are becoming more and more outrageous. You don't even take this old man's words to heart. Since you are so disrespectful to me, I will teach you a lesson. The third-grade Great Sovereign Elder's face was filled with anger, and his heart was incomparably gloomy. He was a third-grade Great Sovereign, an Elder of Leopard Hall, and had a supreme position in the Immortal Court. Usually, every disciple would show respect to him. But now, a group of youngsters had turned a deaf ear to his words and completely looked down on him. This had greatly reduced his sense of existence, and he felt that he had lost a lot of face. How could he not be angry? Swoosh. However, just as the elder was about to move, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Old man, why are you getting involved in the fight between the youngsters? Don't you know what shame is? The one who spoke was none other than De Huang Dog, who had been squatting at the side. The reason why Jiang Chen ignored the elder was because De Huang Dog was still there. He wholeheartedly wanted to help Heaven Sovereign. That was why he wanted the Immortal Court to be in chaos. The bigger the conflict, the better. As long as Jiang Chen was given a chance, he would definitely make the situation worse. Looking at De Huang Dog, many of them recalled what had happened that day. It seemed that this dog had sent Li Song's grandfather, Li Yuan, flying with his head. One should know that Li Yuan was a second-grade Great Sovereign. Even though the one who had appeared was a third-grade Great Sovereign, no one dared to look down on this dog. Everyone knew that this dog was a true demon, the Arch. Who would dare to underestimate a powerful demon, the Arch? Unless they didn't want to live anymore. Where did this dog come from? Get lost. The elder was infuriated instantly. Given his status, he was already angry enough when a group of youngsters ignored him. Now, a dog had appeared out of nowhere and dared to stand in his way. This was simply a humiliation to him. The elder waved his hand and slapped at De Huang Dog's head. In his opinion, this slap was enough to smash the dog's head into pieces, leaving no chance for the dog to dodge. Unexpectedly, De Huang Dog didn't even have the intention to dodge. He bared his teeth and slammed his head against the elder's palm. This action almost angered the elder to death. Motherfucker, you're not giving me any face at all. You don't even have a sense of existence. A dog actually dared to use its head to block my attack. Even if you don't want to live anymore, you should at least leave me some face so that I can show off a little. The elder secretly made up his mind to smash the dog's head into pieces. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart and establish his dignity. Bang. However, when the third-grade Great Sovereign's palm landed heavily on De Huang Dog's head, a sound of iron being struck was heard, and even sparks were produced. The scene of the dog's head being smashed did not happen. Instead, the third-grade Great Sovereign felt that his palm was going numb, as if cracks were about to appear on it. What? The elder exclaimed on the spot. His eyes stared at De Huang Dog in front of him without blinking, as if he had seen a ghost. The head had always been the weakest part of a human, even if it was a demon beast. Moreover, the dog's cultivation base was only at the first-grade Great Sovereign realm during the collision just now, but its head was way too tough. Motherfucker. Do you really think that you can smash Master Dog's head? You're overestimating yourself. De Huang Dog's battle intent was unparalleled. He shook his huge head and charged towards the elder once again. I don't believe it. The elder was furious. Once again he launched a powerful attack. His target was still the De Huang Dog's head. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1952. Clang clang. The following battle made everyone dumbfounded. De Huang Dog didn't use any other moves. It was just an indestructible dog head that kept colliding with the powerful attacks of the third-grade Great Sovereign. Sparks flew everywhere. In the end, the third-grade Great Sovereign didn't even have the slightest bit of anger. He had exerted almost all of his strength, but not only did he fail to cause any damage to De Huang Dog's head, he even felt uncomfortable from the impact. Motherfucker. The elder was about to vomit blood. He had come out with the intention of ending this battle, but who would have thought that he would also fall into it? If he fell into it, then so be it. It was fine even if he won. But now he had used all his strength, but he couldn't do anything to a dog. This was really too embarrassing. Come on. What kind of dog is this? How can he be so powerful? Even a third-grade Great Sovereign can't do anything to him. Amazing. No wonder Jiang Chen is so arrogant. He actually has such a heaven-defying demon sovereign by his side. It's really enviable. It would be great if I have such a powerful demon sovereign by my side. You're thinking too much. Such a demon sovereign would rarely follow a human. It's even more impossible for them to be subdued by a human. This dog has such a good relationship with Zhou Xian. Can only mean that Zhou Xian is very charming. AI. Leopard Hall is really embarrassed today. I wonder how this matter will end. The situation was getting more and more intense. This matter was caused by Lu Jian. If Lu Jian didn't provoke Zhang Chen's people, Zhang Chen wouldn't have come to their doorstep. Leopard Hall wouldn't lose face and Lu Jian wouldn't become a cripple. Many people felt that Lu Jian was too stupid. Li Song was a good example. At that time, Zhang Chen wasn't a member of the Dragon Hall yet, but he still dared to cause such a huge commotion. Now that Zhang Chen had joined the Dragon Hall, he became even more unscrupulous. Lu Jian choosing to provoke Zhang Chen at this time was simply courting death. The battle was getting more and more intense. The disciples of the Leopard Hall were starting to lose. Many of them were screaming and retreating with serious injuries. The only elder who managed to come out was completely entangled by the Huang dog. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. How could he have the chance to help the other disciples? All of you stop. At this moment, another shout was heard from the Leopard Hall. An old man walked out. This old man's eyes were incomparably sharp. He looked like a person that was not to be trifled with. As a matter of fact, he was not to be trifled with. Who would dare to provoke a fourth-grade great sovereign? After the elder appeared, the battle immediately stopped. Everyone stopped what they were doing. In fact, the battle itself was almost over because the people of Leopard Hall basically had no ability to continue fighting. It's Elder Xiangmu. He's the great elder of the Dragon Hall, a peak fourth-grade great sovereign. The people of the Dragon Hall won't dare to touch him anymore. At this point in time, only a fourth-grade great sovereign can stop the battle. I wonder what Elder Xiangmu will do next. Will he take action? The appearance of a fourth-grade great sovereign silenced the noisy scene immediately. This was the deterrence of a fourth-grade great sovereign. Even a madman like Yu Feng had to give face to a fourth-grade great sovereign. Great Elder. Please help us, Great Elder. The Dragon Hall has gone too far. Yes, Great Elder. Many of our disciples are injured. Seeing Xiangmu, the disciples of Leopard Hall immediately went up to him as if they saw their savior. Shut up. Xiangmu glared at those disciples, his eyes were filled with reproach. His meaning was obvious. Who can you blame if you don't have the ability? The higher-ups like Xiangmu had been secretly watching the battle. After all, the disciples of the Dragon Hall were all young, so it was not appropriate for them to show up directly. Moreover, Xiangmu wanted to see the real gap between the disciples of the Leopard Hall and the Dragon Hall. If the Leopard Hall could win, the reputation of the Leopard Hall would grow, and they would no longer be suppressed by the Dragon Hall. Unfortunately, it seemed like it was an extravagant hope. The strength of the Dragon Hall was not just a rumor. The Leopard Hall was losing ground. It wasn't easy for them to send out a third-grade great sovereign, but he couldn't even defeat a dog. If the battle continued, the Leopard Hall would lose all their face. The disciples of the Leopard Hall are just Esu. Our Dragon Hall has learned something today. Junior brother Zhangchen, let's go. Yu Feng said in front of Xiangmu, then left with the people of the Dragon Hall. Zhangchen and a Huang dog looked at each other, then turned and left. Great Elder, are we just going to let them go? A disciple said anxiously. All right. Haven't we embarrassed ourselves enough? Go back and cultivate properly. Xiangmu said angrily. He also wanted to make Zhangchen stay. After all, the Leopard Hall had lost a lot of face today. However, Xiangmu was very clear that if he insisted on making things difficult for the disciples of the Dragon Hall, the higher-ups of the Dragon Hall would definitely appear, and even Feng Jingyang would be involved. At that time, with Feng Jingyang's strength, not only would the Leopard Hall lose their face, they would also lose even more face. It would be useless even if the Hall Master of the Leopard Hall appeared. Moreover, the Leopard Hall was in the wrong today. There was no need to continue to make trouble. Xiangmu was very clear about this, so he could only suffer in silence. On the other side, Zhangchen was somewhat surprised that the Leopard Hall could leave so easily. This was not the result he wanted. He originally wanted to continue to make trouble, and let the higher-ups of the two halls appear. He did not expect Xiangmu to be so wise. This Xiangmu is a very smart person. He knows that the Leopard Hall won't have a good ending if he continues to make trouble, so he simply let it go. Zhangchen said. That's right. The Leopard Hall won't have a good ending if they continue to make trouble. De Huang Dog said. However, this matter is almost over. Zhou Xian and the others have been avenged. Moreover, the enmity between the Dragon Hall and the Leopard Hall has been completely formed. It will only grow deeper in the future. This is a good thing. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Any action that would cause chaos in the Immortal Court was a good thing. The more chaotic the Immortal Court was, the more he wanted to see it. Moreover, Jiang Qin had a better understanding of the strength and influence of the Dragon Hall through today's matter. This also made Jiang Qin more convinced that he must win the Dragon Hall over to Heaven Sovereign's side, especially Feng Jingyang. It would be great if Heaven Sovereign could use him. Next, Jiang Qin would continue to take things one step at a time. Chapter 1953. After everyone returned to the Dragon Hall, Hong Ying took out her private stash of fine wine, and the senior and junior brothers drank to their heart's content. It was truly a scene of heroism. Jiang Qin was also influenced by such an atmosphere. He personally enjoyed interacting with such people. From Feng Jingyang to every disciple in the Dragon Hall, Jiang Qin liked them from the bottom of his heart. Almost every one of them had a bright future ahead of them. Junior brother Jiang, you're really brave. You actually dared to charge into the Leopard Hall alone. Awesome. That's right. Junior brother Jiang is indeed heroic. Our Dragon Hall likes people like you. Today we'll have a great battle and teach those guys from the Leopard Hall a good lesson. That's for sure. They're still too inexperienced to fight against our Dragon Hall. Each of the disciples of the Dragon Hall was in high spirits. They didn't feel that what they had done was wrong. Jiang Qin initially thought that he had made a mistake this time and might be reprimanded by Feng Jingyang. But now it seemed that it wasn't what he had thought. Feng Jingyang hadn't appeared from the beginning to the end. The meaning was clear. The master of the Dragon Hall had turned a blind eye to what the disciples of the Dragon Hall had done. As the saying goes, a soldier is like a general. It was the same for the Dragon Hall. Like master, like disciple. The disciples of the Dragon Hall must have understood Feng Jingyang's nature and temper, which was why they chose to attack without restraint. Moreover, they did not feel that there was anything wrong with their actions. In other words, if they were at a disadvantage and did not dare to attack, Feng Jingyang would appear. At that time, they would all point at their noses and scold them, saying that they had embarrassed themselves. Why didn't you invite me for a drink? A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone immediately looked towards the source of the voice and saw a man in an azure blue robe walking out of the void. The man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old with a faintly discernible smile on his face. He was very handsome and had a heroic spirit between his brows. At a glance, one could tell that he was a dragon among men. It was impossible for anyone to forget him when he appeared in a place. Eldest senior brother. Seeing the person who came, everyone became excited. One by one, they immediately stood up from their seats and ran to the eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, when did you return? Why didn't you tell us in advance? That's right. Big senior brother, you didn't see it. Today we went to teach those guys from Leopard Hall a lesson. The young man who suddenly appeared was the legendary great senior brother of the Dragon Hall, the supreme genius of the Immortal Court, Yu Huafen. You've done well. This time I was suddenly summoned back by Master. I still don't know what happened. Yu Huafen shrugged. As a young second-grade great sovereign and one of the best peerless experts in the Immortal Court, he did not put on any airs in front of his senior and junior brothers. Judging from this, the atmosphere in the Dragon Hall was indeed harmonious. Jiang Qin walked up to Yu Huafen, cupped his fists and said, Jiang Qin greets eldest senior brother. Jiang Qin was very interested in this legendary great senior brother. He had always been interested in experts. It had been a few days since he came to the Dragon Hall, and he had been listening to the legends about this great senior brother. Apart from himself, this great senior brother was the first person who went to the Leopard Hall alone. He's the new disciple of Master. He can't be wrong. I've already heard about the matter of you going to the Leopard Hall. You've done a good job. Those guys from the Leopard Hall and the Tiger Hall need to be taught a lesson. Yu Huafen spoke. His eyes swept across Jiang Qin and nodded. Apparently he was very satisfied with his new junior brother. Jiang Qin smiled. His first impression of this great senior brother was very good. Just like the other disciples of the Dragon Hall, Jiang Qin had a good first impression of this great senior brother. A disciple personally selected by Feng Jingyang couldn't be wrong. Huafen Jiangchen, come and see me. At this moment, Feng Jingyang's voice suddenly resounded in the sky, calling for Jiang Qin and Yu Huafan to see him. Master's calling for you. There must be something important. Hurry up and go, said Hong Ying. Yes, I think there must be something important. Otherwise, great senior brother wouldn't be called back. Yu Feng nodded and said. Jiang Qin and Yu Huafan didn't waste any time and went straight to Feng Jingyang's residence. The Dragon Hall only occupied a mountain peak, which wasn't big compared to the Immortal Court. Therefore it was very easy for Jiang Qin and Yu Huafan to go to Feng Jingyang's residence. Creek. Feng Jingyang's cultivation place was at the center of the Dragon Hall. It was a palace. When Jiang Qin and Yu Huafan arrived, the door of the palace opened automatically. Jiang Qin and Yu Huafan exchanged a glance and walked into the palace at the same time. They saw Feng Jingyang sitting at the center of the palace. Master. The two of them greeted Feng Jingyang at the same time. Huafan, what did you gain from your trip? Asked Feng Jingyang. Quite a lot. My cultivation base has reached the peak of second grade Great Sovereign Realm, only a step away from the third grade Great Sovereign Realm. Yu Huafan said honestly. He was extremely respectful in front of Feng Jingyang. Not bad. Feng Jingyang nodded and praised. Before Jiang Qin came, Yu Huafan was his proudest disciple. I see that Master's complexion is not bad and his qi is fluctuating. He should be advancing to the 6th grade Great Sovereign soon. Yu Huafan said with a smile. At my level, everything can only depend on luck. Feng Jingyang said. Jiang Qin nodded secretly. Feng Jingyang had his own attitude towards cultivation, and he was calm and not impetuous. It was only a matter of time for a person like him to advance. Master, what's the matter that made you so anxious for me to come back? Asked Yu Huafan. There's indeed a matter. It's neither a big nor a small matter. 7 days later is the birthday of the island lord of demonic Immortal Island, Tianping Evil Emperor. Star Sovereign has asked me to choose 2 people from the Dragon Hall to attend the birthday celebration. Bring Jiang Qin along. Feng Jingyang said. All right. Yu Huafan did not refuse and immediately agreed. He had always been duty-bound to complete the task assigned by Feng Jingyang. Demonic Immortal Island? What's that? Jiang Qin was stunned. It was his first time hearing about the demonic Immortal Island. All along he only knew about the immortal courts of the 9 major immortal domains, and above that was the sovereign domain. Now the demonic Immortal Island suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and the birthday celebration that Star Sovereign was so concerned about. It was enough to show that the Tianping Evil Emperor was extraordinary, and that the demonic Immortal Island was extraordinary. Junior brother, the demonic Immortal Island is a special existence. It doesn't belong to any of the 9 major immortal domains, but its strength is not weaker than any of the immortal courts. Chapter 1954. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel astonished. He didn't know anything about the demonic Immortal Island, which wasn't any weaker than the Immortal Court. This showed how low-key the demonic Immortal Island was. However, Jiang Qin also understood that it was normal for ordinary people to not know about a major power that was comparable to the Immortal Court, just like how Jiang Qin didn't know about the existence of the Immortal Court in the beginning. Jiang Qin was, after all, someone who had ascended from the lower world. He wasn't too familiar with the immortal world. Plus, the demonic Immortal Island barely had any contact with the outside world. At least, Jiang Qin hadn't met anyone from the demonic Immortal Island along the way. Are there only demonic beasts in the demonic Immortal Island? Asked Jiang Qin curiously. Not all of them, but the ones who control the demonic Immortal Island are the demonic beasts. Almost all the demonic beasts in the immortal world with strange bloodlines live in the demonic Immortal Island. The master of the demonic Immortal Island, Tianping Evil Emperor, is a powerful 6th grade demon sovereign. His body contains the complete bloodline of the ancient heavenly Peng. Even Star Sovereign has to give him some face. Yu Huafan explained. He could see that Jiang Qin didn't know about the demonic Immortal Island. I see. Jiang Qin nodded secretly. He finally understood the status of the demonic Immortal Island in the immortal world. It was almost equivalent to the demon race of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World. Although it didn't show itself easily, no one dared to ignore its existence. The demonic Immortal Island hardly has any contact with the outside world, but the birthday celebration of Tianping Evil Emperor is a very lively event. The immortal courts of the 9 immortal domains will send their people to congratulate the demonic Immortal Island. The 9 immortal courts hope to establish a relationship with the demonic Immortal Island. If they can get the support of the demonic Immortal Island, they will have the strength to suppress the other immortal courts. Even if they can't get the support of the demonic Immortal Island, at least they don't want to become enemies with the demonic Immortal Island. Therefore, the 9 immortal courts will send their people to congratulate the Tianping Evil Emperor. Yu Huafan continued. Jiang Qin nodded again. After Yu Huafan's explanation, he had a very clear understanding of the demonic Immortal Island. Just like White Dragon Temple, the demonic Immortal Island didn't belong to any immortal domain, but none of the immortal courts dared to slight them. They were the symbol of the demon race and Buddhism sect. Generally, Buddha sect stood aloof from worldly affairs. Therefore, there was nothing to fight for, but the demonic Immortal Island was different. Everyone knew that the people of the demon race were warlike. Although the strength of the 9 immortal courts was in balance, the battle between them wasn't something that would last for a day. The balance would be broken immediately if one of the 9 immortal courts could gain the support of the demonic Immortal Island. Therefore, the 9 great immortal courts had never given up on roping in Tianping Evil Emperor. Master, will Junior Brother and I be the only ones going to the demonic Immortal Island? Yu Huafan looked at Feng Jingyang. And it's good that the 2 of you go. Star Sovereign has entrusted this matter to me. I'll let the 2 of you go. You 2 will represent the Immortal Court. Don't lose face when it comes to handling matters. Feng Jingyang nodded. Don't worry, Master. The corner of Yu Huafan's mouth was wearing an arrogant smile. A person like him would bring glory to the Dragon Hall no matter where he went. He wouldn't do anything that would bring shame to the Dragon Hall. Normally, the Immortal Court would send a lot of people to celebrate the birthday of Tianping Evil Emperor. Apart from the representatives, there would also be some people who were willing to follow them to the demonic Immortal Island to broaden their horizons. After all, the birthday of Tianping Evil Emperor was a lively event. However, Feng Jingyang didn't want to make such a scene. Since Brother Star had entrusted this task to him, he would naturally act according to his own habits. In Feng Jingyang's point of view, since Yu Huafan and Jiang Qin could represent the Dragon Hall, they could also represent the Immortal Court. This drop of vermilion bird divine blood is a congratulatory gift. I believe that Tianping Evil Emperor will be interested in it. Feng Jingyang waved his hand and a fist-sized crystal ball was thrown out. Yu Huafan caught it and immediately felt the heat coming out from the crystal ball. There was a drop of fiery red blood wriggling like saliva in the crystal ball. It looked extremely mystical. Vermilion bird divine blood. Jiang Chen's eyes widened and fell upon the crystal ball. Not only him, even Yu Huafan's eyes flickered. A drop of vermilion bird divine blood. If Jiang Chen could obtain it, his cultivation base would immediately break through to the late immortal venerable realm. Additionally, he would be able to obtain a trace of the vermilion bird's bloodline and condense the vermilion bird's flame. He already had 4 types of flames in his body. This gift is really generous. Even Yu Huafan couldn't help sighing. A drop of vermilion bird divine blood was priceless. Both the heavenly peng and vermilion bird were divine birds. The scariest thing about the heavenly peng was its speed, while the vermilion bird was a symbol. A figure like Tianping Evil Emperor wouldn't put ordinary treasures in his eyes, but this drop of vermilion bird divine blood was a completely different story. Yu Huafan kept the vermilion bird divine blood. It was useless no matter how tempted he and Jiang Chen were. This was a gift prepared by Star Sovereign for Tianping Evil Emperor. They were merely people who were going to attend the birthday celebration. This vermilion bird divine blood wasn't something they could touch. And both of you can leave now. There are still 7 days before Tianping Evil Emperor's birthday celebration. You can choose to go now or a few days later. Feng Jingyang said, then waved his hand, gesturing for them to leave. Jiang Qin and Yu Huafan clasped their fists at Feng Jingyang and left the palace. Senior brother, the Immortal Court is really generous. A drop of vermilion bird divine blood is given away just like that. Jiang Qin curled his lips, feeling that it was a reckless waste of a god's gift. Yeah, it's a damn pity. If you and I share this vermilion bird divine study, it will absolutely bring us endless benefits. However, we can only think about it. If we really do that, we won't be able to return to the Immortal Court in the future. Yu Huafan shrugged. He had the same thought as Jiang Qin. They both felt that it was a pity to give away a drop of vermilion bird divine blood. If this divine study was given to any of them, they would gain tremendous benefits. Jiang Chen's cultivation base would at least advance to the peak of Immortal Venerable Realm, while Yu Huafan could even advance to the 3rd grade Great Sovereign Realm. However, just like what Yu Huafan said, even if it was a pity they couldn't touch it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to return to the Immortal Court in the future. Senior brother, when are we leaving? Asked Jiang Chen. I think we should leave tomorrow. Since we have plenty of time, we can go out for a stroll. I have never been to the demonic Immortal Island before. I heard that the demonic Immortal Island is located overseas and there are many islands around it. Isn't it wonderful to see the scenery overseas? What do you think, junior brother? Yu Huafan said with a smile. That's what I'm thinking too. Jiang Chen nodded immediately. After stirring up the Immortal Court, Jiang Chen's next task was to wait for the opening of the miniature Fengqi world. However, there was still some time before the opening of the miniature Fengqi world. There was nothing to do in the Immortal Court, so he decided to go to the demonic Immortal Island for a stroll. Perhaps he could obtain some fortuitous encounters there. Then he would have a greater chance of participating in the trial of the miniature Fengqi world. Chapter 1955. Jiang Chen was very clear about what he was going to do and what he was doing now. Plus, he had a very complete plan for what he was going to do next. After the demonic Immortal Island was the miniature Fengqi world. The next day, Jiang Chen and Yu Huafan left the Immortal Court early in the morning with De Huang Dog, heading towards the demonic Immortal Island. The demonic Immortal Island is located overseas. It's the true ruler of the overseas islands. Its territory has already exceeded the 9 immortal domains. Yu Huafan said. He and Jiang Chen weren't in a hurry to continue their journey. After all, there were still a few days before the birthday of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign. Therefore, the two of them didn't use any spatial passageway while enjoying the scenery along the way. This was what Jiang Chen liked the most. The immortal world was just too big. It was hard to have a chance to travel around the entire mortal world. This trip to the demonic Immortal Island was just for relaxation. The immortal world is just too big. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. When he first came to Ethereal Immortal Domain, the size of Ethereal Immortal Domain was at least 1,000 times bigger than Saint Origin World. The vastness of the domain was simply unimaginable. Ethereal Immortal Domain wasn't the only one in the immortal world. There were 8 other immortal domains, making a total of 9 immortal domains. Jiang Chen initially thought that the 9 immortal domains were almost all the territories of the immortal world. Now it seemed that it was far from the case. There were even more remote areas outside the 9 immortal domains. The endless sea extended to an unknown place. The vastness of the immortal world wasn't something that Jiang Chen could imagine at all. That's right. The immortal world is vast and complicated. Apart from the demonic Immortal Island, there are many other islands in the overseas islands. There are many races and different species living on these islands. It'll be a pity if we don't go there to have a look. Yu Huafan said. Although he knew more about the immortal world than Jiang Chen, he had never been to the overseas islands. Therefore, he was very interested in this trip to the demonic Immortal Island to celebrate the birthday of Tianping Evil Emperor. In addition to meeting the legendary Tianping Evil Emperor, he could also appreciate the customs overseas. This was a rare opportunity. De Huang, why are you so quiet? This isn't like you. Jiang Chen noticed that De Huang Dog, who was following them, had become surprisingly quiet, as if he was not interested in the conversation between Jiang Chen and Yu Huafan at all. In Jiang Chen's opinion, De Huang Dog's behavior was undoubtedly very unusual. Jiang Chen knew very well what kind of person De Huang Dog was. This dog liked to join in the fun. This time, De Huang Dog should be very excited about going to the demonic Immortal Island to see the world. But now he was so dull, which surprised Jiang Chen. Master Dog wants to be quiet for a while. You guys talk, don't bother me. De Huang Dog glared at Jiang Chen and chose to be dull. Damn. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This dog's behavior was very unusual. Jiang Chen guessed that De Huang Dog must have been to the demonic Immortal Island and something must have happened there. Otherwise he wouldn't behave like this. However, since De Huang Dog was unwilling to talk about it, he didn't ask. 3 days later, Jiang Chen and Yu Huafan came to the boundless water region. They couldn't see the end of the water region. They could only see waves rising and falling in the distant sky, one wave after another rippling unceasingly. This is the boundary of the overseas region. Along this water we will reach the boundless sea area. The demonic Immortal Island is in the center of this sea area. According to our previous speed, we can reach the demonic Immortal Island in 1 day. Yu Huafan said. Well, let's go. Jiang Qin nodded. Without any hesitation he directly stepped on the sky above the sea area. The three of them were extremely fast and became 3 black spots in the blink of an eye. Not long after Jiang Qin and Yu Huafan disappeared, 7 or 8 tyrannical auras suddenly appeared in the void. Then 8 figures emerged and stood at the place where Jiang Qin and Yu Huafan stood previously. Each of these 8 people exuded an extremely terrifying cultivation base. The lowest cultivation base among them was a half-step sovereign expert. There were 7 young men and 1 middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was a first-grade great sovereign, but his aura was unstable and unstable. He should be someone who had just advanced to the great sovereign realm. However, the leader of this group of people was not the middle-aged first-grade great sovereign, but a young man in a blue robe. Even his hair was blue, his eyes were incomparably bright, and his face was filled with an arrogant smile. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nobility from his body. Of course, the most shocking thing was not his noble aura but his cultivation base. A peak second-grade great sovereign at such a young age. He might not be any weaker than Yu Huafan. Beside the blue-haired man, there were 2 young first-grade great sovereigns. Such figures were the geniuses among geniuses, the cream of the crop. Their talent was second to none even in the entire mortal world. The remaining 4 were also half-step sovereigns, similar to Yu Feng and Hong Ying. Their identities could be easily guessed. Only the Immortal Court could produce such a young great sovereign camp. Apart from them, there were no other major powers in the immortal world that could cultivate such geniuses. This is the sea area. The blue-haired man said. Young Master Zhou Xian, this is the sea area. With our current speed, we will reach the demonic Immortal Island in less than 2 days. The middle-aged man said. I heard that Elderly has been to the outer seas before. I wonder how the major powers there are. A first-grade great sovereign genius asked. Although I, Li Wangye, am not talented, I have traveled all over the immortal world. There is almost no place in the immortal world that I haven't been to. There are many islands in the outer seas, and the forces on those islands are complicated. Most of them are demonic beasts and there are also some alien races. There are very few human forces because it's very difficult for humans to establish their own forces in the outer seas. However, the demonic Immortal Island is the leader of all the islands in the outer seas. The reputation of the Tianping Evil Emperor is very famous here. His status is equivalent to our sovereign lord. The middle-aged man said proudly. Traveling all over the immortal world was something worth bragging about, especially in front of these young geniuses. If Jiang Qin was here, he would definitely recognize that this middle-aged man was none other than Li Wangye of Ethereal Immortal Domain. Chapter 1956. In that case, Elderly, please give us a good explanation when we arrive at the ocean, said Zhou Xian with a smile. Zhou Xian said with a smile. As a top genius of the Immortal Court of Ethereal Immortal Domain, he was valued by the Immortal Court just like Yu Huafan. He was even asked to represent the entire Immortal Court to congratulate Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign's birthday. This alone was enough to show how honorable his status in the Immortal Court was. An elder like Li Wangye was nothing in front of Zhou Xian. Even if Li Wangye had advanced to the first-grade Great Sovereign Realm, he wouldn't stand a chance against Zhou Xian in a real fight. Therefore, Li Wangye didn't put on the airs of an elder in front of Zhou Xian. It was rare for someone like Li Wangye to have a conversation with Zhou Xian. This time, Li Wangye wanted to use this opportunity to curry favor with Zhou Xian. If he could befriend someone like Zhou Xian, he would have a better life in the Immortal Court in the future. Rest assured, young Master Zhou Xian. With me around, I will definitely let you travel the entire ocean. Li Wangye said with a smile. All right, let's go. Zhou Xian waved his hand. Everyone turned into streaks of light and flew towards the direction where Jiang Qin and Yu Huafan had disappeared. Along the way, Li Wangye ceaselessly explained to the many genius disciples what he had seen and heard in the past, and he spoke with great relish while beaming with delight. All of a sudden, Li Wangye's face darkened. He looked into the distance. What's wrong, Elder Li? Zhou Xian looked at Li Wangye. I smell a very familiar aura. Li Wangye knitted his brows. Oh, what aura? Lan Xian followed Li Wangye's gaze curiously, but didn't find anything unusual. It's Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin has come to the sea region. He's not far from us. Li Wangye's expression changed. Given his cultivation base, his senses were extremely sharp. Plus, he had fought with Jiang Qin several times. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to Jiang Qin's aura. In addition, the Immortal Court had never given up on hunting Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Lan Xian frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. That Jiang Qin who wreaked havoc in the Golden Horizon and killed many of our disciples? A half-step sovereign genius said in shock. People like Lan Xian rarely appeared in the public and rarely asked about the affairs of the lower realm. Therefore, even though Jiang Qin had caused a huge uproar, he still hadn't heard of Jiang Qin. However, those disciples whose cultivation was lower than Lan Xian had heard of Jiang Qin. Therefore, when they heard Jiang Qin's name, a trace of killing intent appeared in their bodies. That's right. It's him. I didn't expect that little bastard to come to the ocean. It seems like he's with Xiao Wangqing. Only Xiao Wangqing would choose to come to the ocean at this time. Li Wangye said Leng Leng. Tell me what happened. Lan Xian asked, seemingly very interested in this Jiang Qin. There's something that young Master Lan Xian doesn't know. Li Wangye told Lan Xian everything about Jiang Qin, including the grudge between Jiang Qin and the Immortal Court. After listening to it, the corner of Lan Xian's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Humph. An ant-like figure dares to go against our Immortal Court? He's simply courting death. Let's go and get rid of him. There's no need for young Master Lan Xian to do it. This little bastard must have come with Xiao Wangqing. I have an old grudge with Xiao Wangqing. This time I'll personally send them to hell. Li Wangye was full of killing intent as he flew towards the direction of Jiang Qin, followed closely by Lan Xian and the others. Li Wangye had always been brooding over his defeat to Xiao Wangqing. So when he sensed Jiang Qin's qi, he was sure that Xiao Wangqing would follow him. In his mind, only Xiao Wangqing would come to the ocean at this time. As for Jiang Qin, it was impossible for him to come to the ocean without Xiao Wangqing. Now that Li Wangye had advanced to the great sovereign realm, he was full of confidence. He no longer put Jiang Qin in his eyes. Therefore, he decided to get rid of Xiao Wangqing and Jiang Qin personally. In the sky above the ocean, 2 men and a dog were flying leisurely at a moderate speed. Li Wangye and the others quickly caught up with them. Zhoosh. Li Wangye appeared in front of Jiang Qin, blocking Jiang Qin and the others' path. He didn't conceal his killing intent at all. Li Wangye. Jiang Qin was stunned. He was somewhat surprised to see Li Wangye here, but he soon felt relieved when he saw a group of geniuses. Without a doubt, these people were the genius disciples of the Immortal Court of Ethereal Immortal Domain. Jiang Qin, where's Xiao Wangqing? Asked Li Wangye. He was very surprised that he didn't see Xiao Wangqing. Senior Xiao? Why do you think that I'm with him? Asked Jiang Qin curiously. It seems that you didn't come with Xiao Wangqing. At this moment, Li Wangye also realized that he had made a mistake because he saw the man next to Jiang Qin. He could sense an extremely terrifying qi from this man, which he could only sense from Lan Xian. He was very surprised to see Jiang Qin hanging out with such an expert. Could it be that Senior Xiao has also come to the ocean? Jiang Qin frowned. Although Li Wangye didn't say much, it wasn't hard for Jiang Qin to tell from his tone that Xiao Wangqing would surely come. It was only normal for Jiang Qin to come with Xiao Wangqing. Yu Huafan, long time no see. Lan Xian walked over and greeted Yu Huafan directly when he saw him. Lan Xian, it seems like Ethereal Immortal Domain has sent you to the birthday celebration. Yu Huafan looked over at Lan Xian. Both of them were elites of the Immortal Court, so it was normal for them to know each other. However, it wasn't hard to tell from Yu Huafan's tone that they didn't have a good relationship. However, this was also normal. The Immortal Courts of the 9 major immortal domains had never been on good terms. The competition between the geniuses had never stopped. Yu Huafan. Why would the genius of Fengqi Immortal Domain Yu Huafan be with Jiang Qin? Li Wangye frowned. He could disregard Xiao Wangqing, but he couldn't ignore Yu Huafan. What's wrong? Senior brother Jiang, is there a conflict between you two? Yu Huafan looked at Li Wangye with a smile. It's hard to explain in a few words. Anyway, the Ethereal Immortal Court is determined to kill me. Jiang Qin shrugged without the slightest fear on his face. You are Jiang Qin? Lan Xian looked at Jiang Qin, curiously examining him from top to bottom. That's right. I'm now a member of the Immortal Court of Fengqi Immortal Domain. Jiang Chen said. Damn it. Why did this bastard join the Immortal Court of Fengqi Immortal Domain? Chapter 1957. By now Li Wangye finally knew why Jiang Chen was here. It wasn't for Xiao Wangqing but for the same purpose as them, to celebrate the birthday of Tianping Evil Emperor. The fact that Jiang Chen could come to demonic Immortal Island to attend the birthday celebration was enough to show that Jiang Chen was highly valued by the Immortal Court. I don't care whether you've joined the Immortal Court or not. I only know that your hands are stained with the blood of the disciples of Ethereal Immortal Court. Since we've met here today, I naturally won't let you go. I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. Lan Xian's hands were placed behind his back. His face was full of arrogance and his words were arrogant to the extreme. He was like the king of hell who was going to judge the life and death of a person. His first sentence was to ask Jiang Chen to commit suicide. Fuck. Where did this idiot come from? How dare he fart here? He stinks. The Huang dog couldn't stand it any longer and retorted. Damn dog, what did you say? How dare you disrespect our senior brother Lan? I'll skin you alive. A half-step sovereign genius pointed at the Huang dog and threatened. Swoosh. The Huang dog's figure vanished in a flash. In the next moment he appeared above the head of the disciple and bit his head with his bloody mouth. Ah. Along with a miserable scream, the head of the half-step sovereign genius was bitten off by the Huang dog. Blood spurted more than 3 meters high and dyed the water below red. Ah. Junior brother Lu. The sudden turn of events caused the disciples to exclaim. None of them had thought that the Huang dog would kill someone without saying a word. Plus, the Huang dog's speed was so fast that even Lan Xian couldn't react in time. Bah. This is the consequence of pointing your finger at Master Dog. The Huang dog spat ferociously. Pong. The geniuses of the Ethereal Immortal Court were infuriated. Lan Xian's eyes were about to spit fire. This time he led the team to the demonic Immortal Island to celebrate Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign's birthday, and at the same time to broaden their horizons. Who would have thought that one of them would be killed by a dog before they even arrived at the demonic Immortal Island? How could he not be angry? Courting death. Lan Xian was infuriated. He slapped the Huang dog. Hong. Yu Huafen blocked Lan Xian's attack with ease. Lan Xian, you want to kill someone right in front of me? Where do you put me, Yu Huafen? Yu Huafen's combat intent was unparalleled. As a member of the Dragon Hall, each of them had a fiery temper. Although Yu Huafen was gentle and courteous to Jiang Chen, he was like a ferocious tiger in front of his enemies. He was a madman who would disregard everything when he went crazy. Yu Huafen's battle intent was unparalleled. As a member of Dragon Hall, each of them had a fiery temper. Although Yu Huafen treated Jiang Chen politely, he was a ferocious tiger and a madman in front of his enemies. This was the symbol of Dragon Hall. Yu Huafen, this is the enmity between us and Jiang Chen. He has killed many geniuses of our immortal court. He must die. Lan Xian said. Ah, that only shows that the geniuses of your immortal court are incompetent. They deserve to die. Yu Huafen burst into laughter. He didn't care how deep the enmity between Jiang Chen and Ethereal Immortal Court was. In his heart, Jiang Chen was a member of Dragon Hall, and the members of Dragon Hall couldn't be bullied or killed. Yu Huafen, it seems like you're going to meddle in other people's business today. Lan Xian said angrily. It's not my business. It's my duty. Yu Huafen's qi was very strong. Lan Xian clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Of course he wanted to kill Jiang Chen and Big Yellow, but with Yu Huafen here today, it wouldn't be an easy task to kill them. He knew Yu Huafen's strength very well. As for the others, although there were 3 first-grade great sovereigns following them, the dog was obviously not someone to be trifled with. Judging from its cultivation base, it was a first-grade demon sovereign. Judging from the fact that it had bitten off a person's head in an instant, it was obvious that this dog was extremely terrifying. Since your immortal court is bent on killing me, I'll give you a chance. Jiang Chen took a step forward and looked at Li Wangye. Li Wangye, I know that you have been wanting to kill me for a long time. Back in Genius Prefecture, if it wasn't for Senior Xiao, I'm afraid that I would have been taken away by you. And if it wasn't for little you, I'm afraid that I would have died in your hands. You want to kill me and I naturally want to kill you. Why don't we have a one-on-one fight to settle the scores between us? Upon hearing this, Li Wangye was dumbfounded. Not only him but Lan Xian and the others were also dumbfounded, looking at Jiang Qin in disbelief. How could Jiang Qin propose a one-on-one fight with Li Wangye at this moment? Was there something wrong with his brain? They knew very well that Jiang Qin's cultivation base was only at the intermediate immortal venerable realm, whereas Li Wangye was a first-grade great sovereign. Even though he had just advanced to the first-grade great sovereign realm, he was still a great sovereign. An intermediate immortal venerable couldn't deal with him. Junior brother Jiang, there's no need for this. No one can hurt you as long as I'm here. Yu Huafan said hastily. Senior brother, I just want to kill this old dog with my own hands. Jiang Qin said with a smile. His tone was casual, as though he didn't put Li Wangye in his eyes at all. Given Li Wangye's strength, he would surely die if he fought Jiang Qin. Humph. Jiang Qin, you are too arrogant. Li Wangye was incomparably infuriated. Jiang Qin's words were a complete humiliation to him. Why? You don't dare to accept the challenge? I'm giving you a chance to kill me. This is also your only chance. Jiang Qin said. Don't dare? What a joke. Jiang Qin, since you are courting death, don't blame me for being impolite. Today I'll kill you with my own hands to get rid of any future troubles. The qi waves on Li Wangye's body began to surge. Although he knew that Jiang Qin's cultivation base was progressing very fast, he had already advanced to the great sovereign realm after all. He didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. One should know the gap between a great sovereign and an immortal venerable. Even though he had just advanced to the great sovereign realm and his cultivation base wasn't stable yet, he was still a great sovereign. How could an immortal venerable fight a great sovereign? Due to Yu Huafan's obstruction, Li Wangye didn't know how to kill Jiang Qin. Now that Jiang Qin had sent himself to his doorstep, he couldn't be happier. In that case, bring it on. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin flew far away. An enormous qi surged out of his body, immediately opening up a battlefield. To Jiang Qin, these people of ethereal immortal court couldn't pose any pressure to him. After all, there was only Lan Xian. Yu Huafan alone was enough to deal with him. He was afraid that the rest of them wouldn't be enough to kill the Huang dog. But now Jiang Qin wanted to kill Li Wangye with his own hands. This was what he had always wanted to do. For a long time, Li Wangye was the one who dealt with him in ethereal immortal court. Chapter 1958. Brat, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Li Wangye's face was filled with a cold smile. With a sway, he appeared opposite of Jiang Qin. His killing intent soared to the sky. 10 great sovereign laws were hovering above his head, but his great sovereign laws were too weak. They were only as thick as a finger, which was a lot weaker than De Huang Dog's arm-sized laws. Senior brother Lan, can elderly kill Jiang Qin? A disciple asked. Don't worry. No matter how talented Jiang Qin is, he's just an intermediate immortal venerable. How can he be a match for elderly who's a first-grade great sovereign? This brat is going to die for sure. Lan Xian sneered. The faces of the experts of ethereal immortal court were filled with anger. Putting aside the irreconcilable enmity between Jiang Qin and the immortal court, just the fact that De Huang Dog had killed one of them was enough to infuriate them. So many of them were standing here, but one of them was killed by a dog. Such a loss shouldn't even exist. On the other side, Yu Huafan's eyes were filled with worry. After all, he hadn't seen Jiang Qin's means. He had the same thought as Lan Xian. How talented could an intermediate immortal venerable be when facing a first-grade great sovereign? Don't worry. He won't die. De Huang Dog said with a smile. His face was full of confidence in Jiang Qin. No one knew Jiang Qin better than him. The current Li Wangye was nothing in front of Jiang Qin. In the sky above the water domain, Jiang Qin and Li Wangye were facing each other. Both of their qi were incomparably powerful, causing the surrounding water to rumble and surge. Prairie blazing. Li Wangye immediately unleashed a powerful killing strike. In his eyes, this Jiang Qin was too cunning. If there was a chance to kill Jiang Qin, he wouldn't miss it. He had to kill Jiang Qin in one strike. Hoo-hoo. Boundless flames instantly burned in the sky above the water. Unfortunately, because of the water, the fire didn't seem very fierce. Ha, Li Wangye, you're the blazing prairie fire in the water. You're really something. Jiang Qin laughed heartily. Only now did he remember that Li Wangye, the raging inferno blazing Li Wangye, was a fire user. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong place to play with fire in this sea region. He was unable to unleash his full strength. Even if Li Wangye unleashed his full strength, he still wouldn't be a match for Jiang Qin, not to mention that he was now greatly affected. Water Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin shouted and transformed into his dragon transformation state. At the same time he struck out a tyrannical water dragon seal. Ever since he had cultivated the 5 elements combat dragon seal to the great success realm, Jiang Qin rarely fought with the water dragon seal alone. After all, there was no suitable environment. However, the environment in front of him was too suitable for him to fight with the water dragon seal. Rumble. At the moment when the water dragon seal was struck out, the water within a radius of 1,000 miles was completely restless. Endless tides were directly swept out, forming a water dragon that was hundreds of miles long in the sky. Jiang Qin had the spirits of the 5 elements in his body. Now in this water region the water spirit played a powerful role. The tide of the entire water region could be mobilized by Jiang Qin. Even the power of water below could be used by Jiang Qin. His combat strength was directly superimposed. The water dragon roared. It was as if a real dragon had appeared. The huge water dragon opened its bloody mouth and a column of water that was integrated with a powerful force shot out from its mouth. In an instant, Li Wangye's raging fire was completely extinguished. Roar. The wild dragon, integrated with the endless power of water, hovered and wriggled in the sky above the water region. It stirred up the wind and clouds and directly rushed towards Li Wangye. What? Seeing this, Li Wangye couldn't help but exclaim. His expression changed instantly because he could feel an extremely powerful pressure and dangerous aura from the water dragon in front of him. It was the kind of feeling that he had never felt before. It was enough to put his life in danger. Not good. I don't know what method this kid used to control the water region. He directly used the powerful power of water to attack. I'm afraid Elder Li is no match for him. A genius disciple said in shock. Roar. The wild dragon had completely locked on to Li Wangye's aura. It opened its bloody mouth. Even though Li Wangye had cast a powerful attack in front of the water dragon, all of his attacks seemed to be vulnerable. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed by the water dragon, Li Wangye's face finally showed a look of despair. He wanted to escape, but he was shocked to find that the water region was completely controlled by Jiang Qin. There was a water curtain in the surroundings covering everything here. No. Li Wangye let out a last cry of unwillingness. His whole body was directly swallowed by the water dragon. Voila! In the next moment, the water dragon that was hundreds of miles long burst into countless waves and fell into the water. Li Wangye's figure appeared again. He was covered in blood and half of his body was about to be torn apart. He closed his eyes. In the attack just now, Li Wangye had suffered too much. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Subconsciously, he couldn't even control his body. His body could only fall from the sky. Swoosh. A dazzling sword light was thrown out by Jiang Qin. The indestructible sword light landed on Li Wangye's body, splitting his body into 2 halves. He died a horrible death. What? Lan Xian and the others exclaimed. They looked at Jiang Qin as if they had seen a ghost. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. No matter how weak Li Wangye was, he was still a first-grade great sovereign. In any case, it was impossible for him to be defeated by Jiang Qin in one move. This was the reality. From the beginning of the battle until Li Wangye's death, Jiang Qin had only used one move. However, those who were present on the scene could see that the reason why Jiang Qin could kill a great sovereign so easily was because he had the advantage of the right time in the right place. Li Wangye had the advantage of controlling the water and the water energy within. Moreover, Li Wangye cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique, which greatly restrained his opponent. Even so, the fact that Jiang Qin was able to kill a great sovereign in one move was enough to stun them. Amazing! Yu Huafan's face was full of astonishment. At this moment he finally understood why Feng Jingyang would personally invite Jiang Qin into the Dragon Hall. Even he, Yu Huafan, couldn't help but admire such a heaven-defying genius. Putting aside their current cultivation base, he was afraid that he and Jiang Qin weren't on the same level. When he was still an intermediate immortal venerable, he couldn't even fight a half-step sovereign, let alone a first-grade great sovereign. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Qin looked coldly at Li Wangye's body that had been split into 2. His face was devoid of any emotion. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1959. Li Wangye, the first expert of the older generation to fight with Zhou Xian, was killed by Zhou Xian in the end. The water dragon seal was incomparably powerful. Adding the environment here, it wasn't a coincidence that Li Wangye was killed by Zhou Xian in a single strike. The power of the water dragon seal and Zhou Qian's attack had surpassed that of the slaughter dragon seal. After all, the environment here was blessed by the heavens. Yu Huafan and a Huang dog came to Zhou Qian's side and gave a thumbs up to Zhou Qian. Their faces were full of admiration. Voila! At this moment, Lan Xian and the others rushed forward and besieged Zhou Qian and Yu Huafan. Each of their faces was filled with strong killing intent. Zhou Qian, you've killed an elder of our immortal court. We can't let this matter go so easily. Lan Xian spoke coldly. It could be said that he was suppressing a bellyful of anger. The Sovereign Lord had personally asked him to lead a team to celebrate the birthday of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign, but they had already lost 2 people before they even arrived at the demonic Immortal Island. Lan Xian had lost not only his own face, but also the face of the Immortal Court. Under such circumstances, if he allowed Zhou Qian to leave so easily, he, Lan Xian, wouldn't be able to show his face in the Immortal Court anymore. Therefore, no matter what, he had to kill Zhou Qian today. Only in this way could he save some face. Lan Xian, Li Wangye accepted Zhou Qian's challenge. His death means that he's not strong enough. So what? Are you going to rely on your superior numbers? Yu Huafan spoke furiously. Yu Huafan, will talk about the battle between us later. Zhou Qian must die today. You'd better not get involved. Lan Xian's tone was firm. It seemed that he had made up his mind to get rid of Zhou Qian. What a joke. You'll have to get through me first if you want to kill junior brother Jiang. Yu Huafan completely released his imposing manner. The people of the Dragon Hall were not only powerful but also united. No matter how many enemies there were, it was impossible for him to leave Zhou Qian alone. Rumble. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yu Huafan's voice faded, the water within a radius of 1,000 miles rumbled again. Boundless water curtains began to ripple in the surroundings, and waves came one after another. Zhou Qian exerted the water spirit to control the area within 1,000 miles, completely blocking it and turning it into a battlefield. Lan Xian, even if you don't kill me, I will kill all of you. Your immortal court and I are absolutely irreconcilable enemies. There's nothing more to say. Since we've encountered each other, it's either you die or I die. Li Wangye's death is just the beginning. None of you can leave today. Zhou Qian shouted loudly. Beside him, De Huang dog's head flashed with golden light. He was ready for battle. Everyone was stunned by Zhou Qian's reaction. They all thought that Zhou Qian would choose to flee after killing Li Wangye. They were afraid that Zhou Qian would run away, but it seemed that he had no intention of running away at all. Not only did he not run away, but he also wanted to kill all of them here. Sensing Zhou Qian's killing intent, Lan Xian and the others were so depressed that they almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Are you kidding me? Who's going to kill who? In Zhou Qian's eyes, they had become his prey. This was too insignificant. Originally, they wanted to intimidate the opponent, but unexpectedly, the opponent wasn't afraid at all. What an arrogant kid. I'd like to see what you've got. Lan Xian was infuriated. He launched a violent punch at Zhou Qian. Lan Xian, your opponent is me. Yu Huafan was already prepared for this. He immediately blocked Lan Xian's attack. That dog isn't easy to deal with. I'll kill Zhou Qian. You guys surround that dog first. A first-grade great sovereign genius said. He then struck out a dazzling seal at Zhou Qian. Brr. Zhou Qian flipped his palm and struck out the water dragon seal. The powerful attack collided with the first-grade great sovereign, setting off countless waves. The water dragon was instantly torn apart. Zhou Qian was sent flying 100 meters away. This was the strength of a genius first-grade great sovereign. His combat strength was equivalent to an ordinary second-grade great sovereign. With Zhou Qian's current strength, he was no match for him. However, with the help of the water dragon seal and the Great Void technique, Zhou Qian could temporarily entangle the opponent for a while. Although he wasn't a match for the opponent, it was absolutely impossible for the opponent to kill him. Zhou Qian wasn't in a hurry. He would deal with whoever came to kill him first. If he couldn't defeat the opponent, he would entangle the opponent first to make time for De Huang dog. De Huang dog had 30 lines of time law. He was already half a step into the second-grade great sovereign realm. In a real fight he was on the same level as Yu Huafan and Zhou Xian. These genius disciples were nothing in front of De Huang Dog. There were 4 people besieging De Huang Dog now. 1 first-grade Great Sovereign and 3 half-step sovereigns. The first-grade Great Sovereign took the initiative to strike. His fist smashed the space, aiming at De Huang Dog's head. For God's sake, go to hell for Master Dog. De Huang Dog dragged his majestic body without dodging. His head, which was illuminated by the golden light, collided with the opponent's fist. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the first-grade Great Sovereign let out a miserable cry. He was sent flying away by Big Yellow's head, and even his wrist was broken by the impact. Zhoosh! Before the first-grade Great Sovereign could recover from the shock, De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and appeared in front of him. The 3 half-step sovereigns were stunned. De Huang Dog's attack was too fast. The 3 of them were only prepared to attack, but it seemed like they didn't even have the chance to do so. Bang! Arg! This time, De Huang Dog's head collided with the first-grade Great Sovereign's head. The genius was already caught off guard. Now that he was hit for the second time, he was even more defenseless. It was a pity. It would have been better if the head collided with other parts of the body, but it happened to hit the genius's head. One should know that not everyone's head was comparable to De Huang Dog's. The consequences of this collision were imaginable. The first-grade Great Sovereign's head was smashed and he died on the spot. What? Exclamations were heard in the surroundings. This dog was too ferocious. Even a first-grade Great Sovereign genius was no match for him. Although there was an element of belittling the enemy, Big Yellow's strength and ferocity were undeniable. Good job, De Huang. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. The presence of De Huang Dog was the main reason why he was determined to kill his opponent. If it was only him and Yu Huafan, there was no need for them to fight. They could just choose to run away. However, with the presence of De Huang Dog, the battle was one-sided. De Huang, you deal with this one. I will go and kill the 3 half-step sovereigns. Chapter 1960. The whole process happened too fast. The battle had just begun. No one had expected that the dog would be so powerful. A first-grade Great Sovereign was killed by De Huang Dog just like that. According to Zhou Xian and the others' initial expectation, even if De Huang Dog was a first-grade Demon Sovereign, he wouldn't be a match for their first-grade Great Sovereign geniuses. According to the plan, Zhou Xian would keep Yu Huafan busy, a first-grade Great Sovereign would kill Jiang Chen, and the others would keep De Huang Dog busy. However, things didn't go the way they expected. The scariness of De Huang Dog was far beyond their imagination. A first-grade Great Sovereign was killed in an instant. Currently, the first-grade Great Sovereign who was supposed to kill Jiang Chen was stopped by De Huang Dog, freeing Jiang Chen to deal with the 3 half-step sovereigns. The situation was reversed in an instant. The prey had become the hunter. Don't be afraid. The 3 of us will join hands to deal with Jiang Chen. A shining sword appeared in the hand of one of the half-step sovereigns. It was a powerful venerable weapon. The 3 of them didn't dare to be careless. They unleashed all of their qi. They had to use all of their strength to deal with the terrifying Jiang Chen. They couldn't afford to be careless. Although the person standing in front of them was only an intermediate immortal venerable, it was this intermediate immortal venerable who had just killed first-grade Great Sovereign Li Wangye with a single strike. Although these half-step sovereign geniuses were very proud and confident, they had a good understanding of their own strength. Although they were much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same level, they were at most on par with Li Wangye. If Jiang Chen could kill Li Wangye with ease, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill them. Therefore, even though the 3 of them had joined hands, they still didn't feel safe. Voila! Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. The surrounding waves surged again. 3 water dragons were formed instantly and launched at the 3 half-step sovereigns. Not good run. The 3 half-step sovereign geniuses who were already prepared for battle and even had the confidence to fight Jiang Chen had a drastic change in their facial expression the moment they saw the water dragon. An extreme sense of danger rose in their hearts. Furthermore, they had just witnessed how Li Wangye was killed by the water dragon. He didn't even have the chance to resist. Therefore, the moment the water dragon appeared, they completely lost the courage to continue fighting. In order to survive, face was no longer important. If they didn't escape now, they would immediately die under the water dragon and follow in Li Wangye's footsteps. In fact, even if they ran now, they still wouldn't have much of a chance to escape. Haha, the entire body of water is under my control. Where do you think you can run to? Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He didn't put these half-step sovereigns in his eyes at all. Moreover, they were in the body of water, so he had the upper hand. Under Jiang Chen's control, the 3 water dragons were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with the 3 half-step martial monarchs. The water dragons opened their mouths and swallowed the half-step martial monarchs, just like how it killed Li Wangye. Although the 3 half-step martial monarchs fled in 3 different directions, the result was the same. Arg! 3 miserable screams were heard. The 3 half-step martial monarchs died under the water dragons. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated again. The water dragons disappeared into the body of water below, and the corpses of the 3 half-step martial monarchs fell into the water. Damn it! Lan Xian, who was fighting with Yu Huafan, saw everything. His eyes were about to spit out flames. 3 half-step martial monarchs died just like that. He had brought 7 people with him this time, but now only 1 was left. Moreover, it seemed like this one was going to die soon. He had seen De Huang Dog's ferocity. Geniuses of the same level as him were not a match for De Huang Dog. Saga. On the other side, De Huang Dog burst into laughter. Under the suppression of De Huang Dog, the first great sovereign didn't even have the strength to fight back. His body had already suffered many injuries and he was about to lose his life. Stop! Lan Xian yelled. He wasn't a fool. He could naturally see the situation today. Underestimating the enemy at the beginning was their biggest mistake, which led to their tragic ending. The loss of the Immortal Court was too great. It was impossible to kill Jiang Chen now. Even without Yu Huafan, the dog alone was already hard enough to deal with. Lan Xian, you don't have the initiative now. Yu Huafan's chi was magnificent. De Huang Dog's performance had also surprised him, but in any case his opponent was the one who suffered a loss. Therefore he was in a good mood. Let him go and we'll part ways here. Lan Xian said, then flew towards the heavily injured first-grade great sovereign with a sway. Zhoush. Yu Huafan wouldn't give him the chance. He hadn't forgotten how Lan Xian and the others wanted to kill them at the beginning. As the big senior brother of Dragon Hall, Yu Huafan wasn't a kind-hearted person. He knew very well what he should do to his enemies. Today the enmity between him and the ethereal Immortal Court had been completely formed. In that case there was no difference in killing 1 more or 1 less person. Why should he let a first-grade great sovereign go for no reason? Lan Xian, I have already made a concession. Don't go too far. It won't do you any good if you go too far. Yu Huafan threatened. Is that so? On the other side, Jiang Chen sneered when he heard Lan Xian's words. In a flash, he came to the side of the first-grade great sovereign and slashed with the heavenly saint sword without hesitation. Arg! The first-grade great sovereign was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Facing Jiang Chen's powerful sword, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. He was slashed into 2 halves by Jiang Chen on the spot. His blood dyed the water below red. Son of a bitch. Lan Xian was infuriated when he saw all the people he brought were killed by Jiang Chen. He gnashed his teeth in hatred and immediately launched a powerful energy attack at Jiang Chen. Bang! Lan Xian's speed wasn't slow, but De Huang Dog was faster. The indestructible head of the dog collided with the energy light beam cast by Lan Xian and destroyed it. De Huang, senior brother, let's kill him together. I will control this water. Jiang Chen said in an incomparably cold tone. The enmity between him and the ethereal Immortal Court had long been irreconcilable. Once they met, it would be a life-and-death battle. If he could kill Lan Xian as well, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the ethereal Immortal Court. All right. Yu Huafan responded and immediately launched a seal at Lan Xian. On the other side, De Huang Dog's body doubled in size, like a golden barbarian elephant, and charged forward. Voila! Chapter 1961. Upon seeing this, Lan Xian's facial expression changed slightly. Even though he was infuriated, he knew that it wouldn't do him any good to continue this fight. Yu Huafan alone was enough to make him suffer. Now there was a dog whose strength wasn't any weaker than Yu Huafan. If the 2 of them joined forces, he would definitely be no match for them. More importantly, Jiang Chen seemed to be very proficient in controlling the water domain. Moreover, this guy was so mysterious that he couldn't be judged by common sense. If Jiang Chen could really seal the entire water domain, Lan Xian's life would be in danger. Let's go. Without any hesitation, before the water domain was completely sealed by Zhou Xian, Lan Xian decisively chose to leave. He easily dodged the attacks of Yu Huafan and De Huang Dog, pierced through the gap of the water domain like an arrow and disappeared. Huala Jiangchen withdrew his control over the water domain, restoring its calmness. Looking at the direction where Lan Xian disappeared, Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of pity. What a pity he escaped. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart, but he also understood that it would be difficult for the three of them to kill Lan Xian. For a figure like Lan Xian, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape. If Lan Xian chose to stay and fight with Yu Huafan and De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill him. Unfortunately, Lan Xian was a smart man. He didn't let his anger and hatred get to his head. He chose to escape. It was very easy for Lan Xian to escape in his peak state. Forget it. Lan Xian is very powerful. It won't be easy for the three of us to kill him. Today the ethereal immortal court has suffered a great loss. 7 of the 8 people who came here were killed by us. But this time, the enmity between us and the ethereal immortal court has been completely formed. Yu Huafan said. This wasn't the first time he had fought with Lan Xian, so he knew Lan Xian's strength very well. The enmity between us has long been irreconcilable. Jiang Chen smiled. The fact that an immortal court is chasing after him is enough to show that he's not simple. Junior brother Jiang, you're amazing. Yu Huafan gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Being chased by the immortal court and still surviving until now wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Moreover, Jiang Chen's attack just now had shown him Jiang Chen's strength. Even though he was a first-class genius of the immortal court, he couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. He was almost sure that Jiang Chen would surpass him in the future, and it wouldn't be long before that happened. Junior brother, you're now a member of our Dragon Hall. Even the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain would have to think twice before laying a finger on our Dragon Hall. Now that we've come out, we're representing the Dragon Hall. Master has said that no matter what we do outside, we can't bring shame to the Dragon Hall. If people don't offend us, we won't offend them. Yu Huafan said in a tough tone. Jiang Chen smiled. He had gone to the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain with a certain purpose in mind, but he did not regret joining the Dragon Hall at all. The way the Dragon Hall handled things suited him too well. Moreover, joining the Fengqi immortal court would also bring great benefits to Jiang Chen. No matter what, the Fengqi immortal court was a great backer. No matter where he went, the Fengqi immortal court was a great deterrent force. The fight with Lan Xian was just a small interlude for Jiang Chen. After Lan Xian escaped, Jiang Chen and Yu Huafan didn't delay their journey and continued to fly towards the demonic immortal island. Along the way they passed by many islands. Jiang Chen had to admit that the scenery in the sea was much more beautiful than the scenery in the other celestial realms. Living here was indeed relaxing. But similarly, the degree of savagery in the outer seas was much greater compared to the other immortal realms. There were powerful demonic beasts everywhere here, and there were also water monsters in the water. These demonic beasts in the water, as well as the demonic beasts on the various islands, were all bloodthirsty in nature. This led to unrest in the overseas region. Of course, as Jiang Chen and the others flew along, the sea below was as calm as ever. They did not encounter any ambushes from the sea monsters. This was a very normal thing. One should know that those water monsters had very strong spirituality. Their intelligence wasn't inferior to that of humans. For powerful existences like Jiang Chen and Yu Huafan, the water monsters would try their best to avoid them. How would they dare to come out and attack them unless they were tired of living? After 2 days of sightseeing, Jiang Chen and Yu Huafan finally arrived at the demonic immortal island. The huge demonic immortal island was located in the central area of the outer seas. Looking from afar, the island was filled with smoke and mist, with green mountains and clear waters. It was like a dreamland. It was a kind of natural beauty. Even looking at it from afar, it could make people feel comfortable. The demonic immortal island had a circumference of tens of thousands of miles. It could be called the largest island in the outer seas. Although the demonic immortal island looked beautiful and spectacular from the outside, it was not difficult to sense the heavy and murderous aura coming from the demonic immortal island. The demon race occupied this place. It was ruled by countless demonic beasts. There were constant battles and killings. The hidden murderous aura could not be concealed at all. Junior brother Jiang, this is the demonic Immortal Island, the most beautiful island in the outer seas. Yu Huafan said. It's indeed beautiful. The demon race of the immortal world really chose a good place to settle here. Jiang Qin nodded his head and praised. De Huang Dog was as dull as ever. It seemed that he was not interested in anything here. This unusual behavior really surprised Jiang Qin. Let's go. Since we are here, let's go in directly and enjoy the scenery of the demonic Immortal Island. Yu Huafan said and flew directly towards the demonic Immortal Island. There were several gates on the demonic Immortal Island. Jiang Qin and the others chose the south gate. At this moment, there were dozens of powerful experts guarding outside the south gate. They were all majestic and wore black armors. Although they looked like humans, the strong demon qi emitted from their bodies directly exposed their nature. Halt, intruder. Seeing Jiang Qin and the others, a black-robed man immediately stopped them. But when he felt the great emperor's aura from Yu Huafan, he immediately became more respectful. At this time a girl in blue walked out. She was very beautiful and there were several scales on her forehead. He should be some kind of fish. The girl walked to Yu Huafan and the others and bowed slightly. This was the etiquette they used to greet distinguished guests. The arrival of Yu Huafan and the others was basically the most distinguished guest of the demonic Immortal Island. Chapter 1962. My name is Air. Greetings, young masters. The girl's voice was clear and pleasant to hear. Yu Huafan and Jiang Qin of Fengqi Immortal Court are here to celebrate the birthday of Tianping Evil Emperor under the order of Star Sovereign. Yu Huafan told him his name. So you are the geniuses of Fengqi Immortal Court. We have long heard of your name. Please follow me, young masters. Your reception has already been arranged. Air's attitude became better after hearing that they were from the Immortal Court. She made a gesture of invitation. Yu Huafan nodded and strode towards the demonic Immortal Island. It was the birthday of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign. Those who came to attend the birthday were basically all influential figures, so they couldn't afford to neglect the hospitality, especially those from the 9 great immortal courts. None of them could be offended. Under Air's lead, Jiang Qin and Yu Huafan enjoyed the scenery of the demonic Immortal Island. Finally they came to a dense forest. The forest was full of colorful flowers and trees. The ground was paved with red leaves which made it very comfortable to walk on. Young masters, this dense forest has a circumference of 1,000 miles. It's also the place where we receive our distinguished guests. There's a bamboo forest in every place. We're about to reach the Fengqi Immortal Court's place. Air said. A bamboo forest appeared in front of them. It was filled with bird song and fragrant flowers. There was a flowing stream and a wooden bridge. At the center of the purple bamboo forest was a unique courtyard. There were more than a dozen rooms in the courtyard. Even with Jiang Chen's experience, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to such an environment. Young masters, this will be your temporary residence. There are still 3 days before the birthday of the Demon Sovereign. You can walk around the demonic Immortal Island freely in these 3 days. This is a VIP card. With this card you can move around the demonic Immortal Island unimpeded. Air turned her palm and a bronze card appeared in her palm. She then handed it to Yu Huafan. Thank you, Miss Air. Yu Huafan received the VIP card. In that case, Air won't disturb you any longer. There are more people coming to attend the Demon Sovereign's birthday. I still have to receive them. After Air finished speaking, she turned around and left. Indeed, Yu Huafan and the others weren't the only distinguished guests. The birthday of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign was a major event to the outer seas. Apart from the experts of the 9 immortal courts, there were also plenty of rogue cultivators and other worldlings from the surrounding islands who would come to fawn on the demonic Immortal Island. Although the status of these people couldn't be compared to Yu Huafan and the others, they couldn't be neglected. The environment here is really comfortable. Jiang Qin stretched his body and immediately felt relaxed. Such a wonderful environment indeed gave Jiang Qin a rare feeling of leisure. It just so happened that there were still 3 days before the birthday banquet, and Jiang Qin could have a good time to relax here. The situation in the immortal world was getting tenser and tenser, and there were fewer and fewer opportunities for him to relax. Jiang Qin had to cherish this opportunity. At this moment, hundreds of miles away from the demonic Immortal Island, a green-clothed man was standing solemnly. He looked to be in his 30s and was very handsome. In terms of appearance, he could absolutely be called a peerless beauty. The man's eyes were fixed unblinkingly in the direction of the demonic Immortal Island. His brows were knitted tightly and his mind was preoccupied. If Jiang Qin was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize that this man was none other than Xiao Wangqing. The current Xiao Wangqing had successfully advanced to the Great Sovereign Realm. Just like Li Wangya, he had just stepped into the first-grade Great Sovereign Realm not long ago. His cultivation base wasn't very stable yet. It seemed like Li Wangya's judgment was very accurate. He would definitely come to the birthday banquet of Tianping Evil Emperor. Xiao Wangqing was staring blankly in the direction of the demonic Immortal Island, holding a red jade pendant tightly in his hand. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the birthday banquet of Tianping Evil Emperor. Ing came to the place where Jiang Qin and the others lived early in the morning. 2 young masters. The birthday banquet of the Demon Sovereign will be held in the demonic Immortal Square today. Ing will bring you there. Ing said with a smile. Thank you. Yu Huafan nodded, then followed Ing and flew towards the demonic Immortal Square. The demonic Immortal Square was the largest square in the demonic Immortal Island. Usually when there was a major event, it would be held on the demonic Immortal Island. It was conceivable that today was the birthday banquet of Tianping Evil Emperor. Given the influence of Tianping Evil Emperor in the immortal world, there would definitely be a lot of people coming to congratulate him. Moreover, every one of them was bound to be a famous figure. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Along the way they could see a lot of people flying towards the demonic Immortal Square from different directions. These people had arrived in advance just like Yu Huafan and Yu Huafan. They were arranged in different VIP areas. At this moment each group was led by a white-robed girl. Jiang Qin. Suddenly an exclamation was heard not far away. Then a murderous intent fell on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a white-robed middle-aged man glaring at him. Apart from anger, there was also unconcealable shock in his eyes, as if he didn't expect to meet Jiang Qin here. Qiu Qianyun. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. He knew this guy. Back when he was in Genius Prefecture, this guy was Thousand-Hand Butcher Qiu Qianyun, a figure of the Immortal Court of Mi Luo Immortal Domain. There was another person who went to Genius Prefecture with Li Wangya, one-word Glacier Qin Xianbing of the Immortal Court of Radiance Immortal Domain. However, Qiu Qianyun had already advanced to the first-grade Great Sovereign Realm just like Li Wangya. Unfortunately, the expert in front of him that Jiang Qin couldn't fight was no longer in Jiang Qin's eyes. Kid, you're not dead yet. Qiu Qianyun said fiercely. You're still alive, how can I die? Jiang Qin sneered. Elder Qiu, is this kid Jiang Qin? A genius disciple looked at Jiang Qin without concealing his murderous intent. That's right. It's him. But I don't know why he's with Yu Huafan. Could it be that he has joined the Immortal Court of Fengqi Immortal Domain? Qiu Qianyun recognized Yu Huafan and was somewhat surprised. Chapter 1963. The sudden change immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The birthday of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign was about to begin, so all the people who came to attend the birthday were heading towards the demonic Immortal Square. Apart from the people from Mi Luo Immortal Domain and Radiance Immortal Domain, the people from other immortal domains had also arrived. There were also a lot of powerful rogue cultivators and people from various islands in the outer seas. What's going on? Who's this kid? It seems like he has offended both Mi Luo Immortal Court and Radiance Immortal Court. He's just an intermediate immortal venerable young man, but he has angered the 2 immortal courts. It seems like the enmity between them isn't ordinary. Isn't this kid a little too audacious? He has offended 2 immortal courts at once. Will he still be able to live in the future? Not necessarily. Didn't you see him with Yu Huafan? It means that he's from Fengqi Immortal Court. Many people began to discuss, but most of them were still watching the show. Generally speaking, those who watched the show wouldn't mind it getting bigger. Plus, the relationship between the 9 immortal courts wasn't harmonious. Naturally, they would be happy to see the other immortal courts fighting each other. Junior brother Jiang, why do you have so many enemies? Tell me, how did you do it? Yu Huafan asked. The way he looked at Jiang Qin now wasn't just filled with admiration. He couldn't imagine how Jiang Qin managed to offend 3 immortal courts at the same time and make them gnash their teeth in hatred. Yu Huafan really wanted to know how Jiang Qin did it. One should know that sometimes, being able to make others hate him was also a kind of ability. Not everyone had the ability to offend the immortal courts. Their people wanted to kill me, so I killed them. That's why they hate me. Jiang Qin shrugged, showing a look of helplessness. He would still do the same thing even if he had to do it again. After all, he couldn't just sit and wait for death when someone wanted to kill him. Jiang Qin, I didn't expect that you would dare to come to the demonic Immortal Island. Today will be the day you die. Kill yourself in front of us so that we don't have to do anything. Qin Xianbing acted as if he was high and mighty. Jiang Qin sneered. Qin Xianbing, why are you so arrogant? Your immortal court has been plotting to kill me for a long time, but I'm still alive and kicking. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you've become a first-grade great sovereign. Li Wangye was killed by me not long ago. If you dare to attack me, I will kill you immediately. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely arrogant. He didn't put Qin Xianbing in his eyes at all. Given his current strength, Qin Xuanbing's tributary was indeed nothing to him. If he really wanted to kill Qin Xianbing, it would be a piece of cake for him. What? You killed Li Wangye? After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Qin Xianbing and Qiu Qinyun exclaimed at the same time. They stared at Jiang Chen with their eyes wide open, doubting their ears. However, Jiang Chen's expression told them that Jiang Chen wasn't lying. There was no need for Jiang Chen to lie about such a matter. Jiang Chen, it seems that you won't be able to walk out of the demonic Immortal Island alive this time. At this time, another cold voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that the speaker was none other than Lan Xian. After escaping from the encirclement of Yu Huafan and De Huang Dog, Lan Xian had come to the demonic Immortal Island alone. Now that he had encountered Jiang Chen here, his killing intent surged. He had never hated someone so much and was so eager to kill someone. Lan Xian knew that it was impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen with his current strength. Now that the Mi Luo Immortal Court and the Radiance Immortal Court had appeared, Jiang Chen would die for sure if the three immortal courts joined forces. Yu Huafan and a dog were no match for Jiang Chen. A stray dog dares to come out and roar? Even if you don't find it shameful, I feel ashamed for you. Jiang Chen glanced at Lan Xian and said without any trace of politeness. Damn it. Lan Xian's eyeballs almost popped out of his eye sockets. He had suffered a great loss in this trip to the demonic Immortal Island. He didn't know how to explain it to the Sovereign Lord when he returned. Lan Xian, is what Jiang Chen said true? Did Li Wangye really die in his hands? Qin Xianbing looked at Lan Xian and asked. That's right. Lan Xian nodded. He didn't want to talk about the details because it was too shameful. However, it was a fact that Li Wangye was killed by Jiang Chen and he had to admit it. This man's speed of growth is too fast and his talent is heaven-defying. He will become a great threat to us sooner or later. We must take this opportunity to eliminate him today. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. Qiu Qinyun said Lung Lung, looking at Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. Jiang Chen's speed of growth was too frightening. It had only been a short time, but he was already strong enough to kill a great sovereign. If he continued to grow, he would probably reach the point where he would be out of control in the future. Let's attack together and kill this kid. Qin Xuanbing's killing intent erupted. For a moment, the geniuses of the two immortal courts locked onto Jiang Chen. The murderous intent of so many great sovereigns was like a storm, covering a large area of the domain. Adding Lan Xian into the mix, it would definitely be a great battle. Yu Huafan am here. Let's see who dares to attack. Yu Huafan stood in front of Jiang Chen unyieldingly. Yu Huafan, you'd better not get involved. Otherwise I'll kill you as well. A black-clothed youth of Mi Luo Immortal Court spoke. His name was Tanginia, a first-class genius of Mi Luo Immortal Court, in existence on the same level as Yu Huafan and Lan Xian. Humph. I, Yu Huafan, am not one to be intimidated. The people of Dragon Hall will never compromise. Why don't you all give it a try? Yu Huafan harumphed coldly. The people of Dragon Hall had always been like this. Don't waste your breath on them. Let's attack. Lan Xian spoke, preparing to take the lead and lunge towards Yu Huafan. He had been planning to take revenge. Now that he had made use of Mi Luo Immortal Court and Radiance Immortal Court, it was a great opportunity that he would never miss. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the interior of the demonic Immortal Island. Then a middle-aged man with a sturdy build flew over. His eyes were blue and his body was surging with demonic qi. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of third-grade demon sovereign realm. Such a figure was very intimidating. Everyone, all of you are the distinguished guests of our demonic immortal island. Today is the birthday of Tianping Evil Emperor. Demon Sovereign doesn't wish to see fighting and killing in the demonic immortal island. If you have any irreconcilable enmity, you can settle it after you leave the island. The third-grade Demon Sovereign spoke loudly. Chapter 1964. Alright, we'll give Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign face and spare this brat's life for the time being. Don't ruin Tianping Evil Emperor's birthday. Qin Xianbing spoke after seeing the third-grade Demon Sovereign of the demonic immortal island. He knew very well that it was almost impossible to kill Xianxia now that Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign had interfered personally. Today was, after all, the birthday of Tianping Evil Emperor, and Xianxia was a disciple of the immortal court of Fengqi Immortal Domain. Even though they were eager to kill Xianxia immediately, they also knew that they had to give face to Tianping Evil Emperor. Xianxia, you're lucky today, but you don't have much time left. You'll die when Tianping Evil Emperor's birthday is over. Qiu Qinyun pointed at Xianxia and threatened. Is that so? I'm afraid it's hard to say who will die at that time. Xianxia wore an indifferent face. He had been through all kinds of storms and dangerous situations, let alone these people. Even without Yu Huafan and De Huang Dog by his side, it was impossible for them to kill him. Although Xianxia couldn't defeat them, he could easily escape with the Great Void technique. You're still so arrogant even when you're at death's door. Tan Jinye's face was cold. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. As a peak second-grade Great Sovereign, an intermediate Immortal Venerable was merely an ant in his eyes. No matter how talented Xianxia was, he was still an ant. Let's go. We'll let this brat live a little longer. Once we get out of the demonic immortal island, we'll let him die a graveless death. Alung Ling said. In the eyes of the geniuses of the three immortal courts, Xianxia was already dead. From now on, they would pay close attention to Xianxia's movements. They wouldn't give Xianxia any chance to escape. Currently, Xianxia could only rely on Yu Huafan, but Yu Huafan alone wasn't enough to protect Xianxia's life. As for the Fengqi Immortal Court behind Xianxia, the three immortal courts didn't care about it even though it was a powerful backing. After all, their strength was on par with the Fengqi Immortal Court and they had been fighting against each other for a long time. It was a piece of cake for them to kill a disciple. Sigh. What a pity Xianxia is dead for sure. That's right. He has offended the three immortal courts and still came to attend the birthday ceremony of Tianping Evil Emperor. Isn't he courting death? The three immortal courts will pay close attention to him now. As long as he gets out of the demonic immortal island, Xianxia will die for sure. Judging from the situation just now, the enmity between Xianxia and the three immortal courts is irreconcilable. The three immortal courts won't let go of this opportunity to kill Xianxia. Forget it. It's none of our business whether he's dead or alive. Our purpose of coming to the demonic immortal island is to win over Tianping Evil Emperor and befriend the demonic immortal island. As for the fight between the immortal courts, the more intense the better. Almost everyone was certain that Xianxia was going to die. Some of them even thought that Xianxia was courting death by attending the birthday banquet of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign after offending the three great immortal courts. However, the other immortal courts were more than happy to see this kind of conflict. Xianxia had already offended the three great immortal courts. Everyone, Tianping Evil Emperor will appear very soon. Everything has been arranged in the demonic immortal square. Please follow me. Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign spoke loudly once more. The birthday banquet of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign was organized by Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign. As a third-grade Demon Sovereign of the demonic immortal island, he held a pivotal position in the island. It was undoubtedly very difficult to meet Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign. Only the experts of the immortal courts were qualified to receive Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign personally. Although the demonic immortal island was powerful and had no connection with the 9 immortal domains, it still attached great importance to the immortal courts. After all, the strength of each immortal court wasn't weaker than the demonic immortal island. Alright, Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign, please. An elder of the Yellow Spring Immortal Court clasped his fists at Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign. Everyone please. Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign's voice was very loud. He turned around and flew towards the demonic immortal square. Originally, there were already people leading the way to the demonic immortal square, but due to the conflict between Xianxia and the others, Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign had no choice but to show himself. Otherwise a fight would break out. Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign didn't want to affect the mood of Tianping Evil Emperor at such a critical moment. Under the lead of Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign, a large number of people who came to attend the birthday ceremony flew towards the demonic Immortal Island. Junior brother Jiang, it seems like we're going to have a lot of trouble this time. Yu Huafen spoke with some concern. Don't worry, senior brother. These people are still far from being able to kill me. Let's go and see the splendor of the demonic Immortal Island and see what Tianping Evil Emperor looks like. Jiang Qin patted Yu Huafan's shoulder with a smile and took the lead to fly towards the demonic Immortal Square. Yu Huafan shook his head and sighed. He really didn't know where Jiang Qin got his confidence from. One should know that the current situation was quite disadvantageous to Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin's confidence also made Yu Huafan feel a lot more at ease. His new junior brother looked very mystical, but he was really not an ordinary person. The demonic Immortal Square was located in the most central area of the demonic Immortal Island. The entire square had a circumference of 100 miles. It was very huge and spectacular. At this moment, banners were fluttering on the demonic Immortal Island. Countless great demons in black armor could be seen everywhere. Their solemn combat strength gave people a great pressure. At the most central area of the demonic Immortal Square, there was a high platform on which a beautiful and spacious shed was built. There were 5 or 6 rows of tables and chairs on the left and right sides of the platform. There were hundreds of tables and chairs in each row. These tables and chairs were made of special materials and looked very noble. In front of the highest platform, there were tables and chairs that were specially arranged. Only people with real status could sit here. There were 9 areas in total. Behind each area was a golden plaque with the names of the 9 immortal domains written on it. Ethereal Immortal Domain, Fengqi Immortal Domain, Miluo Immortal Domain, Guangming Immortal Domain, Linglong Immortal Domain, Netherworld Immortal Domain, Wuji Immortal Domain, Ruyi Immortal Domain, Wuliang Immortal Domain. The 9 immortal domains were undoubtedly the most distinguished guests. Of course, they had to be treated specially. After arriving at the demonic Immortal Square, the people of the 9 immortal domains automatically found their own seats and sat down. As for the others, they didn't have such treatment. They were arranged by some young girls to sit down casually. Chapter 1965. Junior brother Jiang, these fruits and wine are the treasures of the demonic Immortal Island. Eating them will bring you a lot of benefits. Yu Huafan said with a smile. Jiang Qin nodded. This demonic Immortal Island was truly extravagant. These rare treasures were indeed very beneficial to cultivators. If a heaven immortal ate any one of them, he was afraid that his cultivation base would advance by a level, but it wouldn't be as useful to experts like them. That's right. After all, their needs were different. At their level, their needs were greater. It was extremely difficult to advance further, not to mention a few exotic fruits. Hoo-hoo. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew across the sky. A black shadow appeared in the sky. The shadow enlarged rapidly and turned into a 40-year-old middle-aged man. He was tall and sturdy, wearing a gray feather robe. The chi that he exuded was frightening. The man looked extraordinary. His eyebrows were filled with a domineering aura. His nose was a little sharp and his pair of sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through the void. Look, that's Tianping Evil Emperor. Such a powerful chi. A powerful 6th grade demon sovereign, plus the divine grade bloodline of Tianping. His strength isn't any weaker than any of the sovereign lords of the 9 immortal courts. That's right. It is said that this Tianping Evil Emperor is the most promising one to advance to the 7th grade demon sovereign realm in the near future. He's already the overlord of the ocean. No wonder the 9 immortal courts have come to congratulate him. Countless people became excited when they saw the appearance of Tianping Evil Emperor. It was the first time for many of them to come to the demonic Immortal Island. To them, it was a great honor to see the legendary Tianping Evil Emperor with their own eyes. They would be able to boast about it when they go out in the future. Tianping Evil Emperor withdrew his chi. The rippling waves in the sky vanished instantly. Everything returned to normal. Tianping Evil Emperor's body swayed and vanished. In the next moment he reappeared on the high platform. Such incredible speed. Jiang Qin was shocked. Of course. Tianping is a peerless divine bird. It's famous for its speed. The speed of Tianping almost represents the limit of the heavens and earth. Yu Huafan said. Tianping Evil Emperor's movement just now contained a trace of the Great Void technique. Jiang Qin frowned. He was very surprised by this, and he would never be mistaken. Putting aside the fact that he was proficient in the Great Soul Derivation technique and Great Divination art, his senses were incomparably sharp. Based on his proficiency in the Great Void technique, he was almost certain that there was a trace of the Great Void technique in the movement technique displayed by Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign. Of course, it only had a hint of the Great Void technique. Compared to the real Great Void technique, the difference was not small. Greetings, Lord Demon Sovereign. May Lord Demon Sovereign be as blessed as the East Sea and live as long as the South Mountain. The moment the Tianping Evil Emperor appeared, all the demonic beasts on the demonic Immortal Island knelt down from all directions. Some Demon Sovereign level demonic beasts also bowed to the Tianping Evil Emperor. All the black-armored warriors on the square also knelt down. The scene was too spectacular. It surprised everyone that the Tianping Evil Emperor's status here had reached such a transcendent level. He was equivalent to an emperor in the secular world. In this demonic Immortal Island, the Tianping Evil Emperor was the absolute emperor. He represented the faith of countless demonic beasts. So when he appeared, everyone knelt down devoutly. Such cohesiveness and charisma has completely surpassed the sovereign lord of the Immortal Court. Jiang Qin sighed. One should know that even the sovereign lord of the Immortal Court couldn't make everyone kneel down. This is normal. Demonic beasts have differences in bloodline and rank. The hierarchy is very strict and incomparable to humans. The Tianping Evil Emperor is naturally respected by millions of people. De Huang Dog said. Rise, everyone. The Tianping Evil Emperor stretched his arms horizontally, completely assuming the posture of a peerless sovereign lord. Voila! Countless demonic beasts rose to their feet in unison. All right, thank you all for coming to this emperor's birthday. Let's have a toast first. The Tianping Evil Emperor seemed to be in a very good mood. A young girl handed a cup of bejeweled wine to him. The Tianping Evil Emperor gulped it down in one gulp, looking incomparably forthright and carefree. The birthday of the Tianping Evil Emperor is a joyous day for the demonic Immortal Island. I Tanginia represent the Mi Luo Immortal Domain to congratulate you and offer my congratulatory gift. Tanginia took out the congratulatory gift after drinking the wine in her hand. Everyone had a tacit understanding that since they were here to congratulate Tianping Evil Emperor, they would surely present a congratulatory gift. For a moment, countless eyes fell on Tanginia. They wanted to see what kind of treasure the Mi Luo Immortal Court would present. One should know that there weren't many treasures in this world that could attract the attention of the Tianping Evil Emperor. Of course, since it was a congratulatory gift prepared by the Mi Luo Immortal Court, even if the Tianping Evil Emperor wouldn't be interested in it, it wouldn't be too bad. After all, it represented the face of the Mi Luo Immortal Court. With a flip of Tanginia's palm, a golden box appeared in her hand. The box was transparent and the treasure inside could be clearly seen. Inside the box, there was a fist-sized golden red demon spirit that was constantly swaying back and forth. This is the demon spirit of the powerful Snow Domain Divine Eagle. It was left behind by a limitless demon sovereign. Our sovereign lord obtained it by accident. It's a gift to Lord Demon Sovereign. Tanginia said loudly, her face was filled with pride. What? A 5th grade demon sovereign demon spirit? What a generous gift. The key is not the 5th grade demon sovereign demon spirit but the demon spirit itself. If it's an ordinary 5th grade demon sovereign demon spirit, the Tianping Evil Emperor wouldn't care at all. After all, he is already a powerful 6th grade demon sovereign. However, the owner of this demon spirit is the powerful Snow Domain Divine Eagle. The significance of this demon spirit is completely different. For the Tianping Evil Emperor, the value of this demon spirit has increased. That's right. The Snow Domain Divine Eagle is a powerful demon beast that is famous for its speed. It should belong to the same type of demon beast as the Tianping Evil Emperor. Everyone knows that the Tianping Evil Emperor has been pursuing extreme speed all his life. If he can get the demon spirit of the Snow Domain Divine Eagle and study the speed of the Snow Domain Divine Eagle, it will be of great help to the Tianping Evil Emperor. For a moment the whole place was filled with discussions. Obviously, the gift presented by Tanginia had caused a sensation and attracted the attention of the Tianping Evil Emperor. Good. Thank your sovereign lord on my behalf. I will accept this gift. Chapter 1966. Tangenia's face was filled with pride. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign even smiled at the treasures he gave out, which made him feel very proud. His face was filled with radiance. Heavenly Ping. I'm Zhou Xian. I'm here on the order of the Ethereal Sovereign Lord to congratulate the Demon Emperor on his birthday. I'm here to present a bottle of Heaven Earth Mystery Yellow Water. Zhou Xian stood up and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle was crystal clear and only the size of a palm. But what was contained in it was an extremely precious treasure. Heaven Earth Mystery Yellow Water was the root water of the heaven and earth. A drop of it weighed thousands of kilograms. This treasure was not used for consumption, but to forge immortal weapons, especially powerful Emperor weapons. If the Heaven Earth Mystery Yellow Water was added to the Emperor weapon, it wouldn't be a problem for the Emperor weapon to be refined to a higher level. Furthermore, the Heaven Earth Mysterious Yellow Water could also be used as a medicine to refine pills. For a truly high-grade pill, if a little essence of the Heaven Earth Mysterious Yellow Water was added during the refining process, the grade of the pill would be greatly improved. Zhou Xian had taken out such a precious treasure at once. It showed how much importance the Ethereal Sovereign Lord attached to Tianping Evil Emperor. Of course, the reasonable degree of preciousness was not only to express the importance of the Tianping Evil Emperor, but also to show the face of the Ethereal Sovereign Lord. After all, he was the Sovereign Lord of a generation and was very wealthy. If the thing he took out was too inferior, not only would it make the Tianping Evil Emperor unhappy, the Sovereign Lord himself wouldn't be able to afford to lose face. Alright, the Ethereal Sovereign Lord is very considerate. It would be impolite for me to refuse such a precious gift. Nephew Zhou Xian, please take a seat. Tianping Evil Emperor beamed with joy and kept the Heaven Earth Mystery Yellow Water. Today was his birthday and it was a very happy occasion. Naturally, the Tianping Evil Emperor was extremely happy. There was no reason for him to be unhappy. Anyone would be overjoyed to receive so many precious treasures. Although the Heaven Earth Mystery Yellow Water wasn't very useful to him, it could be used on the demonic Immortal Island. There were thousands of disciples on the demonic Immortal Island. The more treasures there were, the more experts they could nurture. The more experts there were, the more influence the demonic Immortal Island would have in the immortal world. Next, all the immortal courts began to rush to take out their gifts. Each of them was the representative of their younger generation. As expected, the treasures taken out by Tangenia and Zhou Xian were incomparably precious. The treasures taken out by the other immortal courts weren't inferior to them either. Tangenia and Zhou Xian's treasures. The treasures taken out. Tangenia and Zhou Xian's treasures. Of the treasures, one had to know that if any of these treasures were to be placed in the world below, they would be treasures that countless major powers would fight over. Normally, it would be extremely difficult to even see a single one of these treasures. They were all legendary existences. And now, all of them had actually appeared and were being presented as congratulatory gifts. This showed how important Tianping Evil Emperor's reputation was. In the entire immortal world, it was afraid that only Tianping Evil Emperor had such a great reputation. Even the birthday of the sovereign lords of the 9 immortal courts wouldn't have such a scene. Tianping Evil Emperor's position was rather special. All the immortal courts wanted to rope him in. Naturally, he was very precious. That's amazing. They have taken out so many incredible treasures. Compared to them, the gifts we have prepared are just too inferior. I'm going to be embarrassed to take them out later. Don't say that. Don't say that. After all, we are just a small sect that can't be compared to the 9 great immortal courts. Even if we have that kind of treasure, we won't be willing to take it out as a congratulatory gift. In any case, it's fine as long as we show our sincerity. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign knows that it's impossible for us to take out such a good treasure. That's right. If we really want to be compared to the 9 immortal courts, we shouldn't have come here. Fengqi Immortal Court hasn't taken out their gifts yet. I wonder what they have prepared. There's no need to think about it. Must be something precious. The gifts from the various immortal courts had caused a great impact. The people of the various islands and some famous rogue cultivators couldn't help but sigh. It was impossible for them not to feel depressed when they thought that the gifts they had carefully prepared were a joke compared to the gifts from the other immortal courts. Yu Huafen, where's the gift you prepared? What's wrong? Is it because you're embarrassed to take it out after seeing our gifts? Zhou Xian said in a sarcastic tone. He hated Yu Huafan and Jiang Chen to the core. Originally he had brought 7 people with him, but now he was the only one left. It was imaginable how depressed he was. Unfortunately, Lan Xian's current position happened to be opposite to Jiang Chen. He could see them by raising his head. Every time he saw Jiang Chen and Yu Huafan, he couldn't control his emotions. His hatred was expressed through gritted teeth. That's right. Can't the dignified Fengqi Immortal Court prepare a decent gift? In my opinion, if you really can't take it out, don't make a fool of yourself. Tanginia and another genius said sarcastically. They didn't conceal their hostility at all. Junior brother Jiang, this gift is yours. Yu Huafan secretly passed the vermilion bird's divine blood to Jiang Chen with a mocking smile on his face. He knew very well that compared to the vermilion bird's divine blood, their gifts were obviously weaker. At least to Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign, the vermilion bird's divine blood was the most attractive. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. He knew what Yu Huafan was thinking. He wanted to give him a chance to show his face in front of Tianping Evil Emperor. After all, Jiang Chen had too many enemies now. The experts of the 3 immortal courts all wanted to kill Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen could attract the attention of Tianping Evil Emperor, or even gain the recognition of Tianping Evil Emperor, it would certainly be beneficial to Jiang Chen's situation. Jiang Chen stood up from his seat, cupped his fists towards Tianping Evil Emperor, and took out the crystal ball. Jiang Chen, disciple of Dragon Hall of Fengqi Immortal Court, greets Demon Sovereign. Our Fengqi Immortal Court specially presents a drop of vermilion bird divine blood as a congratulatory gift. Jiang Chen said aloud. The words vermilion bird divine blood were incomparably loud. Almost everyone could hear it clearly. Upon hearing the words vermilion bird divine blood, the crowd became restless. The mocking smile on Lan Xian and Tanginia's faces froze and then vanished. They were all knowledgeable people. They naturally knew what the vermilion bird divine blood meant. My God. It's the legendary vermilion bird divine blood. The vermilion bird is a divine bird, one of the 5 elemental divine beasts. Its bloodline is much nobler than Heavenly Peng. It's a true aristocrat among birds, on par with the ancient true dragon. How could Fengqi Immortal Court offer a drop of vermilion bird divine blood? That's right. Although the gifts from the other immortal courts are also incomparably precious, the vermilion bird divine blood is the most valuable to Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign. Everyone knows that the vermilion bird divine blood contains the true vermilion bird bloodline. If the bloodline of the vermilion bird can be merged with the Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign's bloodline, it will bring him endless benefits. Listen. Did you see the expression of Tianping Evil Emperor? Obviously, the vermilion bird divine blood has attracted his attention. This is much more attractive than the other gifts. Chapter 1967. The story of Shao Wangqing on the high platform. Tianping Evil Emperor was looking at the divine blood of vermilion bird in Jiang Chen's hand. Given his eyesight, he could naturally tell that it was the real divine blood of vermilion bird. He could clearly sense the divine bloodline contained in it. Just as everyone had expected, the attraction of the divine blood of vermilion bird to Tianping Evil Emperor surpassed all the treasures gifted by the other immortal courts. Alright, I'll accept this divine blood of vermilion bird. Nephew Jiang Chen, please thank Star Sovereign on my behalf when you return. Tianping Evil Emperor received the divine blood of vermilion bird and spoke with incomparable delight. Due to the divine blood of vermilion bird, Tianping Evil Emperor remembered the name Jiang Chen and looked at Jiang Chen with kindness. This was what Yu Huafan hoped to see the most. He secretly gave Jiang Chen a wink. Just now, Jiang Chen's performance was neither servile nor overbearing, fully displaying the demeanor of a genius of the immortal courts. His bearing wasn't inferior to that of Lan Xian and Tanginia at all. Such a bearing of an immortal venerable was even more eye-catching than a great sovereign. That bastard! How could he be in the limelight? Lan Xian gritted his teeth and said resentfully. The way the others looked at Jiang Chen was also filled with hostility. No matter what, Jiang Chen had stolen their limelight during the gift-giving segment. This naturally made those geniuses who were naturally competitive feel very bad. Star Sovereign is really generous. He's even willing to take out a treasure like the divine blood of vermilion bird. Tanginia couldn't help but comment. Ordinary people would immediately regard a divine item like the divine blood of vermilion bird as a peerless treasure. How could they possibly give it away? In the following period of time, the gift-giving truly began. Almost all the people who came to congratulate him brought their most valuable treasures. At the very least, with their strength, it was already the best that they could bring out such treasures. Of course, these treasures couldn't be compared to the 9 great immortal quartz. Half an hour later, the gift-giving session came to an end. It had to be said that the gifts they received were enough to raise the strength of the demonic immortal island to a higher level. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't jealous. If all the treasures were given to him, Jiang Qin was confident that he could break through to the great sovereign realm in 2 months. Unfortunately, he could only be jealous now. Everyone, thank you for coming to this emperor's birthday. It would be impolite for this emperor to refuse your congratulatory gifts. Everyone, drink to your heart's content today. Tianping evil emperor said loudly. He then sat on a wide rattan chair with beautiful women serving him on both sides. More than a dozen young women appeared in the sky. Each and every one of them had a graceful figure. Their silhouettes were faintly discernible. No man would be able to resist their temptation. Some of these women were playing the zither, some were playing the flute, and some were dancing. They were dancing gracefully in the sky above the demonic immortal square. The soft music and the graceful figures were as light as butterflies. This was a program specially prepared for Tianping evil emperor's birthday. The moment these stunning women appeared, they attracted countless gazes. Just as everyone was immersed in this joyful and comfortable state, a black armored guard ran over from the outside of the demonic immortal island. What's the matter? The one who spoke was Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign. He looked at the black armored guard with a hint of anger. This black armored guard couldn't afford to disturb Tianping evil emperor's mood. Demon Sovereign, that Xiao Wangqing is here again. He said that he's here to congratulate you. The black armored guard said. Upon hearing Xiao Wangqing's name, Jiang Qin, who had already brought the wine to his mouth, immediately stopped. Didn't you say that he's not allowed to enter the demonic immortal island in the future? Let him leave. Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign said impatiently. My lord, that Xiao Wangqing has already advanced to the great sovereign realm. He said that he must come today. The black armored guard continued. If Xiao Wangqing was still the same Xiao Wangqing as before, he wouldn't care at all. But now that Xiao Wangqing had become a great sovereign, he didn't have the right to drive him away. He had to ask the higher-ups for permission. One should know that a great sovereign, even if he was just a first-grade great sovereign, would be respected no matter where he went in the immortal world. No one would dare to look down on a great sovereign. Not even a great sovereign. Tell him to get lost. Tell him to stay away from the demonic immortal island from now on. If he comes again, I won't be polite anymore. Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign said impatiently. Jiang Qin frowned slightly. From their conversation, it wasn't hard for him to tell that this wasn't Xiao Wangqing's first time coming to the demonic immortal island. Even Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign and a guard knew about him. It was imaginable that there must be a deep relationship between Xiao Wangqing and the demonic immortal island. Moreover, Jiang Qin recalled the time when he fought Li Wangye on the sea. Li Wangye had concluded that Jiang Qin was following Xiao Wangqing, as though he was certain that Xiao Wangqing would come. There must be some secret behind this. But judging from Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign's attitude towards Xiao Wangqing, it didn't seem to be very good. Yes, my lord. The black armored guard saluted and retreated. Jiang Qin quietly stood up from his seat. Junior brother Jiang, what's the matter? Yu Huafen noticed the change in Jiang Qin's expression and asked. I'll be right back. After saying that, Jiang Qin left the VIP seating and followed the black armored guard towards the exit of the demonic immortal island. Outside the gate of the demonic immortal island, Xiao Wangqing, clad in a green robe, was pacing back and forth with a solemn expression. Xiao Wangqing, you'd better leave. The demon sovereign doesn't want to see you. The black armored guard waved his hand at Xiao Wangqing. His attitude towards Xiao Wangqing wasn't bad and even showed some pity and sympathy. Almost everyone on the demonic immortal island knew about Xiao Wangqing's story. Therefore, even though Xiao Wangqing had come many times and was chased away every time, anyone who knew about his story would treat him well. Senior. Jiang Qin walked out of the demonic immortal island and arrived in front of Xiao Wangqing at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Qin, why are you here? Xiao Wangqing's face revealed a hint of surprise when he saw Jiang Qin. Young master, since you know each other, you'd better persuade him to give up, said the black-armored guard. the black-armored guard said. He knew that Xianxia was a genius of Fengqi Immortal domain, so he spoke to Xianxia politely. Chapter 1968. Good boy. Your cultivation base has improved tremendously. It hasn't been a long time since we last met, but you have already reached the intermediate immortal venerable realm. But given your heaven-defying strength, I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for you. Xiao Wangqing patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. He seemed a little surprised to see Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen's rapid progress, but at the same time he was gratified to see Jiang Chen. The gloomy look on his face had temporarily vanished. I joined the Fengqi Immortal Court because of some matters. This time I was sent here to celebrate the birthday of Tianping Evil Emperor. Senior, I heard that you have been to the demonic Immortal Island many times. What's the matter? Asked Jiang Chen. At this point he had no choice but to ask these questions. Jiang Chen, you have also seen the attitude of the demonic Immortal Island towards me. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to help me. Xiao Wangqing smiled bitterly. Senior, there are some things that have to be resolved. Jiang Chen said. He could feel the pain in Xiao Wangqing's heart from his bitter smile. Ai. Xiao Wangqing let out a heavy sigh. He turned and walked a few dozen meters away, looking at the distant sea with a gloomy face. He still didn't want to tell the story in his heart. Jiang Chen knew that Xiao Wangqing didn't want him to bear the burden for him. If he knew the truth, he would certainly help him at all costs. However, the other party was the mighty demonic Immortal Island, an existence that Jiang Chen couldn't afford to offend. He didn't want to make another powerful enemy for Jiang Chen, so he would rather keep everything in his heart than speak it out. Young master, this man is really pitiful. It has been so many years, but he still hasn't forgotten about it. The black-armored guard came to Jiang Chen's side and said, Brother, what's going on? Please give me some pointers, brother. Jiang Chen said. With a flip of his palm, he took out a spatial ring containing 10,000 venerable-grade immortal meta stones and handed it to the black-armored guard. From the guard's tone, it wasn't hard for him to guess that this black-armored guard must have known about Xiao Wangqing and the demonic Immortal Island. Since Xiao Wangqing wasn't willing to tell him, Jiang Chen could only find out from the mouth of the person. Xiao Wangqing had helped him more than once and saved him from disaster. It could be said that Xiao Wangqing was the person he respected the most in his life. Now that Xiao Wangqing was in trouble, there was no reason for him, Jiang Chen, to stand idly by. When the black-armored guard sensed the venerable-grade immortal meta stones in the interspatial ring, his eyes shone with a strange light. Thank you, young master. This was a generous gift. The black-armored guard couldn't find any reason to refuse it. He immediately kept the interspatial ring and his attitude towards Jiang Chen became incomparably warm. Young master, Xiao Wangqing fell in love with our saintess back then, but there's a rule in the demonic Immortal Island that the women of the island, especially the saintess, are not allowed to marry men from the outside world. This rule can't be violated. Later on, the saintess eloped with Xiao Wangqing and left the demonic Immortal Island. But how could they escape from the pursuit of the demonic Immortal Island because their cultivation base was too weak? Moreover, the incident had infuriated the Tianping Evil Emperor. After capturing the saintess and Xiao Wangqing, Demon Emperor originally wanted to kill Xiao Wangqing, but the saintess threatened to kill herself to save his life. The black-armored guard said. This incident had caused a great sensation in the demonic Immortal Island back then. Basically, everyone knew about it. Jiang Chen sighed. Looking at the back of Xiao Wangqing in the distance, his heart suddenly became incomparably heavy. What happened later? Asked Jiang Chen. The Tianping Evil Emperor was extremely furious. He imprisoned the saintess on the Myriad Wind platform for 300 years and drove Xiao Wangqing out of the demonic Immortal Island for 300 years. Now 300 years have passed. Xiao Wangqing has been here several times, which shows that he hasn't given up yet. Unfortunately, no one dares to disobey the Demon Emperor's order. If it wasn't for the saintess threatening to kill herself to save his life, he would have died hundreds of times for breaking into the demonic Immortal Island. The black-armored guard said. Jiang Chen's face was solemn. He finally knew about Xiao Wangqing's past. Now it seemed that the reason why Xiao Wangqing chose to walk the Tao of Forgetfulness should be related to this incident. Unfortunately, he couldn't sever his hair, which caused his cultivation base to stagnate. He still remembered the words that Xiao Wangqing told him at that time. Later on, Xiao Wangqing returned to normal under his unintentional guidance. Therefore, the infatuation from 300 years ago resurfaced. He couldn't forget the Saintess after all. How infatuated must a person be to persist for 300 years? The Tianping evil emperor imprisoned the Saintess for 300 years. She should have been released by now, right? Asked Jiangchen curiously. It's not that easy. The Saintess is even more infatuated than Xiao Wangqing. Even after being imprisoned on the Myriad Wind platform for 300 years, she still hasn't forgotten him. She has been infatuated with him from the beginning to the end. In the eyes of the Demon Emperor, the Saintess' performance has disappointed him greatly. The black-armored guard shook his head and sighed. Everyone who knew about the relationship between the Saintess and Xiao Wangqing would sigh. But it's already good enough that the Tianping evil emperor didn't execute Senior Xiao and the Saintess. Jiangchen also sighed. Today when he saw the Tianping evil emperor, he understood that Tianping evil emperor was also a decisive person. As a person who dominated overseas, his prestige was the most important thing to him. Despite the Saintess' disobedience, he still didn't execute her and even spared her when she threatened to kill herself. This showed that the Saintess of the demonic Immortal Island still had a certain position in the heart of the Demon Emperor. That's for sure. The Saintess is the daughter of the Tianping evil emperor. She's the apple of the Demon Emperor's eye. He dotes on her very much. If she didn't violate the rules of the demonic Immortal Island, how could he bear to imprison her for 300 years? Said the black-armored guard. I see. Jiangchen suddenly understood. Previously he was wondering why a figure like the Tianping evil emperor would compromise with the Saintess and Xiao Wangqing. It turned out that there was such a relationship between them. Brother, why does the demonic Immortal Island have such a rule? You should know that it's normal for humans to marry demonic beasts in this world. Chapter 1969. It's said that the first Saintess of the demonic Immortal Island fell in love with an outsider. Later on, the man disappeared for some reason, leaving the Saintess to grieve for hundreds of years. In the end, the Saintess was trapped by love and died of depression. Since then, there has been a rule in the demonic Immortal Island that no woman is allowed to fall in love with an outsider, especially the Saintess. The black-armored guard said, "Of course, this is just a legend. After all, it's been too long. I don't know the specific details." After listening to the black-armored guard's explanation, Jiangchen finally understood why there was such a rule in the demonic Immortal Island. The reason could be traced back to such a long time ago. Jiangchen couldn't help sighing when he thought of the experience of the first Saintess. It was unimaginable for Jiangchen to think that a person could be so infatuated that she died of depression. So, young master, you should persuade him to give up. He has already advanced to the great sovereign realm. Given his current strength, he will be able to thrive no matter where he goes. It's not a bad thing to forget our Saintess. The black-armored guard said. Thank you, brother. Jiangchen clasped his fists at the black-armored guard. In any case, what the black-armored guard said was for the good of Xiao Wangqing. Moreover, from the beginning until now, the black-armored guard hadn't shown any bad attitude towards Xiao Wangqing. He had been persuading Xiao Wangqing instead of driving him away. Jiangchen walked to Xiao Wangqing's side and didn't know what to say for a moment. You know it all? Xiao Wangqing's tone was calm. He stared at the sea ahead and didn't look at Jiangchen. Jiangchen grunted in acknowledgement. Back then, after the Saintess and I were forcefully separated, I was disheartened and swore to forget my feelings. That's why I walked on the path of forgetfulness. Unfortunately, this path didn't work, so I lived in a daze for 300 years. Do you still remember what you told me in the Genius Prefecture? You told me that I should let nature take its course. Since I can't forget, why force myself to forget? That's why my cultivation has been able to progress. Now, I'm not here to make up with the Saintess, but I want to see her again. That's right. Xiao Wangqing said in an incomparably firm tone. That was a kind of unstoppable determination, a kind of determination to do something with indomitable will. Senior, let's go. I'll bring you to see the Tianping evil emperor. Jiangchen said. His tone became extremely firm. Sometimes there were some things that had to be done. Jiangchen knew very well that 300 years had passed. Even if he had to wait for another 300 years, this kind of thing still had to be resolved. Xiao Wangqing wouldn't forget it. In that case, it had to be resolved. Jiangchen had always wanted to do something for Xiao Wangqing. Now it was time. Jiang Chen didn't know what the outcome would be, but he would only know if he did it. Jiang Chen wasn't a person who would be stopped by difficulties. Once he decided to do something, he would give it a try, even if it was a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire. Sometimes you would never know if you could do it or not if you didn't try. After listening to Xiao Wangqing's story, Jiang Chen was also moved. More than 300 years had passed. He didn't want Xiao Wangqing to suffer for another 300 years, or even 500 years or even longer. Jiang Chen, I understand your intention, but I'm afraid you can't do anything about my matter. Xiao Wangqing patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, his words full of gratitude. In any case, he was already very satisfied with Jiang Chen's sincerity. By the way, this Sun Divine Feather can be returned to you. I accepted it to protect you. Now that you have the ability to protect yourself and have joined the Fengqi Immortal Court, this Sun Divine Feather belongs to you. Xiao Wangqing took out the Sun Divine Feather and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen received the Sun Divine Feather. This thing was related to the Golden Clan, so he had to keep it. Moreover, he had the Fire of Sun on him. With the support of the Fire of Sun, the Sun Divine Feather would be able to exert an extremely powerful energy. By taking back the Sun Divine Feather, Jiang Chen would have one more trump card. Scope. I'll bring you in. We need an explanation today, Jiang Chen said. Without giving Xiao Wangqing a chance to refuse, he pulled Xiao Wangqing's arm and strode towards the demonic Immortal Island. Seeing the embarrassed expression on the black-armored guard's face, Jiang Chen said, "Brother, I'll bear all the consequences. If Tianping Evil Emperor blames me, just say that I forced my way in. My name is Jiang Chen, a disciple of the Dragon Hall of the Fengqi Immortal Court." After that, Jiang Chen and Xiao Wangqing walked into the gate of the demonic Immortal Island. This time the black-armored guards didn't stop them. Firstly, they had to give face to the geniuses of the Immortal Court. Secondly, they respected Xiao Wangqing. Jiang Chen's words gave them a way out of this embarrassing situation. The demonic Immortal Square was still filled with songs and dances. Everyone had a bright smile on their faces. At this moment, Jiang Chen brought Xiao Wangqing to the square and stood in front of the Fengqi Immortal Court. "Xiao Wangqing, who let you in?" Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign's face turned hostile the moment he saw Xiao Wangqing. Qin knew that if it wasn't for the promise he made to the Saintess, Xiao Wangqing would have become a dead man at any time. "Demon Sovereign, I'm the one who brought Xiao Wangqing in." Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign and spoke loudly. The smiling Tianping Evil Emperor's face turned gloomy the moment he saw Xiao Wangqing. He waved his hand towards the sky. The dancers stopped, saluted the Tianping Evil Emperor and retreated. What's this Jiang Chen doing? Can't he see that Xiao Wangqing is very unpopular in the demonic Immortal Island? How dare he bring Xiao Wangqing here on his own initiative? Isn't he courting death? I heard that Xiao Wangqing has a lot of connections with the demonic Immortal Island. Because of Xiao Wangqing, Tianping Evil Emperor's daughter is still imprisoned. Today is Tianping Evil Emperor's birthday. Isn't this ruining the atmosphere? Humph. There's something wrong with this Jiang Chen's brain. It's not good for him to stand out and meddle in other people's business at this time. He's going to make Tianping Evil Emperor unhappy. Jiang Chen and Xiao Wangqing have a very good relationship. Back then, when Jiang Chen made a big mistake and offended the three immortal courts, it was Jiang Chen who risked his life to protect Jiang Chen. Now that Xiao Wangqing is in trouble, it's reasonable for Jiang Chen to stand out. Unfortunately, he thinks too highly of himself. He's not qualified to meddle in Xiao Wangqing's affairs. Chapter 1970. Jiang Chen, don't think that you can do anything after Tianping praised you for giving away the divine blood of the vermilion bird. This is the demonic Immortal Island. You better know your place. Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign spoke rudely. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's gift, he would have already slapped Jiang Chen. Moreover, the divine blood of the vermilion bird was prepared by Star Sovereign. Jiang Chen was at most an errand boy. If he thought that he could be arrogant just because of this, then he was too weak. This matter has nothing to do with Jiang Chen. I insisted on coming in. Demon Sovereign, I want to see the Saintess, even if it's just for a moment. Xiao Wangqing bowed to Tianping Evil Emperor and expressed his intentions straightforwardly. Since he had come, he couldn't shrink back. He had thought about it for a long time and decided to come. Xiao Wangqing, don't mention the Saintess in front of me. You should know that it's already a miracle that you're still alive. Don't bargain with me just because you've become a great sovereign. Get out of here before I get angry. Tianping Evil Emperor's expression had become incomparably angry. If it wasn't for his birthday today, he would have already attacked Xiao Wangqing. The others didn't speak and assumed a posture of watching a show. This was the internal affairs of the demonic Immortal Island, so it was not appropriate for them to intervene. However, Qin Xianbing, Qiu Qianyun and the others had a smile on their faces. They all had old grudges with Tianping Evil Emperor. Now that Jiang Chen was involved, it was impossible for him to win the favor of Tianping Evil Emperor. Sir Demon Sovereign, I, Xiao Wangqing, have come here with the determination to die. But even if I die, I want to fulfill my long-cherished wish of 300 years. As long as Sir Demon Sovereign allows me to meet the Saintess again, I, Xiao Wangqing, will have no complaints even if you take my life immediately. Xiao Wangqing spoke loudly. He had been waiting for this day for 300 years. He didn't want to wait any longer. This Xiao Wangqing is indeed an infatuated man. I've also heard about the matter between Xiao Wangqing and the Saintess of Demonic Immortal Island. I didn't expect Xiao Wangqing to still be unwilling to give up. Alas, this guy is simply courting death. The dignity of the Tianping Evil Emperor is inviolable, especially in front of so many people. If he makes the Tianping Evil Emperor lose face, I'm afraid that Xiao Wangqing and Jiang Chen will face the same fate. Many people began to discuss in secret. No one had expected such a change to occur today. Since you wish to die, this emperor shall grant you your wish. Tianping Evil Emperor flew into a rage. He hated people bargaining with him the most, especially Tianping Evil Emperor. In his heart, Tianping Evil Emperor felt that Tianping Evil Emperor had destroyed his most beloved daughter. Now that Tianping Evil Emperor had the face to appear in front of him, his 300-year-old anger flared up. Pong! A powerful qi wave burst out from Tianping Evil Emperor's body. Countless people couldn't help but shiver in fear. The wrath of a 6th-grade demon sovereign was enough to burn everything. Junior brother Jiang, leave quickly. Yu Huafan hastily reminded Jiang Chen when he saw Tianping Evil Emperor's killing intent. Yu Huafan was very anxious now. This junior brother of his had too many things to deal with. No matter where he went, he couldn't let others have a peace of mind. Tianping Evil Emperor stretched out his big hand and grabbed at Xiao Wangqing. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed dramatically. He had never thought that Tianping Evil Emperor would attack without giving him any chance. It was impossible for him to watch Xiao Wangqing die in the hands of Xiao Wangqing. With a sway of his body, he stood in front of Xiao Wangqing. Tianping Evil Emperor's big hand stopped in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, leave now. Otherwise both of you will die together. Obviously, Tianping Evil Emperor was infuriated. Jiang Chen didn't doubt Tianping Evil Emperor's words at all. Such a person was a man of his word. As long as he didn't leave, he would die under the sharp claws of Tianping Evil Emperor. Jiang Chen wouldn't be so naive to think that Tianping Evil Emperor would really take him seriously just because he had given away the vermilion bird divine blood. Facing such a scene, even Jiang Chen was at a loss of what to do. It seemed that it was almost impossible to convince Tianping Evil Emperor. Little Chenzi, show him the Great Void technique. De Huang Dog's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Jiang Chen was taken aback and didn't understand what was going on. But he knew that De Huang Dog wouldn't lie to him. What he asked him to do at the critical moment was definitely the right thing to do and could even save his life. De Huang Dog was the famous demon emperor Dragon Sunday. He knew a lot of things. Moreover, Jiang Chen recalled that when Tianping Evil Emperor appeared, his body movement contained a trace of the Great Void technique. It seemed that there was a reason why De Huang Dog asked him to show the Great Void technique to Tianping Evil Emperor. Therefore, in the face of the pressure from Tianping Evil Emperor, Jiang Chen didn't speak a word. He grabbed Xiao Wangqing's arm and cast the Great Void technique. With a swish, he appeared more than 30 meters away with Xiao Wangqing. Seeing Jiang Chen's action, the expression of the infuriated Tianping Evil Emperor changed immediately. He widened his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Chen's action was just to evade the attack of Tianping Evil Emperor. Some of them even began to ridicule him. One should know that it was ridiculous for an immortal venerable to evade the attack of a 6th-grade demon sovereign. However, Jiang Chen knew what he was doing. He knew very well that in order to talk to someone like Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign, One must have enough bargaining chips and means to make the demon sovereign take them seriously. There was nothing that could be said in terms of reasoning because in front of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign, whether it was him or Xiao Wangqing, they were just ants. If the demon sovereign wanted to kill them, they wouldn't even have the chance to speak. Zhangchen, you can actually cast the Great Void technique? Tianping Evil Emperor retracted his qi and couldn't help but ask. However, instead of asking directly, Tianping Evil Emperor transmitted his voice using divine sense. Upon seeing this, Zhangchen heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at De Huang Dog from the corner of his eyes and gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. Tell him that you are the successor of Void Sovereign. You have the complete incantation of the Great Void technique and have already mastered it. De Huang Dog continued to transmit his voice to Zhangchen, giving Zhangchen pointers on what to do next. Don't tell me I have to use the Great Void technique to exchange with him? Chapter 1971. Don't worry, Tianping Evil Emperor won't want your mental cultivation method. Just say that you're the successor of Void Emperor and you'll have the right to negotiate with him. De Huang Dog said in an incomparably confident tone, as though he was certain that he could defeat Tianping Evil Emperor. Zhangchen nodded his head. He could trust no one in this world, but Big Yellow was the only person he could trust. Demon Sovereign, I've inadvertently obtained the inheritance of Void Emperor and cultivated the complete Great Void technique. Zhangchen transmitted his voice to Tianping Evil Emperor according to De Huang Dog's instructions. Sure enough, after hearing that Zhangchen was the successor of Void Emperor, Tianping Evil Emperor's expression changed again. The way he looked at Zhangchen also softened. Zhangchen, you'd better not lie to me. You should know the consequences of lying to me. Tianping Evil Emperor transmitted his voice again. With your wisdom, Demon Sovereign, do you think I can lie to you? Zhangchen smiled. He seemed to have guessed something. It seemed that Tianping Evil Emperor and Void Emperor had some relationship. Xiao Wangqing, who was at the side, looked confused and nervous. No one knew about the conversation between Zhangchen and Tianping Evil Emperor, but many people present began to feel a little puzzled because the furious Tianping Evil Emperor suddenly calmed down for some reason. Xiao Wangqing, must you see the Saintess? Tianping Evil Emperor looked at Xiao Wangqing. Yes, Demon Sovereign. I must see the Saintess for the last time even if I have to die. Xiao Wangqing said with incomparable firmness. All right, I'll give you a chance. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign said. Xiao Wangqing couldn't help but be stunned by the sudden change. He couldn't accept it for a moment. Not only Xiao Wangqing, but everyone was also looking at Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign in astonishment. They didn't know why Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign would suddenly change his attitude, especially Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign and some higher-ups of demonic Immortal Island. They knew how much Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign hated Xiao Wangqing. In their opinion, even if Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign didn't kill Xiao Wangqing for the sake of the Saintess, he would never allow Xiao Wangqing to meet the Saintess again. However, they also sensed that this matter wouldn't be that simple. Even if Tianping Evil Emperor changed his attitude, he was only giving Xiao Wangqing a chance. It was conceivable that this chance came with conditions. It wouldn't be easy for Xiao Wangqing to meet the Saintess. Please tell me, Demon Sovereign. As long as I can see the Saintess again, I, Xiao Wangqing, won't frown even if I have to climb a mountain of daggers or a sea of fire. Xiao Wangqing said. He didn't know why Tianping Evil Emperor suddenly changed his attitude, but he could guess that the change of Tianping Evil Emperor must be related to Zhangchen. If you want to see the Saintess, you have to rely on your own ability. Xiao Wangqing, you and Zhangchen will go to the Myriad Wind platform. As long as you can get in, you'll be able to see the Saintess. Tianping Evil Emperor said. What? Countless exclamations of surprise rang out. Most of them were from the demonic Immortal Island. Others might not know what the Myriad Wind platform was, but as a member of the demonic Immortal Island they knew it all too well. Given Xiao Wangqing and Zhangchen's strength, it was no different from courting death to break into the Myriad Wind platform. I really thought that Demon Sovereign is being kind, but I didn't expect him to put forward such harsh conditions. Yeah, the Myriad Wind platform was personally built by Tianping Evil Emperor. He used his understanding of extreme speed to create the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. There are hundreds of millions of wind waves constantly passing through the entire area. Each of the wind waves carries the power of destruction. Once you touch it, you'll be attacked by the wind waves. Not to mention a first-grade Great Sovereign, even a third-grade Great Sovereign will have a slim chance of survival. The demon sovereign is clearly trying to kill the two of them. Voices of discussion rose one after another. Most of those who came to the birthday celebration didn't know about the Myriad Wind platform. But now they knew a thing or two from the discussions. Many of them were gloating. These two guys have shot themselves in the foot this time. Now that Tianping Evil Emperor wants them to break into the Myriad Wind platform, they have no choice but to go. They'll die if they go. Humph. Serves them right. But it's good that they're dead. It saves us a lot of trouble. We don't have to think about how to kill them. It seems like there's going to be a good show this time. Let's go and see how terrifying the Myriad Wind platform is. It's personally built by Tianping Evil Emperor. Tianping's forte is speed. This Myriad Wind platform has almost integrated the profound of extreme speed of the heavens and earth. In order to break through the Myriad Wind platform, one must first have unparalleled speed and master the rules of the countless wind waves. Zhou Xian and Tanginia were in a good mood. In their opinion, Jiang Qin and Shao Wangqing were courting death. Now that Tianping Evil Emperor had put forward such a condition in front of so many people, they had no choice but to go. Because if they didn't go, they would be disrespecting Tianping Evil Emperor. What awaited them would be the wrath and punishment of Tianping Evil Emperor. Little Qinzi, Tianping Evil Emperor is testing you. If I'm not mistaken, this Myriad Wind platform can only be easily crossed by the Great Void technique. Tianping Evil Emperor is now testing the authenticity of your identity. If you can break through the Myriad Wind platform and display the Great Void technique to its fullest, it will prove your identity. At that time, even Tianping Evil Emperor will have to receive you personally. De Huang Dog's voice once again passed into Jiang Chen's ears, which was equivalent to giving Jiang Chen a reassuring pill. Shao Wangqing's face turned incomparably pale when he heard that he was going to challenge the Myriad Wind platform. Despair even began to emerge in his eyes. Alright, I'll go and challenge the Myriad Wind platform. Shao Wangqing's body trembled. His eyes were filled with determination. He had no way out and would not retreat. This was his only chance. He was already prepared to die in the Myriad Wind platform. Even if he had to die in there, he was willing to do so. Just like what Jiang Chen said, at least he had tried his best. Jiang Chen, you don't have to take the risk with me. I'm already very grateful for what you've done today. I didn't befriend you in vain. After today, whether I live or die, my wish will be fulfilled. Shao Wangqing patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with a smile on his face. He had waited for this day for too long. Even if death awaited him today, he wouldn't flinch or even frown. Senior, let me do something for you. Let's challenge the Myriad Wind platform together. Don't forget that I've obtained the inheritance of Void Emperor and inherited the Great Void technique. You can't compare to me in terms of agility and speed. Chapter 1972. Looking at Jiang Chen's resolute eyes, Shao Wangqing nodded. All right. He knew Jiang Chen's temperament very well. He knew that Jiang Chen would never change his mind once he made up his mind. In Jiang Chen's heart, he had always felt that he owed him a lot. If Jiang Chen didn't help him when he was in trouble today, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. More importantly, what Jiang Chen said was right. Jiang Chen's Great Void technique was indeed the greatest help to him in the Myriad Wind platform. In terms of strength, Shao Wangqing, who had a better understanding of Jiang Chen, knew that Jiang Chen's true combat strength in his half-dragon form wasn't any weaker than him. There was no doubt that he wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen if they were to have a real fight. Jiang Chen had always been a creator of miracles. Along the way, he had created one miracle after another. He had offended countless people and major powers, but until now he was still alive and well. A man like him was born with great luck. Jiang Chen was a man who was born with great luck. Shao Wangqing couldn't deny that it was Jiang Chen's contribution that Tianping Evil Emperor suddenly gave him a chance to challenge the Myriad Wind platform, because he absolutely didn't have the ability to do so. Even if he committed suicide in front of Tianping Evil Emperor wouldn't care about him. Shao Wangqing didn't know what method Jiang Chen used to make Tianping Evil Emperor give him such an opportunity, but the presence of Jiang Chen made him feel more at ease. He seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope in the originally hopeless situation. Demon Sovereign, both of us are ready. We can go to the Myriad Wind platform now. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Tianping Evil Emperor. He didn't want to waste any more time. All right. Tianping Evil Emperor's chi fluctuated. He would like to see if Jiang Chen could break through his Myriad Wind Grand Formation. Junior brother Jiang. Yu Huafan's face was full of worry. They came here to celebrate Tianping Evil Emperor's birthday. Even if they couldn't establish a good relationship with Tianping Evil Emperor, they didn't want to cause any trouble. However, it seemed like this junior brother of his didn't want to be so peaceful. More importantly, the Myriad Wind platform was personally constructed by Tianping Evil Emperor. How could it be so easy to break through it? Now Yu Huafan began to worry about Jiang Chen's safety. He couldn't help but worry in the face of the terrifying Myriad Wind platform. It just so happens that we also want to see the Myriad Wind Grand Formation laid out by Demon Sovereign. Lan Xian said with a smile. He couldn't wait for Jiang Chen to break through the Myriad Wind platform and hoped that Jiang Chen and Xiao Wangqing would die inside. Tianping Evil Emperor stretched out a big hand and gently waved it towards the void. Everyone felt a sense of time and space changing. The surrounding scene began to change. In the blink of an eye, the demonic Immortal Square had completely changed. No one moved, but they had unconsciously moved to another place. It was still a spacious square, but there were strong winds and waves around, making people feel a trace of coldness. However, everyone present was an expert, so such a harsh environment couldn't affect them in the slightest. Everyone saw a variegated area not far from the square. The area was exuding colorful brilliance. Whistling sounds could be heard coming from it, and the wind and waves were rolling. Thousands of wind and waves intertwined with each other. Each wind and wave was like a wind dragon, carrying an unknown amount of destructive power. It was very terrifying. Even a first great sovereign would tremble in fear if he stood in front of the wind and waves, let alone entering it directly. He's worthy of being called Tianping Evil Emperor. What a powerful technique. He has brought us to a different spatial zone with just a wave of his hand. The technique of a 6th grade demon sovereign is beyond our imagination. Such strength is equivalent to a sovereign lord or even scarier than a sovereign lord. Otherwise, the 9 immortal courts wouldn't have come to congratulate him at the same time. All of them are trying to rope in Tianping Evil Emperor. This should be the spatial zone where the Myriad Wind platform is located. Look, in front of us is the Myriad Wind formation. What a terrifying formation. There are countless astral winds, hurricanes, blazing winds, fire winds, cold winds, ice winds. There are all kinds of wind waves of different attributes, intertwining with each other to form this Myriad Wind formation. The Myriad Wind platform is at the center of the Myriad Wind formation. Terrifying. This Myriad Wind Grand Formation was personally created by Tianping Evil Emperor. It's imaginable how powerful it is. It carries the profound meaning of Tianping's extreme speed. Not to mention Jiang Chen and Xiao Wangqing, even a 3rd grade great sovereign wouldn't be able to break into it. I thought that Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign suddenly showed mercy, but it seems like he's clearly trying to put Jiang Chen and Xiao Wangqing to death. These two bastards are too arrogant. How dare they agree to challenge the Myriad Wind platform? They have no one to blame but themselves for seeking death. Countless exclamations of surprise resounded. That terrifying Myriad Wind formation had given everyone a huge shock. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be very hard for them to believe how such a dense Myriad Wind formation was created. It was simply a heaven-defying method. Hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes were two completely different concepts. The impact it brought to their hearts was also completely different. After witnessing the Myriad Wind Grand Formation, almost everyone was sure that Jiang Chen and Xiao Wangqing would die without a doubt, unless it was still not too late for them to retreat now. Of course, it was too late for them to retreat now because Tianping Evil Emperor had already changed the scene of his birthday. If they chose to retreat now, it would be equivalent to not giving Tianping Evil Emperor face. If they disobeyed Tianping Evil Emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable: death. They will die if they enter the Myriad Wind Grand Formation, and they will also die if they retreat now. Hehe. But this will save us some trouble and get rid of a big trouble. That's right. This Jiang Chen is just an intermediate immortal venerable. No matter how talented he is, he's clearly courting death by agreeing to enter the Myriad Wind platform with Xiao Wangqing. I really don't know where he got his confidence from. Lan Xian and Tan Jinye sneered and ridiculed. The thought of Jiang Chen and Xiao Wangqing falling into a dilemma where they had to die no matter what, their mood couldn't be better. Jiang Chen, Xiao Wangqing, you two can start now. The Saintess is on the Myriad Wind platform at the center of the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. Let's see if you have the ability to get there. Chapter 1973. Body like a swimming dragon, impervious to wind. Yu Huafan couldn't sit still anymore. His face was full of worry. He knew very well that although Jiang Qin joined the Dragon Hall late, he was Feng Jingyang's favorite disciple. Otherwise, Feng Jingyang wouldn't have asked him to bring Jiang Qin out to attend Tianping Evil Emperor's birthday banquet. If Jiang Qin died here, not only would Yu Huafan feel sad, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Feng Jingyang when he returned. However, the current situation was no longer under Yu Huafan's control. He didn't even have the chance to speak. Tianping Evil Emperor had become serious. Breaking through the myriad wind grand formation couldn't be changed anymore. What awaited Jiang Qin and Xiao Wangqing would be a real storm. What should we do? Junior brother Jiang is too reckless. Yu Huafan was getting anxious. Don't panic. Jiang Qin never does things that he's not confident about. He can break through this myriad wind grand formation. Big Yellow said. His tone was full of confidence and his face was calm. There was no sign of nervousness on his face. Well, I really have no idea where your confidence comes from. Yu Huafan let out a sigh. That was the myriad wind grand formation that not even a third-grade great sovereign could break through. He knew that Jiang Qin was a genius, but Jiang Qin was only an intermediate immortal venerable after all. It would be child's play if Jiang Qin took the risk to break through the myriad wind grand formation. However, De Huang Dog's confidence had more or less reassured Yu Huafan. At this moment, Jiang Qin and Xiao Wangqing were already standing at the edge of the myriad wind grand formation. Xiao Wangqing's facial expression changed as he looked at the sea of wind ahead. He knew very well that he wouldn't be able to break through half of the myriad wind grand formation and would be dismembered by the wind. Jiang Qin, you can leave now. I, Xiao Wangqing, am willing to die in there. You still have a bright future. Don't risk your life with me. He really couldn't bear to let Jiang Qin follow him into the myriad wind grand formation. It was too unfair to Jiang Qin. In order to fulfill his wish, he didn't care about life and death, but Jiang Qin was different. He was a heaven-defying figure with immeasurable achievements in the future. If Jiang Qin died here because of him, Xiao Wangqing wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Senior Xiao, when did you become so wishy-washy? Jiang Qin smiled, then grabbed Xiao Wangqing's arm and entered the myriad wind grand formation in a flash. Huff huff. In an instant, countless terrifying wind dragons attacked from all directions. Each wind wave was like a giant knife, comparable to the most destructive hurricane in the world, intending to dismember the two intruders, Jiang Qin and Xiao Wangqing. Senior Xiao, I'm going to shroud you with my qi. I've taken a look. This hurricane grand formation is at least dozens of miles wide. The deeper you go, the more terrifying it will be. You'll follow me later. I'll emit energy to guide you. Remember, don't move or you'll face death at any time. Jiang Qin reminded in an incomparably solemn tone. All right. Xiao Wangqing nodded, allowing Jiang Qin's energy and qi to enshroud his body. Only after entering the myriad wind grand formation did Xiao Wangqing fully understand how terrifying these winds and waves were. The distance of a few dozen miles was really hard to traverse. Given his current strength, he wouldn't even be able to cross 1/10 of the distance. At this moment, it was meaningless to ask Jiang Qin to leave. He knew that Jiang Qin was proficient in the Great Void technique. Jiang Qin's ability to deal with the wind in the myriad wind grand formation was much better than his. Therefore, it wouldn't be wrong to do what Jiang Qin said. Now both of them had no way out. Xiao Wangqing didn't know whether he could break through the myriad wind grand formation or whether he could see the Saintess, but he knew that he absolutely couldn't let them die here. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to stay calm and do as Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin was a man who was good at creating miracles. As long as he was here, they might really have a chance. Innumerable eyes fell upon the myriad wind grand formation, especially Tianping Evil Emperor. His eyes were completely unblinking and his energy was concentrated to the extreme, as though he didn't want to miss any step of Jiang Qin's movement technique. Everyone wanted to see how long Jiang Qin and Xiao Wangqing could last in the near-death myriad wind grand formation. Once the myriad wind grand formation is activated, it will be like countless ferocious beasts. How far do you think they can go? Jiang Qin is merely an intermediate immortal venerable and Xiao Wangqing is just a first-grade great sovereign who has just advanced to the great sovereign realm. In my opinion, I'm afraid that they won't be able to walk through 1/10 of the grand formation. I think so too. It's already pretty good if they can cross 1/10 of the distance. It's almost impossible to break through the formation unless there's a miracle. Voices of discussion rose and fell. To them this was the real show. It was much more exciting than the previous song and dance. It was already an eye-opener to be able to witness the Myriad Wind Grand Formation with their own eyes. Inside the Myriad Wind Grand Formation, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. 2 rays of brilliant light shot out from his eyes as he looked into the depths of the formation. At this time, the Great Soul Derivation Technique and Great Divination Art were activated. Of course, the most important thing to break through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation was the Great Void Technique. However, the Great Divination Art also played an important role. After all, the deeper one went, the more terrifying the Myriad Wind Formation would be. The Great Divination Art could completely calculate the trajectory of the wind waves, and then use the extreme speed of the Great Void Technique to easily pass through the myriad wind. After observing for a while, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile, because he had already figured out all the trajectories of the wind waves. With the help of the Great Void Technique, it would be a piece of cake for him to break through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. To an outsider, breaking through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation was as difficult as ascending to the sky, but it was nothing to Jiang Chen. With the help of the Great Void Technique, nothing would be a problem, not to mention the assistance of the Great Divination Art. Jiang Chen knew that this was a test from Tianping Evil Emperor. Jiang Chen speculated that Tianping Evil Emperor must be very familiar with the Great Void Technique. As long as he could master the technique, he would be able to break through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. Senior Shao, let's go. Chapter 1974. Good. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign's eyes shone even brighter when he saw Jiang Chen's movement technique. He finally believed that Jiang Chen wasn't deceiving him. What Jiang Chen used was indeed the Great Void Technique. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Chen was able to use it so skillfully proved that he was the true descendant of Void Sovereign. There was no doubt about it. What kind of movement technique is that? How can it be so fast and unpredictable? What a fast movement technique. It's as though he's able to find the trajectory of the wind and waves. His movements are graceful and incomparably effortless. This Jiang Chen is merely an intermediate immortal venerable. How could he have such a powerful movement technique? He's able to travel 3 miles in an instant in the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. That's the Great Void Technique. This bastard has obtained the Great Void Technique left behind by Void Sovereign in Golden Horizon. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's movement technique, many of them exclaimed. All of them were experts. Even though they couldn't recognize the Great Void Technique, they had to admit that Jiang Chen's movement technique was indeed miraculous. One should know that not everyone could stay untouched by the wind in the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. The Great Void Technique is actually the Great Void Technique of Void Sovereign. No wonder this kid is confident enough to break through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. Incredible. The Great Void Technique is unparalleled in the world. Back then, the Void Sovereign only relied on this movement technique to establish his life as a supreme sovereign, almost as famous as Immortal Execution King, Great Sovereign Zhou Xian and Golden Sovereign. This Jiang Chen is really lucky to have obtained the inheritance of Void Sovereign. Humph. So what if he knew the Great Void Technique? The deeper one went into the Myriad Wind Grand Formation, the scarier it would be. Even if he had the Great Void Technique, he wouldn't be able to break through the distance of dozens of miles. One should know that Jiang Chen was merely an intermediate immortal venerable. Even if he had the Great Void Technique, he wouldn't be able to understand the true essence of the technique. That's right. The Great Void Technique isn't something that a puny immortal venerable can fully comprehend. Even if Jiang Chen can use it, he's still far from being comparable to the Void Sovereign. I'd like to see how he's going to break through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. Everyone was shocked. The news of the Great Void Technique spread like wildfire. Although no one knew about Jiang Chen's movement technique, the 3 immortal courts knew about it. After all, it wasn't a secret that Jiang Chen had obtained the Great Void Technique. However, obtaining the Great Void Technique and mastering it were 2 completely different things. The Myriad Wind Grand Formation was just too terrifying. No one believed that Jiang Chen could really break through it. Even though he was like a fish in water now, it wouldn't be that easy once he reached the center of the Grand Formation. Amazing. I never thought that junior brother Jiang has such a technique. I can't believe that he has obtained the inheritance of Void Sovereign. Yu Huafan's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. The worry on his face had lessened a lot when he saw Jiang Chen's movement technique. In the entire immortal world, there wasn't a single person who didn't know about the Void Sovereign. He was an ancient great sovereign, the most powerful character of his era. He relied on the Great Void technique to move unhindered in the immortal world, becoming as famous as many other giants. He left behind countless legends that were passed down by the later generations. Anyone who could obtain the inheritance of the Void Sovereign was considered as lucky. When they saw Jiang Chen displaying the Great Void technique, many of their faces revealed a look of jealousy, especially those young men who were about the same age as Jiang Chen. They were also rare geniuses and famous existences in their own immortal domain, but none of them were the lucky ones that were acknowledged by the Void Sovereign. Inside the Myriad Wind Grand Formation, Xiao Wangqing, who was following behind Jiang Chen, had eyes full of essence. Senior Xiao, I might as well tell you that I've completely grasped the movement trajectory of the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. You just need to wait quietly. I'll let you meet the Saintess in a moment. Jiang Chen turned to Xiao Wangqing and said with a smile. Jiang Chen, you're simply a miracle. Xiao Wangqing's face also revealed a smile. His heart that was filled with despair was instantly filled with endless hope. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't boasting. Moreover, Jiang Chen's performance just now was enough to prove that Jiang Chen had the ability to break through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. Xiao Wangqing didn't know how Jiang Chen grasped the movement trajectory of the formation so quickly. In his heart, Jiang Chen had once again created a miracle. What he needed to do now was to follow Jiang Chen's instructions and stay by Jiang Chen's side. At this point, the energy and density of the wind waves were much more terrifying than at the beginning. This was almost Xiao Wangqing's limit. If he were to break through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation himself, this position would be his focus and it would be extremely difficult for him to take another step. Senior Xiao, let's go. Jiang Chen's face was full of confidence. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he flashed 3 miles away. He didn't stop there. After flashing 3 more times, he was already more than 10 miles away. Throughout the whole process, Jiang Chen's performance was relaxed and casual. There wasn't the slightest slack in his movement technique. He walked in the wind waves. The wind waves didn't even move the corner of his clothes, let alone hurt him. Moreover, he wasn't alone. He also had Xiao Wangqing with him. If he was alone, he would have already broken through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can he be so relaxed? This is simply a miracle. That's the Myriad Wind Grand Formation deployed by Tianping Evil Emperor himself. Jiang Chen is walking in it as if he was walking normally. More importantly, he has brought Jiang Chen with him. Did you see that Jiang Chen hasn't moved a bit from the beginning to the end? He's completely relying on Jiang Chen's lead. Sure enough, the Great Void technique is the #1 movement technique in the heavens and earth. It seems like Jiang Chen has already mastered the profundity of the Great Void technique and obtained the true inheritance of the Void Sovereign. It's truly rare to see an intermediate immortal venerable reach this level. Now it seems like Jiang Chen is very likely to break through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation by relying on the Great Void technique. Today I've witnessed the birth of a miracle. Humph. Don't speak too early. He hasn't even crossed half of the formation. You are looking down on the means of Tianping Evil Emperor. No one wasn't shocked. No one could keep their calm. They had never seen such a scene before. Jiang Chen's performance this time had made him famous in the immortal world. There was no one in the 9 immortal domains and the demonic immortal island who didn't know him. Chapter 1975. On the high platform, Tianping Evil Emperor's expression grew more and more solemn. His eyes were a little blurred. The movement technique displayed by Jiang Chen seemed to have brought him back to the past. Although Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign hated Xiao Wangqing, he couldn't wait for Jiang Chen to break through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. What he wanted to witness wasn't a miracle but a proof. In his heart he had a blind admiration for the Great Void technique. Although the Myriad Wind Grand Formation that he had set up was incomparably profound and pursued the extreme speed of the heavens and earth, in Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign's opinion, it was nothing in front of the Great Void technique. Today he saw a certain shadow in Jiang Chen, a shadow that was unparalleled. That exquisite movement technique was enough to convince him that Jiang Chen had indeed obtained the true inheritance of Void Sovereign and gained the recognition of the Great Void technique. Otherwise, an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be able to use the Great Void technique to such a proficient degree. Even Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign couldn't find the slightest flaw in Jiang Chen's movement technique. It was an almost perfect performance. There was no flaw at all. All eyes fell upon the myriad wind grand formation. The two dragon-like silhouettes had already traversed half of the region. It was still unknown whether Jiang Chen could bring Xiao Wangqing through the myriad wind grand formation, but now they no longer thought that Jiang Chen and Xiao Wangqing would die for sure. Because a miracle was right in front of them, they had no choice but to face it. In the myriad wind grand formation, Jiang Chen, who had already traversed half of the region, didn't look nervous at all. The surrounding winds and waves were incomparably terrifying. Xiao Wangqing's face couldn't help but turn pale when he sensed the roar and destruction of the wind dragons. However, Xiao Wangqing could see that Jiang Chen's face was as calm and confident as ever. Putting aside Jiang Chen's cultivation base, the fact that he could remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him was enough to make Xiao Wangqing admire him. From an outsider's point of view, the deeper one went into the myriad wind formation, the more terrifying it became. The wind waves grew denser and denser, and the energy contained in each wave grew stronger and stronger. However, in Jiang Chen's view, there was no difference between the inside and the outside of the myriad winds formation, because he had completely mastered the trajectory of the wind and waves. The Great Void technique could find the tiniest gap in the wind and waves to pass through. Therefore, the strength and density of the waves had no effect on Jiang Chen. Chua. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen brought Xiao Wangqing across 7 to 8 miles in an instant. The whole process was as easy and casual as the beginning. The dense wind waves couldn't touch him at all. Such a scene caused another round of exclamations. Who would have thought that when Jiang Chen was at the periphery of the Grand Formation he would only be able to travel 3 miles at a time? When he reached the denser part of the Grand Formation his speed should have weakened. But now he could travel 7 to 8 miles in one go. He was walking in the myriad wind Grand Formation as if he was walking on flat ground. This was too shocking. Shua. Before people could react, Jiang Chen's body swayed again, and this time he traveled another 7 to 8 miles. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Xiao Wangqing could clearly see the interior of the myriad wind platform. It was a towering altar with a radius of only a few dozen feet. There was only a large blue stone on the altar, and on the blue stone sat a beautiful woman in a pale blue feather robe. The woman looked about 25 or 26 years old. Even though she had been imprisoned here for 300 years and her face was haggard, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. This was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Her brows were full of melancholy, which made people couldn't help but feel a trace of pity for her. She didn't wear any makeup, but there wasn't a single blemish on her face. Her appearance alone was absolutely impeccable. Xiao Wangqing called out. His voice was obviously trembling and hoarse. It had been more than 300 years. He had been longing for her day and night. Finally, he could see her in person. Even with his temperament, he couldn't control his emotions at this moment. The lady on the myriad wind platform suddenly trembled when she heard this call. She turned her head and looked at Xiao Wangqing's direction. When she saw Xiao Wangqing through the dense wind waves, she was dumbfounded. Her mouth was agape, her eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. A moment later, 2 drops of tears fell from her eyes. Xiao Lang. The woman's voice was choked with sobs. Her body was trembling violently. The scene was like a dream. Outside the myriad wind Grand Formation, many people stood up in excitement. No one had thought that Jiang Chen could really reach there. That place was only 3 to 4 li away from the myriad wind platform, but it was also the place where the hurricane was the strongest. If Jiang Chen was as relaxed as before, he only needed to flicker and he would be able to enter the myriad wind platform. Heavens! This kid is really going to get through the myriad wind Grand Formation by relying on the Great Void technique. This is simply a miracle. But there's still one last step. Do you guys think he can really get through? Judging from his previous performance, I'm afraid that he has already completely mastered the Great Void technique. I guess Jiang Chen will definitely be able to get through. Everyone was shocked. A trace of excitement emerged on their faces, especially the people from the demonic Immortal Island. They all knew about the torturous relationship between Xiao Wangqing and the Saintess. In many people's hearts, the poor Saintess had been imprisoned for more than 300 years. They also hoped that this pair of ill-fated lovebirds could finally be together. Therefore, the people of the demonic Immortal Island were incomparably happy to see that Xianxia was really going to get through the Myriad Wind platform with Xiao Wangqing. King, stay calm. We'll bring you over. Xianxia could sense that Xiao Wangqing's emotions were fluctuating greatly. He was afraid that Xiao Wangqing would jump out of excitement. If that happened, all their efforts would be in vain. Given Xiao Wangqing's strength, he would die on the spot if he fell into the hurricane. Xiao Wangqing calmed himself down. He knew that Xianxia was right. The more critical the situation was, the more important it was for him to stay calm. Although there was only one last step left, it was also the most dangerous one. Any accident that happened would be fatal. Let's go. Xianxia's aura fluctuated and he exerted the Great Void technique to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the last area and safely arrived at the Myriad Wind platform. This was already a safe zone. Tianping Evil Emperor had set up a high platform here and set up a Myriad Wind Grand formation around it, completely imprisoning the Saintess inside. It could be said to be the most terrifying prison in the world. Outside the Myriad Wind Grand formation, there was a sudden uproar. Everyone stood up in shock. They had witnessed the birth of a miracle with their own eyes. Chapter 1976. By God! He really did it in such a short period of time. More importantly, he didn't suffer any injuries during the whole process. That's the scariest thing. The Great Void technique is worthy of its name. I'm afraid that only the Great Void technique can pass through the Myriad Wind Grand formation so easily. This Xianxia is absolutely a peerless genius. It's a pity that he's not a disciple of our immortal court. No one wasn't shocked. No one could remain calm. The birth of a miracle always stirred their hearts. After all, no one thought that Xianxia would be able to get through it. Plus, Xianxia wasn't alone, he had Xiao Wangqing with him. Although Xiao Wangqing was a first-grade great sovereign, everyone knew that Xiao Wangqing was a burden to Xianxia in the process of breaking through the Myriad Wind Grand formation. Despite that, Xianxia was still able to break through the formation unscathed. The whole process was like taking a stroll in the garden. The endless wind and waves didn't affect him in the slightest. Not even Xiao Wangqing was hurt. If this wasn't a miracle, then what was? None of the first-class disciples of the 9 immortal courts could do what Xianxia did. Even though Lan Xian and Tangenia's faces were incomparably unsightly, they had to admit that Xianxia was stronger than them. If they were in Xianxia's shoes, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to pass through half of the formation. On the Myriad Wind platform, Tian Lingyu and Xiao Wangqing finally met again after 300 years. Tian Lingyu stood up from the big green rock. Despite her cultivation base being a first-grade great sovereign, she couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Tian Lingyu's cultivation hadn't been delayed despite being imprisoned all these years. She possessed the complete heavenly Peng bloodline, which made her cultivation base incomparably terrifying. So it wasn't strange at all for her to reach the first-grade great sovereign realm. If she wasn't imprisoned, she would have already reached the third-grade demon sovereign realm after 300 years. Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu stared at each other. Neither of them spoke. They seemed to have forgotten how to speak, or perhaps they felt that this was a dream. Xianxia sighed as he stood to the side. He could feel the feelings between the two of them. Even after 300 years, it still couldn't change. It was a kind of infatuation that couldn't be shaken. Xiao Wangqing's trembling hands reached out to caress Tian Lingyu's face. Xiaolang, I'm not dreaming, right? Tears fell from Tian Lingyu's eyes. She had dreamed of such a scene many times, but she knew that it was just a dream. It would never become a reality in this lifetime. For the past 300 years, she had been worried about Xiao Wangqing's safety. After all, given Xiao Wangqing's identity and status, it was too dangerous for him to offend the demonic Immortal Island. Now it seemed like his father was very trustworthy. At least Xiao Wangqing was still alive until now. Tian Lingyu couldn't control her emotions. She threw herself into Xiao Wangqing's arms and snuggled up to him. Swish! With a flicker of light and shadow, Tianping Evil Emperor appeared on the Myriad Wind platform. Looking at the excitement of Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu, Tianping Evil Emperor felt a touch of melancholy in his heart. Demon Emperor. Xianxia cupped his fists at Tianping Evil Emperor. Xiao Wangqing hastily separated from Tian Lingyu and bowed to Tianping Evil Emperor. However, Tian Lingyu's attitude towards Tianping Evil Emperor was obviously not as good. She turned her head away as though she didn't want to talk to Tianping Evil Emperor. Tianping Evil Emperor was obviously used to his daughter's indifferent attitude. Although Tianping Evil Emperor concealed it very well, Jiang Qin still detected a trace of sadness in his eyes. This was understandable. After all, Tian Lingyu was his most beloved daughter. It was impossible for Tianping Evil Emperor not to be sad that the father and daughter had come to this point. But then Tianping Evil Emperor's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. The expression in his eyes had changed dramatically from before. It could be described as earth-shaking. Clatter. Tianping Evil Emperor waved his hand to produce a light shield that enveloped him and Jiang Qin, completely isolating them from the outside world. Jiang Qin knew that Tianping Evil Emperor had something to say to him, and it was something confidential that even Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu couldn't know. Jiang Qin, it seems that you have really obtained the inheritance of the Void Emperor. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to display the Great Void technique so perfectly. Tianping Evil Emperor said. Sir Monster Sovereign, I can also see a trace of the Great Void technique in you. Could it be that Sir Monster Sovereign is related to the Void Emperor? Jiang Qin asked. This was what he was eager to know. He was not afraid of Tianping Evil Emperor, nor was he afraid that Tianping Evil Emperor would force him to hand over the Great Void technique. Firstly, he didn't sense any hostility from Tianping Evil Emperor's eyes. Secondly, he firmly believed in De Huang Dog's words. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog's secret guidance, things wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. Good eyesight. It's really a miracle for a young man like you. Jiang Qin, your future achievements are bound to be limitless. But what I displayed was not the Great Void technique. Tianping Evil Emperor said. His words were full of praise for Jiang Qin. Many years ago when I was still a little Tianping, I received the guidance of the Void Emperor. That's why you can feel a trace of the Great Void technique in my body movement. Moreover, I saw the Void Emperor display the Great Void technique with my own eyes. It was simply peerless. Because of this, the Great Void technique had a greater influence on me, allowing me to possess the true extreme speed of a Tianping. Moreover, if it wasn't for the guidance of the Void Emperor, I wouldn't have such great achievements today. The Void Emperor is the greatest benefactor of my life, so when I saw you display the Great Void technique, I was incomparably excited. Tianping Evil Emperor said. He was completely immersed in his fantasy as if recalling what happened countless years ago. Jiang Qin finally understood why Tianping Evil Emperor attached so much importance to the Great Void technique. It turned out that there were some connections in the past. According to what Tianping Evil Emperor said, the Void Emperor's kindness to Tianping Evil Emperor was indeed too great. Heavenly Peng had always relied on his speed, and it was the dream of countless people to receive guidance from the Void Sovereign. Just like what Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign had said, if it wasn't for the guidance from the Void Sovereign, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. There was no doubt about it. Chapter 1977. I never thought that Demon Sovereign and Void Sovereign had such a relationship, but there's one thing that I don't understand. Jiang Qin said. Go ahead. Tianping Evil Emperor found Jiang Qin to be more and more pleasing to the eye. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin was the successor of Void Sovereign, the fact that Jiang Qin was able to break through the myriad wind grand formation was enough to make him look at Jiang Qin in a new light. Since Demon Sovereign has such a relationship with the Great Void technique, why didn't you ask me to hand over the Great Void technique when you knew that I have it? After all, if Demon Sovereign obtained the Great Void technique, it would definitely be of great help to your cultivation. It's even possible for you to break through to the 7th grade Great Sovereign realm with the help of the Great Void technique. Jiang Qin wasn't a person who would beat around the bush, so he went straight to the point. After listening to Jiang Qin's question, Tianping Evil Emperor admired Jiang Qin even more. This young man was straightforward and dared to talk about the Great Void technique. Moreover, from the beginning until now, Jiang Qin was neither servile nor overbearing in front of him. His expression was natural. If it was any other young man, he would definitely be extremely nervous in front of him and would think twice before speaking. The more he behaved like this, the more Tianping Evil Emperor liked Jiang Qin. Of course, this feeling was completely due to the fact that Jiang Qin was the successor of Void Sovereign. It was normal for Jiang Qin to behave differently from ordinary people. This also showed the foresight of Void Sovereign. After all, the successor chosen by Void Sovereign would not be a simple character. Jiang Qin, it seems like you still don't know something. Everyone covets the Great Void technique, but no one knows that not everyone can cultivate this secret technique. In order to cultivate the Great Void technique, one must have great luck and be acknowledged by the Void Sovereign. In the past, the Void Sovereign only gave me some pointers, but didn't impart the Great Void technique to me directly. This is enough to show that I'm not suitable to be his descendant, and I'm not qualified to cultivate this technique. Tianping Evil Emperor said with a smile, "The Great Void technique in your hand contains the will of Void Sovereign. Only those who obtain the approval of this will can cultivate the Great Void technique and be qualified to become the successor of Void Sovereign. Let me put it this way. If you cannot obtain the approval of Void Sovereign, even if you obtain the Great Void technique, you will not be able to cultivate it. In other words, even if I force you to hand over the Great Void technique, it will be meaningless to me because I cannot cultivate this secret technique without the approval of Void Sovereign. Moreover, I, Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign, am not a person who returns kindness with enmity. Back then, the Void Emperor's kindness towards me was heavier than a mountain. Later on, he disappeared without a trace. I don't know if he perished in that catastrophe, but I agreed that the Void Emperor wouldn't perish. With just the Great Void, no one in this world would be able to kill him. For so many years, especially after I achieved great achievements, I have always been looking for a chance to repay the kindness of the past, but I never had the chance. Now that the successor of the Void Emperor has appeared, I naturally have to pay great attention to him." Tianping Evil Emperor did not hide his thoughts and told Zhou Xian all the things that happened in the past. Zhou Xian could feel the great change in Tianping Evil Emperor's attitude towards him. He was now very friendly towards him as if he was the descendant of his benefactor. Zhou Xian knew that this was all because of Void Sovereign. Zhou Xian finally understood that unknowingly he had become the true successor of Void Sovereign. Lord Demon Sovereign values friendship and righteousness. Zhou Xian admires you. Zhou Xian cupped his fists towards Tianping Evil Emperor and said sincerely, "A person like Tianping Evil Emperor was very rare. Once a person reached a high position, his mentality would easily change and he would lose his original heart. This was the case with Star Sovereign. Before Heaven Sovereign was reincarnated, he was just a person by Heaven Sovereign's side. When he became the Sovereign Lord, his mentality changed completely and he wanted to harm Heaven Sovereign. There were many people like this in every era. However, Tianping Evil Emperor did not forget his original heart and never forgot the kindness he had shown him. To Tianping Evil Emperor, it was impossible for him to meet Void Sovereign again. He was already very lucky to be able to meet Void Sovereign's successor. Today he met Zhou Xian and fulfilled one of Tianping Evil Emperor's wishes. "Brother Zhou Xian, if you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother from now on." Tianping Evil Emperor patted Zhou Qian's shoulder and said, "Fuck." Zhou Xian rolled his eyes and staggered, almost falling down. "Calling Tianping Evil Emperor brother? This is too crazy. I can't. Demon Sovereign, you are my senior. How can I, Zhou Xian, call you brother?" Zhou Xian hastily waved his hand. This joke was going too far. In terms of seniority, there was a huge gap between him and Tianping Evil Emperor. In his heart, Xiao Wangqing was already his senior, and Xiao Wangqing was also the son-in-law of Tianping Evil Emperor. If he and Tianping Evil Emperor called each other brother, wouldn't Xiao Wangqing have to call him uncle in the future? Damn, this is too exciting. Zhou Xian didn't even dare to think about it. "Brother Zhou Xian, if you don't agree, it means that you look down on your elder brother. That year Void Sovereign had given me pointers. I have raised my status and can be considered as half a disciple of Void Sovereign. You are the descendant of Void Sovereign and the true disciple of Void Sovereign. In this way we are brothers of the same sect. So what's wrong with you calling me elder brother? Or is it that I, Tianping Evil Emperor, am not qualified to be your elder brother, Zhou Xian?" The more Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign spoke, the angrier he became. Zhou Qian's heart was in turmoil. Who was Tianping Evil Emperor? He was an existence that even the 9 great immortal courts had to curry favor with. Zhou Qian had only come to congratulate Tianping Evil Emperor on his birthday. He had never dreamed that he would be able to call Tianping Evil Emperor brother. However, Tianping Evil Emperor's words left Zhou Qian speechless, because what Tianping Evil Emperor said was reasonable. Both of them were disciples of Void Sovereign, which meant that they were brothers of the same sect. "All right, elder brother, please accept my salute." Zhou Qian's chi fluctuated as he clasped his fists at Tianping Evil Emperor. He wasn't a bashful person. Jiang Qin had always been a person who didn't care about trifles. Moreover, seeing that Tianping Evil Emperor was getting angry, he wouldn't be able to appreciate Jiang Chen's kindness if he still didn't agree. Chapter 1978. Jiang Qin was very happy, but he still couldn't get used to it. Because befriending Tianping Evil Emperor was equivalent to gaining a powerful helper. His main purpose of going to Fengqi Immortal Court was to help Heaven Sovereign to deal with Star Sovereign. However, Star Sovereign's forces were deeply rooted in the demonic Immortal Island, and his strength was too strong. So it wasn't easy to topple Star Sovereign. However, it would be much better if he could gain the help of Tianping Evil Emperor when the war broke out in the future. From this point alone, Jiang Chen's trip to demonic Immortal Island was not in vain. Instead, he had profited a lot. Ah, good brother Chen. Today you and I have become friends. My wish of many years has been fulfilled. This is my gift to you. Take it. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign laughed heartily. With a flip of his palm, he took out an item and handed it to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin saw that the item Tianping Evil Emperor took out was the divine blood of the vermilion bird that he had sent out on behalf of Fengqi Immortal Court. But now, Tianping Evil Emperor was going to give it to him. This made Jiang Qin feel a little helpless. Big brother, this divine blood of the vermilion bird is our gift to you. It's very beneficial to you and can help you break through to the 7th grade Great Sovereign Realm. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Jiang Qin declined. Although he had coveted the divine blood of the vermilion bird for a long time, it belonged to Tianping Evil Emperor after all. Brother Qin, you're wrong. The divine blood of the vermilion bird will indeed help me, but my speed has reached a limit. Even with the help of the divine blood of the vermilion bird, it will be very difficult for me to improve further. Furthermore, I intend to rely on myself to advance to the 7th grade Demon Sovereign Realm. Once I reach the 7th grade Demon Sovereign Realm, it's a very crucial step. I must rely on myself. If I break through to the 7th grade Demon Sovereign Realm, I'll be able to climb to a higher level in the future. Furthermore, I, Tianping Evil Emperor, will never take back the things that I've given out. If you don't accept it, it means that you're looking down on your brother. Tianping Evil Emperor's face darkened as he spoke. He was about to get angry again. Jiang Qin hastily snatched the divine blood of the vermilion bird. He wouldn't dare to look down on this mighty big brother of his. Since Tianping Evil Emperor had already said so, there was no need for Jiang Qin to be polite anymore. Holding the divine blood of the vermilion bird in his hand, Jiang Qin was very excited. A drop of the divine blood of the vermilion bird was enough to push his cultivation base to the late Immortal Venerable Realm, perhaps even the peak of the late Immortal Venerable Realm. Furthermore, it wouldn't affect his foundation in the slightest. Not only that, the divine blood of the vermilion bird contained a trace of the bloodline of the vermilion bird. Once Jiang Qin absorbed it, he would be able to use the dragon transformation skill to refine the vermilion bird fire. Currently, his body already had the true dragon fire, true thunder fire, Qilin saint fire, and fire of Sunday. If the vermilion bird divine fire was added, he would have 5 types of supreme flames. That's right. Tianping Evil Emperor had a face full of smiles. He was afraid that only he, Tianping Evil Emperor, could smile so happily after giving away the vermilion bird fire. Big brother, the infatuation between Xiao Wangqing and the Saintess is very touching. Have you considered fulfilling their wish? Jiang Qin looked at Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu outside the light barrier and couldn't help but speak. Now that he had become Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign's brother, there were some words that he had to say. He must fight for Xiao Wangqing. Tianping Evil Emperor turned his head to look at the blissful Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu, especially the smile on Tian Lingyu's face. It was the first time for him to see his daughter smiling so happily. As a father, it was impossible for him not to be moved. Brother Qin, it's not that I'm a heartless father. Her is my daughter and the woman I love the most. I've been very sad to lock her up here all these years. I've been waiting for her to change her mind and forget that man, but it seems impossible now. However, the rules of our demonic Immortal Island cannot be changed. Those are the rules left by the first Saintess. Even I can't violate it. As a member of the demonic Immortal Island, she can't marry an outsider, especially the Saintess. Yuer's identity is too sensitive. Tianping Evil Emperor said helplessly. I have a way to make the best of both worlds. I wonder if Big Brother is willing to listen to it. Jiang Qin said. Tell me about it, Brother Qin. Tianping Evil Emperor looked at Jiang Qin. I've also noticed some things in the past few days. Although the demonic Immortal Island is a gathering place for demons, there are also some humans here. These humans should have been here when the demonic Immortal Island was established, so they became members of the demonic Immortal Island. Jiang Chen asked. Yes. It said that there were a lot of humans in the beginning of the demonic Immortal Island. Later on, the demonic Immortal Island was occupied by the demon race. However, there were also humans who took root on the island. Therefore, there has always been a small number of humans on the island. We don't exclude them. From top to bottom, both humans and demonic beasts are very united. Tianping Evil Emperor nodded and said, That's great. Since the rules of the demonic Immortal Island forbid the women of the island from marrying outsiders, if Xiao Wangqing joins the island and becomes one of us, the saintess's marriage with him won't be considered as breaking the rules of the island. In this way, not only will the rules of the island be upheld, the grudge between you and the saintess will also be resolved, and the two lovers will be able to live happily ever after. Isn't this killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing this, Tianping Evil Emperor nodded. Brother Chen, what you said is a good idea. I can see that you have a good relationship with Xiao Wangqing and you're even willing to break through the myriad wind grand formation for him. In that case, I'll give you face. As long as he's willing to join the demonic Immortal Island, I'll fulfill their wish. Many thanks for Big Brother's help. To tell you the truth, Senior Xiao once saved this little brother's life. This little brother will definitely repay this favor. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The stone in his heart was finally lifted. He began to feel grateful to Void Emperor, who he had never met before. If it wasn't for Void Emperor, it would have been extremely difficult to solve the problem between Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu. Given Tianping Evil Emperor's temper, it was impossible for him to give Jiang Chen face. Voila! Tianping Evil Emperor waved his hand and the light shield disappeared. He and Jiang Chen walked out of the light shield. Xiao Wangqing hastily saluted Tianping Evil Emperor. Xiao Wangqing, since Brother Chen has pleaded for you, I'm going to give you a chance. Tianping Evil Emperor said. Brother Chen? Who's Brother Chen? Could it be Jiang Chen? Are you kidding me? Chapter 1979. Senior Xiao, Big Brother Tianping and I have become sworn brothers. We're on the same side from now on. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He knew that this must be a great blow to Xiao Wangqing, but he still had to say it. After all, it was an unchangeable fact. What? Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu exclaimed at the same time. They staggered and almost fell to the ground. They looked at Jiang Chen and Tianping Evil Emperor, feeling that this was an incomparably funny matter, but judging from their expressions it seemed to be true. Jiang Chen and Tianping Evil Emperor had become sworn brothers? This joke was a little too much. Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu couldn't accept it for a moment. They knew Tianping Evil Emperor all too well. He was an incomparably proud and aloof man. There were only a few people in the world who could enter his eyes. Even the sovereign lords of the 9 immortal courts who had been trying to rope in Tianping Evil Emperor was ignored by him. Now Jiang Chen, an intermediate immortal venerable brat, had become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor? What was wrong with this world? Jiang Chen, is this true? Xiao Wangqing couldn't believe it. That's right. According to seniority, you will have to address Brother Chen as uncle from now on. Tianping Evil Emperor said. Uncle Chen? Fuck you. Xiao Wangqing almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't done anything yet, but Uncle Chen had appeared. Wasn't this a joke? Tian Lingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just now, Xiao Wangqing had already told her about Jiang Chen. It was all thanks to Jiang Chen's help that Jiang Chen was able to break through the myriad wind grand formation. Therefore she was incomparably grateful to Jiang Chen. At this moment, Tian Lingyu stared unblinkingly at Jiang Chen. She really wanted to know how charming this young man was to be able to make Tianping Evil Emperor swear brotherhood with him and call him brother. As the daughter of the Tianping Evil Emperor, no one knew the Tianping Evil Emperor better than her. He was arrogant, stubborn, and had high standards. There were not many people in this world who could catch her eye. Now she only treated Jiang Chen this way. This was enough to show that Jiang Chen was indeed extraordinary. What she could be sure of was that the Tianping Evil Emperor would never call others brothers for no reason, or even become sworn brothers with others. Not even emperors of the same level could do so, but Jiang Chen did it. Big brother, let's not talk about seniority. Otherwise I'll be ashamed. Jiang Chen shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If Xiao Wangqing really dared to call him Uncle Chen, he wouldn't dare to agree at all. Senior Xiao, I've just discussed with Big Brother. The love between you and the Saintess has truly moved us. So Big Brother is going to give you a chance. The rules of the demonic Immortal Island can't be violated. As long as you agree to join the demonic Immortal Island from now on, the wedding between you and the Saintess can be arranged. You two have been separated for more than 300 years. Now you can finally have a happy life. Jiang Chen said, revealing his and the Tianping Evil Emperor's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Tian Lingyu's face revealed a look of ecstasy. She looked at Xiao Wangqing expectantly. She had been waiting for this day for too long. She didn't expect that the opportunity would really come today. I'm willing. Xiao Wangqing agreed without hesitation. He was willing to do anything for Tian Lingyu. He wasn't even afraid of death, let alone joining the demonic Immortal Island. Moreover, he was a loner. It didn't matter where he was. The demonic Immortal Island was the largest island in the ocean. Its strength was strong enough to compete with the Immortal Court. It wouldn't be a disgrace to him to join the demonic Immortal Island. As long as he could be with Tian Lingyu, it would be his greatest wish. There was no loss for him to stay on the demonic Immortal Island. All right. Since you agree, you will be a member of the demonic Immortal Island from now on. I will personally host your wedding in a few days. Tianping Evil Emperor said. Thank you, Daddy. Tian Lingyu knelt on the ground with a thud. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She had never dreamt that this day would come. It's been more than 300 years. I finally hear you call me Daddy again. Good. Tianping Evil Emperor sighed. At this moment, it seemed as though the grudge between him and Tian Lingyu had been completely eliminated. The deep affection between father and daughter had returned. Thank you, Demon Sovereign. Xiao Wangqing hastily saluted. What? Still not going to change your words? Tianping Evil Emperor glared at Xiao Wangqing. Yes, father-in-law. Xiao Wangqing's face was filled with ecstasy. He turned and approached Jiang Chen. Without saying a word, he cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. He would never be able to repay Jiang Chen's kindness for the rest of his life. He knew very well that it was all thanks to Jiang Chen that they could have such a happy ending today. He had no idea how Jiang Chen and Tianping Evil Emperor became so close all of a sudden, but in his heart, Jiang Chen had undoubtedly created another miracle. He was an enigmatic man with a special charm that even Tianping Evil Emperor was attracted to. Haha, great. Today is the birthday of my heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign and I've solved one of my worries. This is double happiness. Let's go. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign laughed heartily. With a wave of his sleeve, the Myriad Wind Grand Formation around the Myriad Wind platform disappeared all of a sudden. The scene that was originally filled with whistling gales suddenly became extremely quiet. Since Tian Lingyu had regained her freedom, there was no need for the Myriad Wind Grand Formation to exist anymore. Tianping Evil Emperor flew out of the Myriad Wind platform with Jiang Chen, Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu and came to the high platform. Seeing that Tianping Evil Emperor didn't move, everyone felt that the scene had changed again. Everyone was back on the demonic Immortal Square. At this moment, everyone present was confused. They only saw Jiang Chen breaking through the Myriad Wind Formation with Xiao Wangqing. As for what happened on the Myriad Wind platform, they didn't know because of the Myriad Wind Formation. At this moment, all eyes fell on the high platform. They knew that Tianping Evil Emperor must have something to say. Is that the Saintess of Demonic Immortal Island? She's really devastatingly beautiful. She's indeed a peerless beauty. I heard that she was imprisoned for more than 300 years. I didn't expect that she would be released today and the Myriad Wind Formation would disappear. It seems that Tianping Evil Emperor is going to change his original intention. But the rules of Demonic Immortal Island will definitely not change. I wonder how Tianping Evil Emperor will deal with Xiao Wangqing. Chapter 1980. The Saintess has finally come out. I'm so touched. I wonder how much she has suffered in the past 300 years. That's right. Jiang Chen has brought Xiao Wangqing through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation. It seems like he has touched Demon Sovereign's heart. The Saintess is finally free. We're very happy. Don't be too happy yet. Demon Sovereign hasn't said anything yet. I wonder how he's going to deal with it. When the people of the demonic Immortal Island saw the Saintess, Their emotions fluctuated greatly. Obviously, the Saintess had a very good reputation in the demonic Immortal Island. In the hearts of countless people, the Saintess was too pitiful. If the Saintess could escape from the abyss of suffering one day, they would be happy for her. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two announcements to make. Tianping Evil Emperor spoke in a loud voice that was loud enough for everyone to hear. First, Xiao Wangqing will officially join our demonic Immortal Island from now on. He will marry my daughter Tianlingyu 3 days later. Since you've all arrived, please stay in the island for 3 more days. Your congratulatory gifts will also be their wedding gift. Tianping Evil Emperor said. Great. The Saintess and Xiao Wangqing have finally come to fruition. Congratulations, Demon Sovereign. Double happiness has come to you. Congratulations, congratulations. This is truly something worth congratulating. Everyone began to congratulate Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign. As a matter of fact, they had already guessed the result from the moment Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign withdrew the Myriad Wind Grand Formation and brought Xiao Wangqing and Tianlingyu to the platform. Although there were rules in the demonic Immortal Island, everything would be in order if Xiao Wangqing joined the island. Of course, although there were many people who congratulated Xiao Wangqing, there were also people who were in a bad mood. The 3 immortal courts were in such a situation. Their faces were incomparably unsightly, especially Qin Xianbing and Qiu Qianyun. They were figures of the same generation as Xiao Wangqing and had many conflicts with each other. Now that Xiao Wangqing had become the son-in-law of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign, his status had skyrocketed. Damn it. This bastard is really lucky to become the son-in-law of Tianping Evil Emperor. He's really lucky. He was supposed to die, but now he has soared to the sky. Qiu Qianyun and Qin Xianbing spoke gloomily, not concealing their jealousy. Demon Sovereign, the wedding of the Saintess is a joyous day. Since we're here, we naturally have to attend it. May I know what's the second announcement? Someone asked. The second announcement is that I and Jiangchen will become sworn brothers in front of everyone. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign announced in a loud and clear voice. This news was like a heavy bomb that exploded in everyone's ears like a bolt from the blue, causing their ears to buzz. What? Countless people exclaimed, especially the people of the 3 immortal courts. They stood up from their seats as though they hadn't heard what Tianping Evil Emperor had said. Come on, Brother Chen. Tianping Evil Emperor said, kneeling down on one knee. Jiang Chen lifted his robe with one hand and kneeled down on one knee as well. The two of them became sworn brothers on the high platform in front of countless people. This was a ceremony that shocked the whole world. Everyone knew that Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign wasn't joking when they saw the ceremony on the high platform. Everyone knew that Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign was serious. My God. How is this possible? That kid is merely an intermediate immortal venerable. Even if he has the ability to break through the Myriad Wind Grand Formation with the Great Void Technique, he isn't worthy enough for Tianping Evil Emperor to become sworn brothers. They're really sworn brothers. This is the biggest ceremony. Tianping Evil Emperor is serious. That kid is really lucky. I really don't know how he managed to become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor. Tianping Evil Emperor is a proud and aloof person. Even if the Sovereign Lord comes personally, Tianping Evil Emperor won't become sworn brothers with him. What's wrong with this world? What's so attractive about Jiangchen? He's really lucky. After becoming sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor, who would dare to bully him? He's the brother of Tianping Evil Emperor. Everyone couldn't accept it, but the fact that the two of them had become sworn brothers had become a fact. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen's value would increase countless times from now on. Anyone who wanted to kill Jiang Chen would have to think twice before doing so. The disciple of Dragon Hall of Fengqi Immortal Court and the sworn brother of Tianping Evil Emperor of Demonic Immortal Island. There were 2 unshakable mountains behind him. It wasn't a joke to make Jiang Chen an enemy. The faces of the experts of the 3 immortal courts darkened to the extreme. Lan Xian and Tanginia had begun to gnash their teeth. Such a blow was just too great for them. First, Xiao Wangqing had become the son-in-law of Tianping Evil Emperor. Now Jiang Chen had become the sworn brother of Tianping Evil Emperor. How the hell were they going to deal with this? There was no doubt that Jiang Chen had become the biggest winner in the demonic Immortal Island's birthday ceremony. Yu Huafan, who had been sitting in his seat, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. What the fuck? What kind of magic did junior brother Jiang use to become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor? Yu Huafan couldn't imagine what had happened between Jiang Qin and Tianping Evil Emperor, but he was sure that it must be something big. At the same time, Yu Huafan was extremely excited. In any case, Jiang Qin was also a disciple of Fengqi Immortal Court. Not only would his identity and status skyrocket by becoming sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor, the relationship between Immortal Court and demonic Immortal Island had also been established. In other words, Yu Huafan and Jiang Qin had made a great contribution in this trip to demonic Immortal Island. They would definitely be rewarded when they returned to the Immortal Court. De Huang Dog smiled without saying a word. He didn't expect that Tianping Evil Emperor and Jiang Qin would become sworn brothers, but he wasn't surprised. No one knew about the relationship between Tianping Evil Emperor and Void Sovereign, but he was very clear about it. From the change of Tianping Evil Emperor's attitude towards Jiang Qin, it could be seen that Tianping Evil Emperor was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. On the high platform, the ceremony of becoming sworn brothers had ended. Jiang Qin and Tianping Evil Emperor stood up at the same time. For Jiang Qin, it was his luck to become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor, but for Tianping Evil Emperor, it was a wish fulfilled. Honglong. At this moment, a huge rumble suddenly resounded from the interior of the demonic Immortal Island. The entire island trembled violently and the ground trembled. What's going on? What happened? The sudden tremor immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Tianping Evil Emperor couldn't figure out what was going on. Demon Sovereign, it's coming from the ancestral grave. Chapter 1981. Honglong. The tremor was louder than before. Tianping Evil Emperor's expression changed. The demonic Immortal Island had existed for countless years, but there had never been such a commotion in the ancestral grave. Let's go and have a look. After saying that, Tianping Evil Emperor disappeared in a flash. The ancestral grave of the demonic Immortal Island was where the ancestors were buried. It was an important place of the demonic Immortal Island. Normally, no one would come close to it. Such a huge commotion in Tianping Evil Emperor's birthday ceremony had alarmed everyone on the island. Everyone, something unexpected has happened in the demonic Immortal Island. Please calm down. The Blue Wolf Demonic Emperor said and flew towards the ancestral grave. What's going on? The huge commotion seems to be coming from the ancestral grave of the demonic Immortal Island. The ancestors of the demonic Immortal Island are buried there. Those who haven't reached the Great Sovereign Realm are not qualified to be buried in the ancestral grave. I don't know what's going on, but it's not a trivial matter for Tianping Evil Emperor to be so moved. Let's go and have a look. All right. Since we have nothing else to do, let's go and have a look. The demonic Immortal Island is too lively this time. Too many things have happened one after another. The people on the demonic Immortal Square couldn't keep calm anymore. This birthday ceremony was destined to be chaotic. First it was Jiang Qin and Xiao Wangqing. Now there was a change in the ancestral grave. It was impossible for them to enjoy the peace of the demonic Immortal Island. A large number of people followed the people of the demonic Immortal Island towards the ancestral grave. They had to attend Xiao Wangqing's wedding 3 days later. Since they couldn't leave for the time being, they had to go and see what was going on. Moreover, the major event of the demonic Immortal Island was worthy of the attention of all the people in the immortal world. Jiang Qin, Xiao Wangqing and Tian Lingyu exchanged a glance and followed. Yu Huafan and De Huang Dog came to Jiang Chen's side. Junior brother Jiang, tell me, how did you do it? Yu Huafan asked. He was really curious and wanted to know what was going on. If he didn't ask, he might go crazy. We just have similar interests. Jiang Qin shrugged. He couldn't tell them the real reason. It was Tianping Evil Emperor's secret. All right. Yu Huafan was speechless. Only a ghost would believe such a reason. However, since Jiang Qin didn't want to say it, he must have his reasons. Therefore, he didn't ask further. In any case, it was a great thing for Jiang Qin to befriend the Tianping Evil Emperor. It was a good thing for Jiang Qin and the Fengqi Immortal Court. De Huang Dog gazed in the direction of the ancestral grave in a daze. He didn't say a word during the whole process. He didn't even congratulate Xiao Wangqing. He seemed to be preoccupied with something. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but shake his head. There must be something wrong with this dog. This wasn't his style at all. He couldn't help but speculate that Big Yellow had a certain relationship with the demonic Immortal Island. From the moment he arrived at the ocean, he had been preoccupied with something. However, Jiang Chen didn't press him. He knew De Huang Dog very well. If De Huang didn't want to tell him, it would be useless even if he asked. Everyone had moved from the demonic Immortal Square to a place closer to the ancestral grave. No one knew what had happened, but they knew that it must be a big deal. The ancestral grave of the demonic Immortal Island was a black pagoda. The pagoda seemed to have dozens of floors, towering into the clouds. The area around the pagoda was sealed off. The atmosphere here was obviously oppressive and lifeless. This was the super important place of the demonic Immortal Island. No one dared to violate its majesty. Usually, except for the Tianping Evil Emperor, no one could come here without permission, not even Blue Wolf Demon Emperor. According to the demonic Immortal Island, there was the ancestral soul of the demonic Immortal Island. The ancestral soul was supreme. Those who could be buried in the Black Pagoda were those who had made outstanding contributions to the demonic Immortal Island. Hong Long. A huge rumbling sound rang out again. Everyone could see that this rumbling sound came from the Black Tower, and the Black Tower was visibly shaking. Lord Demon Emperor, there has never been such a big movement in the ancestral grave since it was built. Is it related to that monkey? Blue Wolf Demon Emperor said with a frown. It must be related to him. Tianping Evil Emperor said with certainty. At this moment, Jiang Qin and the others had arrived at the side of Tianping Evil Emperor. He had just become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor. Now he was the most important person in the entire demonic Immortal Island. Therefore Jiang Qin could walk in front of Tianping Evil Emperor at will. No one dared to stop him. Even Blue Wolf Demon Emperor had to greet Jiang Qin with a smile. After all, Jiang Chen's current status was very different from before. Lan Xian and the others could only watch Jiang Chen walk to the side of Tianping Evil Emperor. They could only watch from afar, not daring to approach the ancestral grave of the demonic Immortal Island. This was the gap between them. Monkey? What monkey? Jiang Chen was shocked. He couldn't keep calm when he heard the word, monkey. In this world there might not be a second powerful monkey. Brother Jiang Chen, you might not know this, but not long ago a young man appeared overseas. When he approached the demonic Immortal Island, the ancestral grave of the demonic Immortal Island, which had been silent for countless years, suddenly had a huge movement. A ray of light flew out from the top of the Black Tower and fell on the young man. Then the light brought the young man into the Black Tower. During this period of time, we all wanted to find out the truth, but we didn't dare to enter the Black Tower for fear of alarming the ancestral spirit. Blue Wolf Demon Emperor said. Now that Jiang Chen had become sworn brothers with Tianping Evil Emperor, he naturally had to change the way he addressed Jiang Chen. Whether Jiang Chen was willing or not, they could only address each other as peers. What's the relationship between the young man and the monkey? Jiang Chen asked. Lord Demon Emperor could tell at a glance that the young man is not a human. He has a powerful holy ape bloodline in his body. Moreover, if he was a human, he wouldn't have caused such a stir in our ancestral spirit. Blue Wolf Demon Emperor said. Monkey. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exclaimed almost at the same time. In this world, there might not be a second person with a powerful holy ape bloodline. Brother Blue Wolf, what does the young man look like? In order to confirm the identity of Long Xian, Jiang Chen continued to ask. He looks to be about the same age as you. He's wearing a yellow robe and has a handsome appearance. Oh, by the way, the most obvious feature is his black and white hair. Blue Wolf Demon Emperor said. It must be 13. This guy went to someone's ancestral grave. Jiang Chen shook his head speechlessly. The features that Blue Wolf Demon Emperor mentioned could only be Long Xian. Chapter 1982. After rescuing De Huang Dog from the desolate ancient land, Jiang Chen went to the Fengqi Immortal Domain and parted ways with Long Xian. Long Xian said that he was going to look for something he needed. It seemed that he had gone overseas. Long Xian's bloodline must have been too powerful, which alarmed the ancestral spirit in the Black Pagoda. That's why there was such a huge movement and sucked Long Xian into it. Now that the Black Pagoda was shaking again, it must have something to do with Jiang Chen. In the beginning, Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to the situation in the ancestral grave of demonic Immortal Island. After all, it was an internal affair of demonic Immortal Island. However, the situation was different now that Xian was involved. He couldn't help but pay attention to the development of the situation. Whether Xian had obtained great benefits or was in great danger, Jiang Qin didn't know. Brother Qin, do you know that monkey? Tianping Evil Emperor looked at Jiang Qin. Big brother, the monkey is called Xian. He and I are sworn brothers. He was born from a spiritual stone and possesses the complete bloodline of a battle saint ape. He's extremely powerful. When we parted ways, I went to the immortal court of Fengqi Immortal Domain and he went overseas. I didn't expect that he would enter your ancestral grave. If I'm not wrong, the ancestral spirit of demonic Immortal Island must be shaken because of Xian's powerful bloodline. Jiang Qin said. He didn't need to hide anything from Tianping Evil Emperor. Xian had intruded into someone else's ancestral grave, which was a great disrespect. Jiang Qin was worried that Tianping Evil Emperor would slap Xian to death. Therefore he explained the relationship between Xian and Xian. At least Xian's safety could be guaranteed. Little brother Qin, you're freakish enough as it is. Even the people you make friends with are freakish. Tianping Evil Emperor said with a smile. At first, I didn't understand why a ray of light suddenly appeared in the ancestral grave and fell on the young man. Now I understand a little. The complete bloodline of the battle saint ape is really powerful. It's the most powerful existence in the entire demonic Immortal Island. I just don't know what's happening in the Black Tower. I hope your brother won't do anything to harm the demonic Immortal Island. Hearing this, Jiang Qin broke out in a cold sweat. If Xian really destroyed the ancestral graves of the demonic Immortal Island, the consequences would be severe. He really didn't know how to deal with it. Lord Demon God, the commotion is getting bigger and bigger. What should we do now? Blue Wolf Demon God asked. As one of the higher-ups of the demonic Immortal Island, he was very anxious about such a big accident in the ancestral graves. There's nothing we can do but wait. Xian didn't break in by himself. I believe it's the will of the ancestor's soul. Since it's the will of the ancestor's soul, we shouldn't act rashly. Let's wait and see. We'll know the results soon, Tianping Evil Emperor said with a calm face. At his cultivation level, his mind was very strong and he could remain calm in everything. Jiang Qin was still very worried. He secretly cast the Great Divination Art to see if Xian would be in danger. The Great Divination Art was unparalleled in the world. It was almost impossible to cultivate it to the highest level. It was already very amazing for Jiang Qin to cultivate it until now. Not long after, the Great Divination Art had some clues. According to the calculation of the Great Divination Art, Xian wouldn't be in danger this time. Instead, it was a great opportunity. This made Jiang Qin secretly heave a sigh of relief. But at the same time that he heaved a sigh of relief, Jiang Qin had also deduced something else. The matter of the ancestral burial mound this time might bring about quite a bit of turmoil and trouble. It was a pity that Jiang Qin couldn't predict the specifics. However, it was already good enough that he could calculate that Xian wasn't in danger. What Jiang Qin needed to do now was to wait quietly like Tianping Evil Emperor. Hong Long. The movement of the Black Tower was getting bigger and bigger. The shaking was very obvious, as if a huge amount of energy was constantly coming out from the inside. It gave people a feeling that the Black Tower would collapse at any time. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent rumble sounded again. Everyone saw an extremely bright and dazzling golden beam of light rushing out from the top of the Black Tower. The golden beam of light seemed to carry an extremely violent energy as it directly lifted the top of the Black Tower. The ancestral graves exploded. That's right, the top of the Black Tower was lifted off. For the demonic Immortal Island, it meant that the ancestral graves exploded. The Black Tower of the demonic Immortal Island was the ancestral graves. Since its establishment, there had been no traces of it. Today it was directly hit by an internal energy and the top was lifted off. For the entire demonic Immortal Island, this was really a big event. Accompanied by the golden light, a violent ape with golden light all over its body rushed out of the Black Tower. The violent ape was 30 meters tall and extremely majestic. It held a bright iron staff in its hand and its eyes were blooming with infinite colors. After the violent ape appeared, it was full of violent chi. It stood in the air above the Black Tower and roared at the sky. Brr, brr. The violent ape roared incessantly. Powerful waves of chi overflowed in all directions, shaking the void to the point that it was about to be torn apart. The violent qi emitted from its body was frightening. Monkey! Jiang Qin shouted and immediately discovered that Long Shan was abnormal. At this moment Long Shan was in a completely violent state. It seemed that he had even lost his mind. His body seemed to bear the burden of endless flames, suppressing endless anger and resentment. That's right, it was resentment. The resentment seemed to have existed for countless years and it was difficult to release it. Not good, that's not the monkey's resentment. It's forced on him by an outsider. Jiang Qin knew that this wasn't good. To his horror, Dragon Shan was almost controlled by the powerful resentment. He had completely turned into a berserk violent ape. What's that? How could such a big guy appear in the ancestral graves of the demonic Immortal Island? It's a powerful holy ape with an extremely rare bloodline. However, the holy ape seems to be in a violent state now. This violent ape caused the ancestral graves of the demonic Immortal Island to explode. The demonic Immortal Island will definitely not let him go. This is a great disrespect to the demonic Immortal Island. Everyone was shocked. Countless eyes fell on Long Shan. Qiu Qianyun, Qin Xianbing, and the other two looked at Long Shan differently because they felt a sense of familiarity. However, because the dragon was too violent at this moment, they did not associate it with Long Shan for a while. Chapter 1983. Roar roar. Long Shan went completely berserk. His eyes were filled with powerful resentment. He roared incessantly and his body began to emit a murderous aura. Jiang Qin noticed that Long Shan was already at the peak of the first-grade demon sovereign. In such a short period of time his cultivation had reached such a shocking level. It was conceivable that Long Shan must have obtained great benefits in the Black Tower, which was why his cultivation could reach such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. However, the current situation also confirmed the result that Jiang Qin had deduced with the great divination art. It was true that Long Shan had obtained a fortuitous encounter, but he would still face a lot of troubles. The powerful resentment that was added to his body for no reason was the biggest variable. Monkey! Jiang Qin shouted at Long Shan. Long Shan, who was originally in a berserk state, immediately turned his gaze over when he heard the shout. When he saw Jiang Qin, his sharp gaze obviously eased up. Little Qinzi! Long Shan shouted Jiang Qin's name with a slightly hoarse voice. However, Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. In any case, although Long Shan was added with powerful resentment, he did not completely lose his mind. At least he could still recognize Jiang Qin, which was the best-case scenario. "De Huang, what should we do?" Jiang Qin looked at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was, after all, the reincarnation of Demon Sovereign Long Yang, so he knew a lot of things. Jiang Qin still had to ask De Huang for help at the crucial moment. However, after Jiang Qin asked, he realized that De Huang Dog didn't reply. He didn't move at all. Jiang Qin looked over and found that De Huang Dog was looking at Long Shan in the sky. From his eyes, Jiang Qin could feel that De Huang Dog's heart was in turmoil. What the hell is this dog doing? Jiang Qin frowned. De Huang must have something on his mind. Jiang Qin was almost certain that De Huang Dog had a deep relationship with the demonic Immortal Island. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. Lord Demon Emperor, this is the holy ape that entered the ancestral tomb. Now that it has jumped out, what should we do? He seems to be in a berserk state right now. Should we kill him? Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign said. Don't. Jiang Qin quickly stopped him. Big brother, the monkey must have been controlled by your ancestor's soul. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strong resentment. Big brother Blue Wolf also said that he was brought into the Black Tower by the light emitted by your ancestor's soul. He didn't break in by himself. He's innocent. He was most worried that the experts of the demonic Immortal Island would take action. If that happened, Long Shan's life would be in danger. After all, the current situation was enough for the experts of the demonic Immortal Island to take action. Although Long Shan had advanced to the first-grade demon sovereign realm, such cultivation was nothing in the demonic Immortal Island. If Tianping Evil Emperor wanted to kill Long Shan would be killed without a doubt. Blue Wolf, control him first. Don't hurt him. Tianping Evil Emperor said to Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign. Jiang Qin looked at Tianping Evil Emperor with eyes full of gratitude. He knew that Tianping Evil Emperor would probably kill Long Shan directly. But now, Tianping Evil Emperor specially instructed Blue Wolf not to hurt Long Shan. All right. Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign's aura fluctuated. Suddenly he stretched out a terrifying wolf claw and shrouded Xian. The terrifying chi wave of a third-grade demon sovereign wreaked havoc, causing the sky and earth to change color. The Blue Wolf Beast Emperor acted decisively. The ancestral grave had already been destroyed, and he didn't want a tyrannical holy ape to cause another big accident in the ancestral grave. No matter what the holy ape experienced in the Black Tower or why it entered, the most important thing now was to calm down this turmoil. As long as he controlled Xian, the storm would subside. The rest would be the internal affairs of the demonic Immortal Island. Unexpectedly, Xian's violent chi became more intense when he saw someone attacking him. Two flames shot out from his fiery golden eyes. Then Xian raised his huge iron rod and smashed it towards Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign's wolf claw. Hong Long. A terrifying impact spread out. Under the impact of the iron rod, the wolf claw was instantly shattered. Xian's huge body didn't even move a bit after suffering the attack of a third-grade demon sovereign, let alone suffering any damage. What? Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign exclaimed. He looked at Xian in disbelief. He was a powerful third-grade demon sovereign, but he couldn't cause any damage to Xian even with such a terrifying cultivation base. His body was greatly shaken by the impact just now. As expected of a battle saint ape. His bloodline is much stronger than mine. Even if he's just a first-grade demon sovereign, he can still fight against me. Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign sighed. He looked at Tianping Evil Emperor and Jiang Qin, unable to conceal his astonishment. Big Brother Blue Wolf, this monkey's combat strength is extremely terrifying. With his cultivation base at the peak of first-grade demon sovereign, I'm afraid that ordinary third-grade demon sovereigns are no match for him. Jiang Qin said. This violent ape is so powerful. He can actually fight against Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign. This is heaven-defying. The bloodline of the violent ape is too powerful. In today's era, such a bloodline doesn't exist anymore. Even the bloodline of Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign isn't on the same level as the violent ape. It seems like the strength of the demon race's bloodline is very important. I'm afraid that Tianping Evil Emperor is going to take action soon. This is a serious matter. He must put an end to this storm. Not everyone was shocked. A first-grade demon sovereign was able to fight against a third-grade demon sovereign without falling into a disadvantageous position. This alone was enough to prove that violent ape was a powerful and monstrous genius. What a freak. Yu Huafan sighed. He looked at Jiang Qin and felt somewhat depressed. Jiang Qin was already a freak. Now even the person he befriended was so heaven-defying. This made him speechless. I'll take action personally, Tianping Evil Emperor said in a deep voice. At this moment he didn't want to waste any more time. He decided to take action personally and control this tyrannical saint ape. He would deal with the rest later. Tianping Evil Emperor moved. He transformed a giant palm into a wide cage shrouding Xian. Chapter 1984. This voice that suddenly appeared was like a ghost in the endless darkness. It was just 2 words, but it actually made people feel a chill run down their spines. Tianping Evil Emperor, who had already made his move, quickly withdrew his attack. His facial expression changed dramatically. The voice came from the ancestral grave. It must be the ancestor's soul of the demonic Immortal Island. Everyone held their breath. No one spoke. Only Xian's roar could be heard. Everyone's eyes fell on the top of the Black Tower. If the ancestor's soul of the demonic Immortal Island was resurrected, it would definitely be a big event. Everyone knew that the ancestral grave of the demonic Immortal Island had buried a truly powerful expert, a peerless demon emperor. Under the gaze of countless people, a white smoke rose from the Black Tower. The smoke floated above Xian's head. In the center of the smoke there was a looming figure. It was a beautiful woman in a white dress. Her blue hair was particularly eye-catching. The woman seemed to be in her 30s. Her eyes were empty and her body carried endless resentment. This is not the awakening of the ancestor's soul. It's an incarnation of resentment. She's not a real person. Jiang Qin said. He could see at a glance that the woman in front of him was definitely not a real person. It was possible that her real body had died countless years ago, but her resentment was not extinguished and eventually formed into an incarnation of resentment. What shocked Jiang Chen was how much resentment this woman had. She had died countless years ago and could still appear in the form of resentment. It's the first-generation saintess. Yes, I've seen the portrait of the first-generation saintess. This is the first-generation saintess. What's going on? Isn't the saintess dead? Back then, the saintess was abandoned by a foreign man. She was disheartened and died of depression. I didn't expect that her resentment was not extinguished and remained until now. The people of the demonic Immortal Island exclaimed. All of them had seen the portrait of the first-generation saintess. Although the restrictions of the demonic Immortal Island didn't say anything about the first-generation saintess, the people of the demonic Immortal Island were well aware of it. They had discussed it in private, but because of the passage of time, many people had forgotten about it. But today the first-generation saintess had appeared again. People couldn't help but recall the past, but no one had expected that the saintess' resentment would be so great. Tianping greets ancestor. Tianping Evil Emperor bowed deeply to the first-generation saintess. After all, the first-generation saintess had been around for a long time. Even someone like Tianping Evil Emperor had to address her as ancestor. The eyes of the first-generation saintess were cold. She didn't even look at Tianping Evil Emperor. The saintess glanced around, her eyes fell on the geniuses of the 9 immortal courts and the demonic Immortal Island. Then she said, I'll give a fortune to whoever defeats the Saint Ape today. As soon as the first-generation female emperor's voice faded, Long Shan roared again. His body was filled with terrifying killing intent. What the hell? Jiang Chen frowned. He couldn't figure out what the saintess was trying to do. She's formed from the remnant resentment. She's going to use Long Shan to release her resentment, and the best way to do so is to kill. Once the resentment is completely released, Long Shan will return to normal. De Huang Dog spoke. His eyes had never left the saintess ever since the first-generation saintess appeared. The saintess died of depression in the past and her resentment didn't dissipate. This is her greatest regret. If this method can be used to eliminate the saintess' resentment, she will be able to rest in peace. Otherwise, the resentment will grow stronger and stronger until she turns into a terrifying vengeful spirit. Given her strength, I'm afraid that it's the end of the world for the immortal world. Tianping Evil Emperor said in a solemn tone. He's right. De Huang Dog nodded. No one knew better than him how terrifying the first-generation saintess was. Once she turned into a vengeful spirit, the consequences would be unimaginable. The first-generation saintess has such a strong resentment. But it's said that she was a powerful 8th-grade demon sovereign when she was alive. I wonder what she's going to do after such a long time. That violent ape seems to be controlled by the saintess. It's filled with killing intent. It won't be easy to deal with it. Why don't we give it a try? The saintess' words will never be false. This is a good opportunity. If we can defeat that violent ape, the saintess will be giving us a great fortune. The surrounding people were getting restless. There would always be people who were willing to take the risk in the face of great temptation. Who wants to fight me? Dragon Xian flew up into the sky. His body started to change and he turned into a human. His black and white hair had almost become his trademark. His fiery golden eyes were like 2 scorching suns that people wouldn't dare to look at directly. Long Shan, Qin Xianbing exclaimed. He immediately recognized Long Shan when he saw his human form. What? He's the Long Shan who killed so many geniuses of our immortal court? Damn it. This bastard has grown to such an extent. Seems like I have to take action today. He's being controlled by the saintess' resentment. He's just a tool for the saintess to release her resentment. If I kill him now, I'll be able to obtain a great fortune from the saintess and soar to the sky. Strong killing intent burst out from Lan Xian's body. When he heard that the saintess was going to give him a great fortune, he already had the thought of killing Long Shan. After confirming the opponent's identity, he was even more determined. Long Shan was the same as Jiang Chen. Both of them were enemies of the Immortal Court. Getting rid of them as soon as possible would save the Immortal Court from future troubles. Furthermore, despite Long Shan's powerful performance, he was still a first-grade demon sovereign after all. Lan Xian was a level higher than Long Shan. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Long Shan with his full strength. Jiang Chen frowned. In any case, he was worried about Long Shan's current state. Although Long Shan could still maintain his consciousness, He was carrying the Saintess' resentment. His role now was to help the Saintess release the resentment. In other words, he was almost under the Saintess' control. Anyone can fight. Life and death are determined by fate. Whoever defeats or kills the Saint Ape will obtain my inheritance. The voice of the Saintess of the first generation resounded once more. Her words were like magic. The fortune left behind by an 8th-grade demon sovereign was enough to drive countless people crazy. Big brother, what should we do now? Jiang Qin looked over at Tianping Evil Emperor. According to the Saintess, we must let her release her resentment. Otherwise, once she leaves this place, the consequences will be severe. Furthermore, this Saint Ape must have obtained the Saintess' inheritance. Otherwise, it's impossible for his cultivation base to improve so much in such a short period of time. The Saintess has given the Saintess resentment to him, indicating that she has faith in his strength. Chapter 1985. He's right. Monkey has already obtained the Saintess' inheritance. However, the Saintess has her own selfish motives. She wants to use Long Xian to vent her resentment. Therefore, when Long Xian strikes, he will kill. Let's see which unlucky bastard is willing to step forward. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Qin noticed that De Huang Dog's eyes had never left the Saintess ever since she appeared. It seems like there's going to be a bloody storm today. Regardless of whether the Saintess is selfish or not, given Monkey's current combat strength, it won't be a problem for him to deal with all the geniuses here. Jiang Qin said. He was very confident in Long Xian's strength. The powerful Battle Saint Ape and the Battle Saint technique were almost invincible in the world. The most powerful genius on the scene was only a peak 2nd-grade Great Sovereign. None of them were 3rd-grade Great Sovereigns. Long Xian was currently a peak 1st-grade Demon Sovereign. In addition to the fact that he was in a berserk state, it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with any of them. At least his life wouldn't be in danger. Even so, Jiang Qin was still incomparably worried. What he was worried about wasn't Long Xian's strength or the genius disciples of the Immortal Court, but the Saintess herself. Although the Saintess had passed her inheritance to Long Xian, causing Long Xian's cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds, there was a purpose behind it. To put it bluntly, in the Saintess' eyes, Long Xian was merely a tool to help her vent her anger. What Jiang Qin was most worried about was the resentment that had been accumulated for countless years. If Long Xian couldn't fully release it, it would hurt Long Xian in the end, or even cause Long Xian to lose his mind. However, Jiang Qin could only worry about the current situation, because he couldn't do anything to help. Not to mention him, even the most powerful Tianping Evil Emperor couldn't do anything in this situation. The Saintess was his ancestor. Even if she was just a trace of resentment, Tianping Evil Emperor still had to show respect to her. De Huang, do you know this Saintess? Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to De Huang and asked curiously. However, De Huang Dog didn't answer Jiang Qin. Ever since they entered the demonic Immortal Island, De Huang Dog had been acting mysteriously. Jiang Qin asked. AI, why did the Saintess choose Monkey? I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for Monkey. Jiang Qin couldn't help sighing. At this time he couldn't even calm down and use the great divination art to calculate the situation. Because she was the first to discover the wondrous rock. De Huang Dog said. What? Jiang Qin's eyes widened and he almost exclaimed. Only now did he recall that the wondrous rock that gave birth to Long Xian had existed in the space where the Immortal Execution Order and Immortal Burying Coffin had been found. This meant that the wondrous rock had existed since a long time ago. What he didn't expect was that the first Saintess was the first to discover the wondrous rock. Jiang Qin finally understood why the Saintess' resentment had been suppressed for so long and why it erupted the moment Long Xian appeared overseas. This dog must know a lot of secrets. He and the Saintess must know each other. That bastard just won't tell me. Jiang Qin wished he could crawl up to De Huang Dog and bite him. However, since De Huang Dog wasn't willing to tell him, it was useless for Jiang Qin to force him. All he could do now was to wait or to watch a good show. Regardless of the outcome, at least Long Xian was now a 1st-grade demon sovereign. Such a huge improvement was, after all, a good thing. As for what would happen next, it was up to heaven's will. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign turned his body and said to everyone present in a loud and clear voice, "Geniuses of the immortal world, according to our ancestors' words, all of you are free to deal with the violent ape. As long as you can defeat the violent ape or kill him, Not only will you obtain the fortune of our ancestor, I will also give you a great reward. The winner of this birthday banquet is allowed to choose one of the congratulatory gifts. Hua. As soon as Tianping Evil Emperor's voice faded, the scene was in an uproar. Countless tyrannical qi were fluctuating, carrying terrifying battle intent. The geniuses who were hesitant were now eager to give it a try. The fortune of an 8th-grade demon sovereign and the gift from Tianping Evil Emperor was too tempting. They didn't know what the saintess fortune was, but they knew all too well about those gifts. If they could get any of them, they would gain tremendous benefits. It wouldn't be a problem for them to break through to the 3rd-grade Great Sovereign Realm, not to mention that they were allowed to choose any of the gifts. Zhou Xian felt very helpless. Tianping Evil Emperor's action had undoubtedly pushed Xian to the teeth of the storm, but Zhou Xian understood why Tianping Evil Emperor did this. He had to eliminate the saintess' resentment, as that was the most important thing. Tianping Evil Emperor wouldn't hesitate even if he could get the other immortal courts as a result. But once you take action, your life and death will be determined by fate. If you die in the hands of the violent ape, you can only blame your own incompetence. Tianping Evil Emperor spoke loudly again. The next battle would definitely be a battle of life and death. Just like what Zhou Xian had said, Xian was very powerful. If he killed the peerless geniuses of the immortal courts, wouldn't the immortal courts be in a bad mood? Therefore, Tianping Evil Emperor had said that they were willing to take action, and wouldn't be forced to do so. They couldn't blame others if they died. Big brother, don't let the geniuses of the demonic immortal island take action. Zhou Xian reminded. He was thinking for the sake of the geniuses of the demonic immortal island. It was a stupid thing to fight a life-and-death battle with Xian. All right. Blue Wolf, go and arrange for the geniuses of the demonic immortal island to stay calm. Heavenly Ping Demon Sovereign instructed Blue Wolf Demon Sovereign. This kind of thing had to be done. After all, it was related to the fortune gifted by the first-generation saintess. As a genius of the demonic immortal island, he didn't want to give such fortune to others. Who wants to fight? Xian stood in the air, his black and white hair fluttering in the wind. His face was resolute and the iron staff in his hand had disappeared. Zhou Xian knew that although Xian was affected by the resentment of the saintess, his mind was still clear. Xian, I'll kill you. A loud shout was heard. A blue light whizzed out and appeared in front of Xian in the blink of an eye. It was none other than Xian. The immortal courts of ethereal immortal domain had suffered a great loss this time. Xian was the only one left. He had been feeling very depressed all along. Initially, he thought that he could get rid of Zhou Xian with the help of the Myriad Wind Grand Formation, but he didn't expect that Zhou Xian would become sworn brothers with Zhou Xian and Tianping Evil Emperor. Chapter 1986. Xian made his move. Countless eyes fell upon the sky where a battlefield had been opened. It was a battle between the pinnacle of the young generation of the immortal world. It was destined to attract countless people's attention. Xian has made his move. He's a first-class genius of ethereal immortal domain. He's here on behalf of the ethereal immortal court. His cultivation base has already reached the peak of 2nd-grade Great Sovereign Realm, which is a level higher than Baoyuan. Adding his talent, he can easily kill an ordinary 3rd-grade Great Sovereign. I'm afraid that Baoyuan is no match for him. Don't jump to conclusions too early. That's a powerful battle, Saint Ape. Such a heaven-defying bloodline is rare in the heavens and earth. We can't use common sense to estimate it. If Xian isn't a level higher than Baoyuan, he'll definitely die. Even now, I'm afraid the outcome is still uncertain. I still favor Xian. No matter what, he's still a level higher than Baoyuan. Although the battle Saint Ape is powerful, Xian, as a first-class genius of the ethereal immortal court, won't be any weaker. The battle had yet to begin, but the crowd had already begun to discuss it. In the face of such a fierce battle, most of them were inclined towards Xian. After all, Xian had a huge advantage in terms of cultivation base. One should know that it was almost incomparably difficult to kill a great sovereign, especially someone like Xian. In the sky, Xian's qi was unparalleled. He shouted at Xian, your hands are stained with the blood of our ethereal immortal court. Today I'll make you pay for what you've done. After I kill you, not only will I avenge the deaths of the disciples of the immortal court, But I'll also obtain the fortune of the Saintess of the first generation of the demonic Immortal Island and a congratulatory gift from the Tianping Evil Emperor. Your existence is destined to fulfill my wish. Someone from the ethereal Immortal Court? Very well. After hearing the background of the opponent, the corner of Long Shersan's mouth curved into a cold smile. Intense killing intent was instantly released from Long Shersan's body. Since the opponent was from the ethereal Immortal Court, Long Shersan didn't have any psychological pressure at all. The relationship between him and the ethereal Immortal Court had long been one of life and death. Moreover, Long Shersan would never hold back against those who were bent on killing him. There was no need for him to hold back against his enemies. Don't waste time, make your move. The first-generation Saintess said indifferently. It seemed like she did not want to waste time. Long Shersan died. Lan Xian moved, releasing a strong Great Emperor's aura. He clawed with his hand and a giant hand appeared. The giant hand was like a real heavenly barrier, capable of destroying everything in the heavens and earth. With an unstoppable might, it pressed down on Long Shersan. It's good to be here. Long Shersan's battle intent was completely aroused. He was a battle maniac. Now that his cultivation base had just advanced to the first-grade demon sovereign realm, he was in high spirits. Fighting against a top genius of the Immortal Court was what Long Shersan desired. A life-and-death battle with someone like Lan Xian was more exciting. He was willing to be used by the Saintess in such a battle. Moreover, Long Shersan didn't reject the resentment of the Saintess. In any case, he had obtained great benefits in the Black Tower these days. It was only natural for him to do something for the Saintess. Draconic Shersan moved as well. His movement was simple as he sent a terrifying punch towards the huge hand. It was a simple punch, but it carried an indomitable momentum. The void was torn into pieces on the spot. Hong Long. The powerful attacks of the two experts collided with each other, producing an earth-shattering boom. Under Long Shersan's punch, the giant hand formed by Lan Xian was instantly torn into pieces. The surrounding void was shattered inch by inch, and the terrifying airwaves began to surge like a tide, completely wreaking havoc on the battlefield. A casual move of a great emperor was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Take the battle between Long Shersan and Lan Xian as an example. If they didn't create a separate battlefield, it would be a devastating blow to the entire region. The aftermath of the collision was enough to destroy the ancestral graves. What a powerful guy. Lan Xian's expression changed slightly. The way he looked at Long Shersan also changed. He knew that Long Shersan was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Long Shersan could easily destroy his attack without suffering any damage. However, Lan Xian's heart didn't waver. He was just testing the waters with his attack. He was very confident in his powerful means. Plus, he had an advantage in cultivation, so he was quite confident. So powerful. As expected of a battle saint ape. He's a guy born to fight. Even though he's one level lower than Lan Xian, he's still on par with Lan Xian. It's rare. In ancient times, the battle clan was a heaven-defying existence. It's hard to tell who will win in the battle between him and Lan Xian. Let's see. The next battle is going to be really exciting. I'm afraid Lan Xian is going to use his strongest attack. Long Shersan easily destroyed Lan Xian's attack with one punch. This made many people look at Long Shersan in a new light, and they were looking forward to the next battle. No one could determine who would win. Even if many people felt that Lan Xian had a great advantage, no one dared to make a conclusion about whether Lan Xian could defeat Long Shersan. Long Shersan, that was just a test attack. Next, I won't be polite. Lan Xian's aura was unparalleled. Waves of qi began to surge from his body. He waved his hands in the air and a scene of the universe appeared. It was like a small world and it pressed towards Long Shersan. This time Lan Xian used his strongest attack. Compared to the previous attack, it was unknown how much stronger it was. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Long Shersan's expression didn't change. No fear could be seen on his face. Lan Xian didn't use his full strength in the first attack, but Long Shersan didn't use his full strength either. Battle Saint Technique Fighting Symbol Art. Long Shersan's voice was hoarse. He used the fighting symbol art and it was as if he was fighting against the heavens. Shua. Long Shersan's fighting symbol art evolved into a dazzling golden light. The golden light was like the most terrifying sword in the world, indestructible. Puchi. Chapter 1987. Bang. After the scene of heaven and earth was destroyed, Zhou Xian also suffered a great shock. His body trembled violently and his face darkened. This time he was really shocked. Looking at Zhou Xian, the expression in his eyes changed completely. How could this monkey be so powerful? Zhou Xian clenched his teeth and felt extremely depressed. He couldn't help but feel depressed. One should know that the scene of heaven and earth that he displayed just now was not an ordinary technique. It was the technique that he was most proud of. Originally he thought that he could completely control Zhou Xian. Once Zhou Xian was sucked into his scene of heaven and earth, his life and death would be completely under his control. It was a pity that Xian's strength was beyond his imagination. Xian's terrifying and heaven-defying battle technique easily tore through his attack. It was effortless. Amazing. This violent ape's technique is so terrifying. He should be using the battle saint technique of the battle clan. It's too powerful. It seems that even Zhou Xian might not be a match for him. He's a super monstrous genius, a truly heaven-defying existence. He easily destroyed Zhou Xian's attack twice in a row. He hasn't even launched his real attack yet. This is too shocking. If Zhou Xian can't beat him, then who among the geniuses here can be a match for this violent ape? Everyone was shocked. Zhou Xian's performance was too powerful. It was effortless for him to fight against Zhou Xian. Junior brother Jiang, isn't your brother a little too powerful? Yu Huafan said speechlessly. He knew Zhou Xian's strength the best. Zhou Xian was an existence that was on par with him. He originally thought that even if Zhou Xian couldn't kill Zhou Xian, he could at least defeat him. But now it seemed that Zhou Xian wasn't defeated. Jiang Chen was already abnormal. Now a random friend of Jiang Chen was also so heaven-defying. Yu Huafan couldn't accept it. Zhou Xian will definitely die. Jiang Chen said faintly. Such an outcome was within his expectations. Others might not understand Zhou Xian's strength, but he was well aware of it. Zhou Xian had just used the battle symbol art of the battle saint technique. If Zhou Xian had used the annihilation symbol art, Zhou Xian's fate would have been unimaginable. Yu Huafan looked at Jiang Chen in shock again. He had to take his junior brother Jiang's confidence seriously, but he still couldn't believe that Zhou Xian could kill Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, lend me another move. Matchless in heaven and earth, scar the great Dao. Zhou Xian finally used his trump card. His body suddenly became taller and a trace of the great Dao drifted out from his body. This was a move that he had comprehended in his lifetime. It could imitate the trace of the great Dao and directly attack the opponent's soul, destroying the place from the root. This move is indeed powerful, but it's a pity that the great Dao isn't so easy to grasp. Zhou Xian has only comprehended a little bit of it, and the attack he displayed was just an imitation. He's overestimating himself if he wants to attack the monkey's soul with such a move. Jiang Chen revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Xian also wanted to pursue the great Dao, but unfortunately the great Dao wasn't so easy to grasp. Every comprehension of the great Dao required a huge amount of luck. For example, Jiang Chen's way of killing was about killing, which was the true embodiment of the great Dao. Zhou Xian was arrogant and virtuous, but he also wanted to pursue the great Dao. He was really overestimating himself. He shouted the banner of matchless in heaven and earth, but in fact he was nothing. Battle Saint Technique, Annihilate Symbol Technique. Zhou Xian attacked again expressionlessly. The terrifying Annihilate Symbol Technique was displayed by him, evolving into a huge Annihilate character. The Annihilate character was like a mountain, suspended above the battlefield. It itself represented a kind of death, a kind of nirvana. A black face seemed to appear above the huge black character. It was the face of the King of Hell, the judge of life and death who walked between heaven and earth, able to judge the life and death of a person at will. Rumble. The Annihilate Symbol Technique was unparalleled in the world, killing everything. Compared to Zhou Xian's comprehension of the Great Dao, the aura of Nirvana was truly able to affect the mind and soul of a person. Just like now, under the pressure of Zhou Xian's Annihilate Symbol Technique, Zhou Xian only felt his heart shaking and his soul palpitating. It was indescribably uncomfortable. With a loud roar, Zhou Xian's attack of the Great Path was directly crushed into pieces by the Annihilate symbol. Although the huge Annihilate symbol had dimmed a little, it still pressed down on Zhou Xian fiercely. Bang! Because the Great Dao had been torn apart, Lan Xian's body had already suffered a huge shock and sustained serious injuries. Coupled with the relatively large pressure on his soul, his mind was in a state of panic. For a moment he could not continue to resist the oppression of the Annihilate Symbol technique. The Annihilate Symbol technique was like a mountain pressing down on Lan Xian's body. The unparalleled power of destruction and lethality caused Lan Xian to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his aura began to weaken. Swish. In the next moment Long Shisan's iron cudgel appeared in his hand, and he smashed it towards Lan Xian. Countless people exclaimed. At this time, anyone could imagine that if this iron cudgel hit him firmly, Lan Xian would almost certainly die. Moreover, with Lan Xian's current state, it seemed that he would not be able to resist this cudgel. I surrender. Lan Xian roared loudly. He could feel an extremely dangerous aura. It was the fear that came from the depths of his soul. It was the aura of death. Long Shisan's powerful aura had already sealed the battlefield and the void, not giving him a chance to escape. At this critical moment, face and dignity were no longer important. The most important thing was to stay alive. Therefore Lan Xian shouted to surrender. How can you surrender in a life-and-death battle? However, Long Shisan did not intend to give Lan Xian the chance to surrender. The huge iron cudgel was extremely fast and it smashed down mercilessly. A mournful scream was the last sound that Lan Xian left in this world. The iron cudgel hit Lan Xian's head accurately, turning his skull into powder. Blood spurted out crazily. A second-grade Great Sovereign Supreme Genius died on the spot. After killing Lan Xian, Long Shisan kept his iron cudgel. His face was expressionless. Long Shisan would not show the slightest bit of mercy for killing a genius of the ethereal immortal court. Oh my god, Lan Xian is dead. He was smashed to death just like that. What a pity, what a pity. The ethereal immortal court has suffered a great loss this time. God knows how much resources it takes to nurture a genius like Lan Xian. This monkey is too ferocious. A second-grade Great Sovereign didn't even have the chance to escape. Moreover, he didn't even give his opponent the chance to surrender. Chapter 1988. Lan Xian's death was within Jiang Chen's expectation. He believed that Long Shisan understood everything. Therefore he showed no mercy in killing Lan Xian. Although Lan Xian was strong, there was still a huge gap between him and Long Shisan. However, those who didn't know Long Shisan well were shocked. Yu Huafan's mouth was wide open, looking at Long Shisan, who was floating in the sky with an unparalleled aura. His heart was in turmoil and he couldn't calm himself down for a long time. This kind of situation had the greatest impact on geniuses. Because they were geniuses, they were arrogant and had a heart that refused to admit defeat. It was also because of this that when they encountered geniuses that were stronger than them, they would feel an extremely strong sense of defeat in their hearts. What a monster! Yu Huafan shook his head and sighed. Although Jiang Chen had already told him how terrifying Dragon Shisan was, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw how Lan Xian, who was at the same level as him, was killed by Dragon Shisan. A peak second-grade Great Sovereign didn't even have a chance to escape. Regardless of how shocked the others were, what Jiang Chen was paying attention to was the resentment qi on Long Shisan's body. After killing Lan Xian, the resentment qi on Long Shisan's body had indeed weakened a little, as if it had been released. This was after all a good thing. In the sky, the illusory first-generation saintess finally revealed a smile when she saw Long Shisan's performance. Obviously, she was quite satisfied with Long Shisan's performance. The battle continues. You don't have to fight one-on-one. You can join forces and attack together. If you can defeat the Saint Ape, I will gift you with great fortune. The voice of the first-generation saintess resounded once again. As soon as her words were out, the geniuses who had begun to retreat became restless again. The saintess' words had undoubtedly added more fuel to the fire, causing the scene to boil up again. You really don't mind blowing things up. Jiang Chen shook his head. This saintess had completely treated Long Shisan as a tool of slaughter. She didn't care about Long Shisan's life or death at all. Even if a few second-grade Great Sovereigns were to attack Long Shisan together, she wouldn't stop them. Ladies and gentlemen, the saintess has already said that you can choose to attack together. As long as you can defeat the Saint Ape, you'll be able to obtain a great fortune. Similarly, I'll also give you a congratulatory gift. However, you'd better measure your own strength before you attack. Once you're on the battlefield, your life and death are your own business. It has nothing to do with the demonic Immortal Island. Tianping Evil Emperor spoke aloud. Zhou Xian was already dead. In order to release the Saintess's resentment, he no longer cared about offending the immortal courts. Tianping Evil Emperor was a fearless person. Even though the immortal courts were powerful, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. Furthermore, he had already said the important words. Life and death are your own business. You can choose not to attack. Is there anyone who is willing to join forces? Tanginia of Mi Luo Immortal Court stepped forward. Under the temptation of double benefits, he was willing to take the risk. Furthermore, Long Shisan and the Immortal Courts had enmity. In addition, Long Shisan was too monstrous and his speed of growth was too fast. Judging from the current situation, the degree of threat he posed had surpassed Jiang Qin. Such a figure had to be eliminated as soon as possible in order to avoid future troubles. Of course, there was an important prerequisite for Tanginia to take action, and that was to have someone join forces with him. Although he was arrogant and greedy, he was not a fool. He was well aware of Zhou Xian's strength. Now that Zhou Xian was dead, if he were to join the battle, he would definitely die. I'll join forces with you. A man in gray linen clothes stepped forward. His body was incomparably sturdy. The muscles on his body were explosive and incomparably solid. At first glance, one could tell that he had cultivated his physique. This man was called Lu He, a genius of Radiant's Immortal Court. His cultivation base was the same as Tanginia, a peak second-grade Great Sovereign, only a step away from the third-grade Great Sovereign realm. His intention of joining forces with Tanginia was the same as Tanginia's. Back in the Golden Horizon, Jiang Qin and Long Shisan had offended the three major immortal courts at the same time: Ethereal Immortal Court, Mi Luo Immortal Court and Radiance Immortal Court. To the experts of the three immortal courts, whether it was Jiang Qin or Long Shisan, both of them must be killed. Now that Zhou Xian was dead, only the two of them were determined to kill Long Shisan. Alright, is there anyone else? Tanginia's gaze shifted to the other geniuses of the immortal courts. After witnessing the terror of Long Shisan with his own eyes, he clearly understood that even if he and Lu He joined forces, they would still be no match for Long Shisan. At least three of them had to join forces to defeat Long Shisan. Let me do it. Another person stood out. He was a genius of limitless immortal court called Luo Wanjian. He was also a peak second-grade Great Sovereign. He was very famous for his invincible combat sword. He had spent his entire life studying sword techniques. It was said that he had already comprehended his own sword Dao. In the past, he had succeeded in breaking through to the Great Sovereign realm by comprehending the Dao of the sword. Seeing that the person was Luo Wanjian, Tanginia and Lu He's eyes lit up. This was a powerful move. With Luo Wanjian's help, they would be more confident in dealing with Long Shisan. Anyone else? Tanginia continued to ask. Tanginia, aren't you ashamed? You have already joined forces with three of us. I don't want to be in the same boat as you. If it's 4 against 1, even if we win, there's nothing to be proud of. If we lose, we won't be able to show our faces in the future. One of them spoke, his tone full of sarcasm. That's right. We are all people who care about our reputation. We won't do such a thing. If we can't win, we'd rather not fight. We can't afford to lose our face. Another person said. What they said wasn't wrong. What people like them cared about the most was their face. Every one of them was a famous figure, representing the pinnacle of the young generation and the face of the immortal court. They had always fought against many and had never bullied others with numbers. Their strong self-esteem wouldn't allow them to make such a choice. Moreover, Tanginia had already joined forces with 3 people. 3 people was already the limit of what they could accept. Anyone who was willing to join in at this time would be truly shameless. Humph. It's more important to judge the situation. It doesn't matter if you all don't join in. The 3 of us are enough to defeat Long Shisan. At that time we will be able to obtain fortune and benefits. Don't be greedy.